so fast on the straight and then slow on the corner. But I guess that's a track build.
Yeah. How's the cars feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right? Yeah.
Alright, whenever you want to go out. You put the left deck up.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, guys. Guys, girls, everyone. Hope everybody's having a great day. We have had a hot day here in the South, and been out in it all day. But now I'm in my studio. It's nice and air conditioned. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. All right. What kind of shenanigans are we up to in the world today? Welcome, everybody. I see all of the usual suspects are in the chat, or at least a large chunk of them. And it is not a dry heat. It is just plain hot, guys. It was brutal. It's brutal out there today. We were very fortunate. We didn't have a long day on the range today. We were able to basically drive out there. We had to wait, obviously, for a little while until my son's team was up. They shot their round of trap, which was, I think, maybe an hour and 15 minutes total from, show up and, sit on your hands to, okay, we're done. Let's go. And we were out of there. But it was hot. It was humid. Not as humid today, and it showed, man. It just felt like it was burning your skin off today. But you know what? I would still rather that than have to have 4 layers of clothes and not be able to move. So, it's fine. So this today, now I don't normally do this. I don't normally do a Thursday evening stream. I normally do a Thursday day shift, and so. Thursday evenings, not usually on. We're going to have a great time tonight. I'll probably have some guys up later to chat. I'm going to ramble and rant a little bit. Kat may or may not wander in. Again, we don't normally stream Thursday night, so I'm not really sure what her plans are. I have sent her the links. I have also sent the links to a couple of other guys to be on the show if they have time. Again, I don't normally do this. So there's not normally people available who might want to go live, but we're gonna have a good show, guys. We're gonna have a great show tonight. I really had a great time last night with the guys that were on, and we were talking about all of the Christian religious sort of things that are out there in the world today. And and I think that there's a lot of there's a lot out there, to be honest with you, that the people don't think about. And I think that we had a great show last night. We covered a lot of different subjects. Dawson Walters, if you would like to, since we didn't really get to talk to you last night, if you'd like to jump on up here, and I'd be glad to let you pop on for a little while, and we can chat about your what was it? It was game, wasn't it? It was a lack of game that you were having an issue with, and we want to keep you away from the PUA community if possible. So let's have a talk. If you have time. If not, that's cool too. A lot of stuff going on out in the world today that's interesting. If you guys don't know, they are running testing and everything for the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Some of the, and naturally, okay, give me one sec, guys. Can't type. I'm going to have one of my buddies come on here in a second. Sure. And so we'll have a guest on here in a minute. Dawson, was great to have you on last night. You're welcome to come back up. I would love to talk I would talk you out of the can't talk pickup artist community. I'd love to talk you out of being part of that, and keep you away. I want to keep you away from the degeneracy as much as possible, young man. Anyway, it looks like I might have one of my buddies. He's been on the show before. He is a car guy. We will talk car stuff and science and a bunch of other things. Where I was, what I started to say was, not sure if you guys know it, but they're currently in practice for the running of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. It's going to be a great one this year. It feels like maybe the weather's not going to cooperate. I'm not sure they're going to get to run the top. It's going to be a great race, and there's some really remarkable machinery in the race this year. One of them is being fielded, if it makes it, by a fellow I know kind of well. His name's Rob Dahm. You may have heard of him. He's quite famous, actually. He's a great guy, in my opinion. A lot of people do not like him. I have no opinion on whether I like him personally or not. I just think he's a good guy. I think he's done a lot of things for the community that we work in, and but he has offended some people, and as we all have. Dawson, are you still in the chat, bud? Are you out there? Can you hear me? I know that there's a lag between when I talk and when you guys hear it and can respond, so I kind of try and build that in. And of course, I have people talking to me on 4 different platforms. So, yeah, an hour would be perfect. That'd be great. Yeah, guys, it's been great. So I don't know if you guys know this, but we did. Somebody, pardon me. Somebody had mentioned that I hit a legitimate 2,000 subs last night. That is accurate. I believe the current number is slightly over that. Well, it's one over that, 2,001 according to YouTube, the official count. So, that's it. Now, I'm sure I've had some people sub and unsub and all that kind of thing, because I am somewhat offensive sometimes. All right. Open panel time. All right. It's been an interesting thing with all the open panels lately. They're kind of, I don't know. I haven't been on very many, to be honest. I'm always doing my show when they're doing the open panel, so I can't be on. Did you guys enjoy Speakeasy last night when I for the guys that I sent over to Speakeasy? Did you guys enjoy his content and all of his well, he's Speakeasy, so he can be very funny. He's a very good guy. I hope you guys enjoyed being part of his crowd. Well, come on up, legendary CEO. You can come on up and we'll talk, man. My buddy Ryan is going to come on, and as soon as he can get his camera set up, and we'll have him on momentarily, which is a new one for us. We'll see if I can get Kat to come on for a little while. I think she had a good time last night as well. Tomorrow, bro, packing everyone tonight. Good deal, bro. I will be on tomorrow as well. A fee-man? What's a fee-man? I'm not really sure. Grit Moon. Yeah. Guys, look, never feel like you're super pressed to be on, because I am I'm quite happy to just sit up here and monologue. Dangle the yarn ball. That's funny. I got to put that up there. That is funny. So Brian and I have talked about it. We have there's a couple of problems. First is I don't go to California unless I absolutely have to, so it's hard for me to be on that panel in person. We've talked about calling in, but there's some things that he kind of wants me to do that I'm not 100% on yet. Part of it is, and and it's fair in his mind. There's a value there to um, there's a value there for him to for me to be on, and you know I don't know. He and I just haven't gotten to the terms yet, and the biggest problem is that it's hard to get to terms because he's so busy. It's barely uh um sorry, I got distracted again. Um All right, sorry about that, guys. Clover, I think, is going to drop on here for a few minutes. That'll be great. We'll talk some guns and shooting stuff, and there he is, right there, on time every time. Welcome, Clover Tack, to the show once again.
You're like all by yourself. What the hell?
Your volume's super low. That may be on my end. Give me 1 second.
Right.
My volume turned down earlier. Try that again.
All right. Better.
You're
Worse.
perfect. Yeah, it was all me, man. It's all me.
Just on a podcast. Just did my podcast yesterday, and it was okay. But I hear
Yeah,
an echo,
no, you're
though.
good. Yeah, you're good. No, it was on me. I had the volume turned down during the intro. Let me answer a couple of things. Tagashi, does Brian want? Yes, he actually does. Brian actually, I guess Brian's gotten a lot of heat lately, and he did send me a message he posted a message asking everyone to calm down and no personal attacks and all of that kind of thing, and specifically he asked me to kind of go a little easier. I've gotten somewhat salty, I guess, which I did not realize I had, and but and I actually didn't think that I had. I just feel like that overall, that he's been very concerned lately, and rightfully so, that he's getting a lot more scrutiny than normal. He's got I think a lot of these girls are starting to kind of band together, and they're kind of just going after him, and so it's a tough situation he's in. I get it, but at the same time, I'm not really willing to think about what I say before I say it
Well,
very
it's the
often.
world he's
So
in. It's what I mean.
it
And he's
is.
gonna have to figure out a way to navigate that, and he's toughen up his skin, or I don't know, something a little bit.
Well, he personally, I don't think he cares. What he
He
cares
seems
about
pretty
is,
He seems pretty laid back. He's got his
yeah,
weird quirks, but he seems pretty laid
yeah, no,
back.
it's not him personally, saying, "Hey, you guys are being mean to these girls. Stop it." It's guys that we're getting a lot of heat, and just ease off, because I think what's happening is, I think the girls are banding together and they're trying to go after him legally left and right, and he's very concerned that they're going to succeed at some point. And rightfully so, right? Like, he's in the wrong state to be doing that. All it would take is one sympathetic California judge, and his entire world comes just crashing down.
Move,
So
Brian. Move, Brian. Move.
we've told, I've actually offered to host him here in Nashville. There's a really great studio he could use. It's really, I mean, it's a professional podcast studio meant for people like Brian. We're in Music City, so we have lots of studios. I think we probably have more studios than Volvos at this point. But
He could move to Texas, and with the cost of living difference here, because he's going to make the same amount of money. Let's be honest.
Sure.
It doesn't matter where he shows at.
Yeah.
And with the cost of living here, he could build his own freaking studio to his specs and the way he wants it and everything else.
Yeah. He has a lot of operating issues, and I'm sure that there's some personal things there that keeps him in California, but Nashville actually makes the most sense. We have 5 colleges to go pull girls from. We
That's
have
true. He needs to be in a college town or close to one.
we have 5 major colleges within an hour that he could pull. I mean, Vandy, Austin P, Trevecca, MTSU, and there's another one, UT, whatever. But within, and that's within driving like an hour, like less than an hour. Like the state of Tennessee, he could be pulling girls from like as far as he's pulling now from LA, he could pull a ton of girls from that. There's no state income tax. The laws here, especially involving entertainment, are really favorable because it's Music City. A constant stream of people who aren't from here. So I mean, I think Nashville makes. I think Nashville makes a lot of good sense.
Yeah. Craig's got a good point though. He likes to surf, so.
Well, he can't surf anymore. He hurt his back. So,
okay.
Yeah, he got.
Well, I knew he had.
I'm not going to get into all. I'm not putting Brian's business out in the street, but he's there because he's comfortable there.
Does he not surf at all, or is it just limited?
I don't think he can really, because he was sorry. So he said this publicly, so I don't feel bad repeating this. Brian got jumped by a gang of dudes a year, 2-3 years ago, something like that, and they beat him up really badly, and that's why he has constant back problems. And I mean, he got beat down. Now, I don't think didn't have any. This was pre-podcast, and I think this is why the podcast happened, because he can't go do the prank videos anymore. He can't do all of that stuff that he was doing, and so he's he's in a bad. I mean, he's in a weird situation. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I get it. I get why he wants to stay where he's at. Somebody just TTS'd, but the TTS isn't working, guys. I thought I shut that off. Why?
I wonder what that noise was.
Yeah, that's the TTS sound. It didn't. Ghost 1978 is super chatted $5. Brian has to wear a cowboy hat, though. That did not come through as a TTS. And I see. Here's a problem with the TTS, guys. Please don't do the TTS. I thought I shut it down. Here's a problem with the TTS. Going through something's weird with Streamlabs, and they're not showing me any money deposited. So I don't know where your money's going. So don't do it. Stop it. That's why I thought I killed it. Maybe I didn't. I thought I killed that. My bad, Ghost. It's all right. It's all good though. But yeah, Brian has to wear a cowboy hat though. Yeah. I apologize about the TTS thing. That was, I thought I killed it.
How do you even get to it? It's not in the description or anything. Be clairvoyant.
So it's in so I have Streamlabs running in the background, and we could talk about that really quick. I mean, if you want to know how to do TTS, this is how you do it. What you have to do is you have to use Streamlabs, and you set your camera up as a virtual webcam in
I'm familiar.
Streamlabs.
Yeah.
And then you go from Streamlabs into StreamYard, and then you actually connect through the internet and do everything through StreamYards. And Streamlabs is your camera source, so all of the overlays go on top of that.
But they just go to your little square there, not mine, which sucks if you've got a panel going.
Well, it should actually go live. So if you're watching it live, it should be on the screen displayed to everybody.
Well, no. I get that. I'm just saying. So we're side by side right now.
Yeah.
Your Streamlabs shit will not show up over me at all. It just shows up in your little box.
Right. Yeah, it just shows up. Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. So if you've got a guest, everything is going to be tiny.
Yeah,
it's like
really
Josie does. Josie runs that. She's got all that weird stuff, but it's only in her box.
Yeah, so there's a way to do it, but I just haven't gotten there yet. You know what I mean? Like I
I'm still messing around with it. The biggest problem is I've got
You could probably
the
set
biggest
up
problem.
multiple virtual cams and then
Mhm.
use one cam as the larger overlay for the entire
Mhm.
thing, and then
Yeah.
your individual or your actual cam, the one that's on you. I played around with Streamlabs and OBS back in the day, but
So
I don't
actually,
do.
he's right. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you.
Mhm.
So are we not man? That was a YouTube super chat. That should not have triggered TTS. Oh wait, it does because it was. Wait, it shouldn't have because it was only $5. It shouldn't. It to trigger TTS at all. It has to be. But it didn't trigger TTS. It did what it was supposed to do. It just didn't show on the screen. Guys, just keep super. You can use the YouTube super chat. Don't use the Streamlabs super chat. I removed the links. I don't think you can unless you saved it from the previous show. Anyway, yeah, sorry about that. I mean, yeah. So the YouTube super, and what happens is that for some reason Streamlabs has decided to be a dork, and it's displaying all super chats, which it should. It just doesn't read them, but it doesn't actually display because I'm not using using it as the virtual camera, which I could do that, but I don't want to mess with it while I'm live. So we'll deal with it later.
Probably a good call.
So, yeah, probably a good call. So, but yeah, let me. I don't want to crash anything, but yeah. So yeah, I just so Brian wants me to come out to do well. If I go out there live, I think Brian would put me on the show, but I have several dilemmas being on whatever, right? Or going to California, not being on whatever. I have several dilemmas there.
For me, it would be going to California alone would be like, that's a place I just don't.
Yeah, it's a tough sell for me, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, it just is. It's just a tough sell.
I do a lot of things virtual with some various tech companies or whatnot, and I always go the virtual route. I do not. I'm like, I ain't going out there. We'll fly you out. Well, nope.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 100% because the there just isn't. There's not a good way, honestly, for it to happen, right? There just
well,
is
he's
not
in what, Santa Barbara?
Yeah, he's in Santa Barbara, so it's below LA, so that you can fly into the Santa Barbara warehouse. Not warehouse, into the Santa Barbara airport.
But you would have to connect probably somehow, right?
Yeah, you got to connect.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a direct flight from anywhere. I don't believe, except maybe LA, or
maybe someplace close, right? Like
yeah.
There might be flights out of Nevada, out of Arizona or something, but I wouldn't think there would be direct flights to Santa Barbara from international hubs across the country.
Yeah, so I don't actually I don't have a problem carrying firearms in California. I do now. I didn't because I had an Arizona CCW, and California at the time. I think they've changed it since then, but they had reciprocity with Arizona. So if you had an Arizona permit, it was good in California, and it was much you could get it through the mail, and I did.
Yeah.
The problem is that I let it expire because here in Tennessee, I don't need a CCW at all.
Right.
And most of the places I go, you don't need a CCW at all. So why would I do that? Right.
Well, did it allow you, did the CCW in Tennessee allow you to bypass the NICS?
No.
Okay. A lot of states it doesn't. It does here in Texas, so that's why
it never has in Tennessee. It did in Georgia for a while, and it may still in Georgia, but yeah, it just didn't work. So the only real way to do it with Brian and I is to do it over camera. For him to do it over camera, he doesn't. The only person he's done that with is Homath and Andrew, and both of them are much larger creators than me. So for him to do that, I'm not, you know.
Well, it could open doors too that he didn't want to open, right? So he
Yeah.
could make the excuse now of just having, like anybody and everybody hitting him up. Imagine if a 2,000-3,000 subscriber, you know what I mean, a really, really
Yeah.
small channel, he was to bring them in remotely. Now he's got, just think of
Yeah,
the
there's
number of
precedence
people that would
there,
be
and people can whine and cry about it.
that would be pestering him, right? Oh, I want to come on, I want to come on.
Yeah, and I'm not going to get into the what he had asked me, for to make it happen, and I don't know that it's not. I don't think that any of this is hard and fast.
No, that's all his business anyway.
Yeah, it's all his business, and I'm not going to put it again. I'm trying not to put any of his business out in the streets. I just get asked this question a lot, and I feel like at some point I owe some small explanation, right? Like there's no reason for me to not tell people. Yeah, we've talked about it. There's some things that Brian asked for from me that I'm not 100% sure that I want to do with it. And I think that there's just I just don't know. I think Brian has this thing where he really believes that he has a lot of experience where guys who supposedly are really good at talking to people or confronting people or whatever, they freeze up on his show and they get in front of these women and they just don't perform. And so he has this, like, in my opinion, very real and deserved fear of that happening. Now, I feel like I've presented myself enough times in various formats that that's not who I am.
Yeah, no, you would be fine. But that's evident with the chicks that he has on the panel, though, right? Because he has like 7, 8 chicks at any given time or something, and only a couple monopolize the show, right? And so I think that's for everybody. They come on, but they don't really know what to expect, and especially if you're not used to lives and being live, and you're not used to group conversations and that sort of thing. And sadly, there's a lot of people that are that way. Even if it's especially coming out, I can see it because they're live. But the thing is, we're still virtual. This is a much different situation than standing up in front of a bunch of people or being in a room with a bunch of people and talking. And so there's that. Oh man, what is it? The introvert, extrovert at play. And with social media, and especially since the lockdowns and all happened, there is so many people that have become introverted, like majorly, almost debilitatingly introverted. And
sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't mean to piss anybody off saying that, but it's true. They,
well, I think it is true. I think
they were really borderline. True. They were borderline already, and then the advent of all that, and then the lockdowns. I mean, it literally pushed them over the edge.
Right, and looking, because I've watched a lot of the shows, and looking over it, he has a valid point, because he's brought like Q is like a half-ass host, right? Like he barely confronts people, and he does. And the real fear I think that this is a real thing is, I think that on the show, Brian's able to stand up to 8 women when they start ganging up on him, but Q-Pill can't, and other guys can't. Like once he get 8, they shut down once 8 women are sitting there yelling at him, right?
Yeah.
And whereas I know that I don't care how many women are yelling at me, I'm just going to tell them to shut the fuck up, and I let them talk, now let me talk, right? Mm-hmm. And I know that, but Brian doesn't know that, and Brian's unwilling to take the risk. That's one of the reasons why Andrew's on so much. Is Andrew's a proven quantity. Brian absolutely knows that because what's happening right now is these women have watched the show enough that they will gang up together on whoever Brian has on, right?
Yeah.
So there's no divide and conquer anymore. They literally will sit there and even if they're like, well, they say, well, she's a bitch, and then 2 minutes later she's like, oh no, she's right, you're wrong, and they all team up together. So
well, Andrew has also proven himself. First of all, he's smart when it comes to, like, he knows what roads to go down and not go down to keep Brian and the podcast and everything within TOS and within all of that, right? He knows when
he's
to
a safe
back
bet.
down, when to back down or back out, and he knows when to ramp it up because it's a safe topic, or he knows just how to get up right next to that line. And so many people, again, they're
Solid
not
point.
familiar with that. They're not familiar with that. So there's
Such
definitely,
a
I'm
solid
sure,
point.
Brian, everybody that does live and brings in a guest. Look at Glenn with some of the problems he's had recently. You've got to be careful with who you bring into your podcast and on your lives. You have to be careful with that. Not everybody respects the house. Hell, that even happens out there in the live chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are probably people out there right now. There may be people out there that you could put racial slurs and everything else out there, and they would personally be okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
But and get mad when the mods whack them. But you've got to play the game.
100%. And I think that, well, I know that there's a lot of good points that you made there. So the TOS, right? Like, I mean, I think Brian has concerns about me and TOS. I'm just too unproven in Brian's opinion. My personal opinion. I mean, I think Brian wants to help me out, but it's a lot of unknowns for him. I get it. I'm not pressing him for it. We talk about it every once in a while, and I'll push the envelope a little bit. When someone's late or bails, whatever, I'm like, hey man, put me in, coach. I'm there for you, bro. But he doesn't like, and the other thing you have to understand, Brian is such a control freak.
Oh yeah.
I shouldn't say control freak. He's such a, he pays so much attention to the fine detail that I think the idea of having a last minute call in sends him over the edge.
That's evident when he's gets so beside himself, and it's hilarious over one single little tiny ash on Andrew's microphone.
Right,
I roll. I nearly fall out of my chair because you can see it. You can see it in his body language, just how that just gets on his nerves so bad.
100%. Yeah. So it's and people lose their entire channels over TOS violations, right?
Oh yeah.
And that they didn't even do, right? Like and like Glenn's been running, like Glenn's had some great luck lately because he's had a couple of really close calls, my observation, and really in my opinion. But but I think that I just don't push for it like other people might push for to be on, right? Like if it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, that's fine. Brian also realizes that for me, since I've started the channel, there's like this huge benefit to me going on, and he's a businessman, so if there's a huge benefit for me, why isn't there a huge benefit for him? To say, well, that me coming on would bring in a bunch of people.
Well,
we feel that way, but the metrics may not necessarily show that.
From that standpoint, you don't know until you give somebody a chance.
Yeah.
So, I could understand that if he's had you on once and then him making that calculation, like I can get that. But you never know. You could have somebody in that doesn't even have a YouTube channel or doesn't even have, whatever. And you don't know. Yeah, he does all the time. And you don't know how the audience, which is the one that does the TTS and the super chats and watch and keep the things going.
Yeah.
You don't know how they're going to react. You could bring in a seemingly nobody, and they end up being the most popular guest ever on the panel there. It could happen.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. But the track record is that he brings in, let's not call them nobodies. He brings in guys that are not used to being on, and they freeze. They don't say anything, or they just kind of spurg out, and it's really it's bad for the show. So I get his point of view. I'm not pushing it. I think and I've been thinking about this for a while, and I think the way I'm going to kind of go at it is, I'm going to tell him, look, I'd like, just have me on the one time. If it works out, great. If it doesn't work out, I'll never bug you about it again. And then we can work out something, if there needs to be, if we need to put guardrails on, you know what I'm saying? So,
well, how many of the You know, and I wouldn't say that I view the girls that are on there different than the other panelists, the other
Well,
guests, like
definitely there's
Andrew or
the
whoever, right?
dynamic between the girls,
Yeah.
the female guests versus so the female guests.
So if you look,
are different.
but if you look at that, those girls, they never do. There's ones that never do their homework. Like they want to come on, they get invited on, and they may have watched one clip of Brian's, right?
Yeah.
Like they have no idea who he is, you know, his demeanor, what he expects from his show, how the show operates. They don't know any of that. And I'm
Yeah.
sure you have like the conservative, let's just say panelists. I'm sure you have
Right.
those that he brings on that's the same way. They've done no
Sure.
homework on how all of it works, which is
Right.
is frustrating.
Yeah. So there goes my TTS again. That's cool. John 2029 sends in 20. Oh.
Super chat. Sorry, I'm late. Take it, thanks, little man. Little Grit in the thumbnail. Converting is a sin, but I am envious of your Second Amendment. Pray for us in blighting.
Did that
no, that's
did
coming
that work?
through your that's coming through your speakers, not the stream.
Yeah, it's coming through my mic. Yeah. Well,
well,
let me give me a second. Let me see if I can make this work. The problem is since I didn't start it, it didn't pick up my camera. My camera is now locked into. Well, hang on. Let me do this. This won't hurt anything. Let me. Where's this at? And there's Ryan is back. Ryan, give me a minute. I'm sorting through some tech issues and I'll keep talking. I'm just going to take my camera offline for a second.
Yeah, I was trying to diaggnose right now. I'm trying to get on these earbuds here.
Oh, earbuds are terrible when you're trying to do this.
It's not working too well. So
yeah, earbuds are the worst when you're trying to do this. So let me do this.
Hey, he's gone. Now we can get his channel deleted. Let's go. You come back and be like, "What happened? We don't know. It's YouTube deleted."
Yeah, we made this problem. We had to destroy this beautiful work for you. And sorry, Don. Yeah, what I was trying to do is the audio on the phone's really quiet.
You say you're Ryan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've never been on a panel with you, so.
Yeah, I'm kind of I don't know, tuner Californian dealing with non-California things. So
okay.
Yeah, I was trying to get the audio corrected because on my end I could barely hear you guys. That's why I'm like, shoot, if I grab these headsets or something, it'll do the correction.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, it didn't work in the mobile app. So, well, I'll just be very quiet and listen in.
And you changed the audio source in StreamYard, and you did all of that. Yeah.
Right. So
yeah,
what I did is I was going through the audio settings and I put it on the headset earpiece, and it doesn't allow me to change the speaker to the corrected setting.
Right.
So,
D's in the house. We've got D.
Mr. D.
Yeah, this is I'm trying to make this trying to make my camera work here, but
apparently it's not.
Yeah, well, I've never tried to do this midstream before.
So hey, real quick, since we're kind of in a lull anyway.
Yeah.
Cat's okay, right? There's nothing like crazy.
Yeah. Well, she finished her stream. She wasn't expecting to be on because obviously I don't normally stream on Thursdays, and
wasn't being nosy. I just
no,
there wasn't nothing bad happening.
No, she's fine. She's having a good time as far as I know. But who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm having a weird time.
I don't really want to restart everything, so
we could.
No, we're not doing that, man. That's crazy talk. Let me just I'm just gonna do this and go back to this.
The people out there don't care. Type a 1 in the chat if you don't care. You just want the
nobody cares. I'm the only one that cares, guys.
Right.
I really am.
They're gonna type a 1 because they don't care.
Yeah, nobody cares but me, which is fine, as long as I know that I'm the one that cares.
All right.
Yeah. So
long as they can hear us, they don't care.
Yeah. Nobody cares but me.
Lots of ones out there. Lots of ones. We're good.
All right. Yeah.
Jeez,
All right.
yeah,
Well, that's
yeah.
fine.
Lots of
I
ones.
killed the thing so the thing is dead, and we'll do it again tomorrow. Make it work. All right. And so Ryan Ryan actually knew me long before I did this, and we were not friends. We kind of started out as almost friends. But at the time I was operating at a pretty high level, and Ryan was kind of operating down here and
Way
like
down.
the neither, like I knew who he was, and I kind of knew, and only because I had customers that he was, kind of helping for free to build his legend, so to speak. And he, there's some things. I had some bad customers that were literally lying. Like, I generally try not to tell people that people are actually, when I don't try to tell people they're lying unless I can prove they're lying. And but I told everybody, I'm like, these guys are lying. And unfortunately, Ryan, sorry, we were just talking about Brian, so I've got Brian on the brain. And yeah, it was just we had a bit of a and to some degree, Ryan, I think will admit now that he had a lot of pride and a lot of
Misplaced.
misplaced aggression, I guess. And it was fine. I didn't care. I was like, whatever. I think I blocked him for like 2 years, and I just didn't even think about it. And then somebody had said something about that he had like a legit business and everything. Now I'm like, oh, okay, let's check this out. So and I had him on my show, Clover. I had him on my show about 3 months ago.
Yeah,
3.5 months ago. That was when I really started rolling with the show, and I think he was on like episode 5 or 6 or something like that. And
it was early on. It was a good episode too. We covered so much.
Yeah, and it was like 8 people watching, and we had it was pretty funny.
It was fun.
And now we had, I had like no subs, and now I'm like, I've got, I've improved. We're higher up now, higher up the food chain. And let me see if Kat's ready. I think she's eating or something, so who knows? Cats wander in when they want to. And so Clover, one of the things, just to kind of end our conversation there, because I kind of feel like it was kind of left hanging in space. My strategy at this point has been to just kind of try and let Brian be Brian and not really take up too much space in his head, trying to figure out how I fit in. Because I just don't think I don't think I'm that important to the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
But he will hit me up.
Yeah, if he knows you're around, I mean, he's
Yeah.
going to be looking to mix the content up and do different things. I mean, that's just the way creators work anyway. So he knows you're always an option. So
right, and that's it. And I think, and actually, this gave me a little bit of clarity about how I kind of want to approach it, because, it is a risk for him, and I get it. So. And especially because I really only want a remote in. I don't want to go to California unless I absolutely positively have to. So it's anyway.
Not a good place to be.
Yeah. So Ryan Clovertack has a gun tuber. He has a firearms channel that he mostly records to the Firearms Radio Network, but he does go live quite often. I've been on his show. It was great. He's been on my show a couple of times now. It's great. And why don't, because everyone's asking who you are in the chat, if you don't mind, just kind of roll through really quickly an introduction, and I'll shut myself up.
Yeah. My name is Ryan, Right Brain Design. I do engine tuning, vehicle design. I'm a turbo specialist, so when it comes to like matching turbos for vehicles, just a wide array of kind of fun automotive stuff. And I definitely would say turbo specialist, rotary specialist, but there's so much more to learn. And I always try to take my approach, at least for tuning and whatnot, only with a grain of salt for what I've learned that last 3 months or that last year. And then my whole personal approach on that stuff is to ditch what you think you've learned and see it with fresh eyes. I think that's done really well for me, and it's given me a lot better perspective than, let's say, a few years ago. So that's the rundown. Just do it.
Let me simplify that. Ryan makes things go fast.
Right. Yeah.
I try not to blow him up in the process.
Right. I was about to say, and stay in one piece.
Yeah.
If possible. So what's your channel, Ryan? So the mods can spam
Mine
it out there.
is Right Brain Design.
And that's RGHT, guys.
Yep.
RGHT.
Drop the I.
Yeah, drop the I.
No iPhones, no I for Right Brain Design. So
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And so just so you guys know, Ryan has actually gotten way better at his job since I originally encountered him. And he is, I actually, and when I retired out, I felt like there were probably less than 8 legitimate engine calibration guys in the country. And really, there were only 3 that were worth paying for. And that was Shane T. And there was the Justin Ninny, who had basically retired. And there was a guy in Florida that did pretty good. And I can't remember his name because he's old. I think it was Chris.
So
and there was the Chris in Colorado. There was so I guess there were 4.
Chris Delgado, Chris Speed, which is I always forget his last name. Yeah, 2 Chris's I can think of.
Yeah, there's one in Colorado and one in like Florida or Atlanta or somewhere in the South, kind of near where I am. And other than that, realistically, you were taking your chances, honestly, with anybody else. And when I retired, I felt like I was always pretty good. I never had an instance where something I did blew the car up. Right. And I got to the point where I wouldn't tune customers' cars. And actually, Ryan had some experience with this where I told the customer that I wouldn't tune his cars with the LS1 coils on it because I didn't think they were good enough for the RX-7 the way he had designed it, and I wouldn't touch the car. So he had Ryan send over a calibration, and we put it in the car, and it wouldn't start it. And then there was another guy. What was that guy's name? The Hawaiian guy.
Jeff.
Yes, Jeff. Jeff came over and swore he could get the car started. Swore it was all on me. I just didn't know what I was doing. Everything. And I'm like, look, I'm just going to tell you right now. You guys just go do whatever you want. You can have as much space, as much time, whatever it is you need. But I'm not touching that thing. And the car never started. It left my shop on a trailer or a rollback because. And that was no failing of Ryan. Ryan just thought that they would work, and they should have worked. But the way the Haltech Sprint RE that he was using, I believe it was a platinum. No, it was a platinum series.
Same.
Couldn't
Software is the same.
Yeah, you couldn't go in and change the coil settings in the software. It was basically you click you had like 4 choices for coils, and if you didn't have it, you couldn't get anything set right. And I knew that, and I'm like, this isn't going to work. You're going to have to use what Haltech wants, or it's not going to start. And you know what happened? It never started. Not with those coils, and not with that ECU. And I actually think they took the ECU out and put a 1000 in it, so that they could use the LS1 coils. I think. I don't know. I lost track of it because I didn't care. But I had a very strict policy. If I tell you what's wrong with it and you don't listen to me, I no longer care. Just get it out of my sight. And I think Ryan's gotten to that point now where I'm going to tell you factual information. If you decide not to listen to the factual information that I give you, get it out of my sight, because all that's going to happen is if I continue forward, something's going to go wrong, and you're going to blame me, and you're going to be pissed at me, and I'm going to be pissed at you because you didn't listen to me. And so it's a absolute lose-lose all the way around for everyone. And so, and I think Ryan, have you learned that lesson yet?
Oh,
in spades.
I don't know how many times over at this point, but plenty of times over. And just to clarify, if we were trying doing the LS coil in today's realm on that same ECU, It's all doable. The problem was I was green. I was inexperienced.
Right.
And it could have been used as direct fire, wasted spark, or as a distributor, which is really weird to think about, but it does work.
Yeah.
And the inexperience back then when doing that would have been.
I think they changed the software later to make it more flexible. Because when it was
like
originally out, the software just basically gave you 4 options, and you just clicked the option you had, and that was it. There was no other option.
Well, what you do is you'd set there's in that software there's a singular dwell that's allowable for those coils. So instead of having a dwell table, which you normally set up for offset of voltage, offset of pressure, offset of RPM, ideally those mapping out, you have a singular value. And so if it's LS1 coil, it's like 4.25 milliseconds for a rotary is going to be where it lands. And it's just a matter of if it's wired through the wires A3, A6 being leading 1, leading 2.
I also think it may not have been wired correctly either, to be honest with you.
That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, I honestly think that was the other part of the issue. And they had bought a harness, and they didn't want anybody to mess with the harness, which, again, this is all customer induced problems. And I just got tired of that. So, and that was right previously before I retired. And, but anyway, so Ryan's learned a lot of hard won lessons, I think. And, we occasionally talk, and I now send people his way quite a bit because I don't have the patience to tune cars anymore. I have no willingness to tune cars anymore, other than my own and airplanes. I like tuning airplanes. I'm working on an airplane right now.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah, I've got all the pieces to the manifold in my garage. I actually need to weld it up and take it over and put it on the guy's airplane. And he couldn't figure out why. I sent you the pictures of the exploded manifold, right?
I don't think you did.
Oh, I think I did, but I think you might have been drunk when I did.
Probably.
So this guy had for all of the people who are trying to envision this, the best way I can say it is if you picture the old school hi-hat injectors or throttle body injection where it has the injectors mounted above the fuel rail. I mean the
port injection
plenum rails. The plenum rails or the intake runners or a carburetor, but they're sitting up high and they inject down into the rails or the plenum or the runners or whatever you've got, right? And they just sit there. Well, first of all, the first problem was these were mounted sideways because it's in an airplane. We don't have a lot of room. We can't mount them up high, so they're mounted like this. So gravity is already working against you, and there were secondaries, so they only actually worked at above a given RPM. And I think he has, and I have to look at his calibration because he's on a Haltech 750, I think, and I have to look at the way it's set up, but I almost promise you that that it's running too much on the secondaries instead of mostly on the primaries. That's a real common mistake in rotary engines. Is everybody just thinks the primaries are for idle only, and they bring in the secondaries way too early, and it gives them a lot of weird drivability issues. I'm sure Ryan has fought with that quite often. Probably fought a lot of owners over it too. And and I think go ahead.
I was going to say there's a point in which you can find, especially on that Haltech, it'll automatically stage for you. Just so you know, heads up. But you can fine tune that point within a few percent to where it goes from being a total piece of junk to amazing.
Yeah,
and we're talking a few percentage of when that staging point is for the injector. So, for instance, if we were saying at 50% injector duty cycle on the primary, start the secondary stage, and then eventually balance flow up until 50% on the secondary, and then they go up together after that.
Right.
If you move that point to, let's say, 40% or 60% or anything else, you can get a completely different driving vehicle from that. This is also different on like a Bridgeport, where you actually want to have all the injectors at idle, which is a very interesting thing. Bridgeports have a very unique property to that.
Well, they have a lot of airflow imbalance issues. So, I don't like Bridgeports at all. I think there are better ways to do what they do, but whatever. People like the sound. People like the sound.
It's one of the only secondary wave patterns that you're going to gain from a rotary engine.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a power band that ends and then another power band that jumps in as the airflow really comes into its own. And I find that they make amazing torque. So when they're done properly, there are maybe 2 people in the country that I could see doing proper Bridgeports, and one knows more than everyone else.
Yeah.
But that way.
Yeah. So, so the way that he had this coming in, I think the injectors were so I know the secondaries are coming in too low in the RPM band. So instead of having enough intake velocity, of course, it's a square tube plenum with just runners, right? There's no velocity stacks. There's nothing to help control the airflow. And he was getting, I'm assuming he was getting massive amounts of standoff. And what happens anytime you have massive amounts of standoffs is at some point, especially if any timing issue whatsoever, you're going to get a slight backfire back through, and that will ignite that standoff fuel, which is basically a bomb, and it blows the intake manifold apart. And that's exactly what happened, like 3 times. And he couldn't figure it out. And I'm like, I took one look at it and I'm like, oh, you've got standoff issues. I know exactly what's happening. And this is on a Renesis. This is a straight up brand new Renesis crate motor. Just crazy. It's in an air. I mean, he only needs to make 200 horsepower. And he actually only needs to make 120, but he'd like 200. So poor Clover Tack is up here.
I know. We're rambling about
he's like, I don't know anything.
He's like, no.
This is more a joke. Y'all are way more advanced than
I can go down some serious rabbit holes.
I'm not completely lost. I was a mechanic for years, but mine mostly undercar, mostly suspension and chassis type stuff.
Yeah. Well,
but I have rebuilt some old cars in my day. So
good. But anyway, so that it's going to be an interesting project. We're going to a D-shape intake plenum. I've got velocity stacks that stick up maybe 1/8 of an inch off of the floor of the plenum, and I may stick them up a little bit higher than that just to get that bump in airflow. And because it's a steady state engine, right? It's an airplane engine. We don't care about transient. It's a steady state engine. So, and I'm putting the injectors in the intake runners, and I'm actually considering because the stock RX-8 has 4 injectors, and they'd actually set this up to have 4 injectors, which was dumb. And I'm like, why would you do that? All you really needed was one really big one. You're only making 200 horsepower. And you've got 2 primaries, so really all you need is a 3rd injector, and you're good. It doesn't matter. So I think we're only going to put 2 in the 2 main runners because he doesn't currently have the 6 valves, the 6-port valve. And so without the 6-port valves, there's no need to have those additional 2 injectors, and there's no need to have control over them. So why? Why do that? That's like, we're adding a lot of complexity. We're adding weight. We're adding extra wiring. We're adding a bunch of crap. Why are we doing that? And so I've got to I don't know if he's hung up on it and he just wants it to be configured as a normal stock engine, because people get that way, right? Because they just don't want to change the envelope, right? Like the envelope is this size. Let's not fold it in half, right? Or let's not turn it into a box or whatever it is, whatever we need to be. And so that's kind of what I got going on right now. The airplane stuff is cool because it's a lot of it's steady state tuning. A lot of it is a lot of the turbo stuff is just strictly turbo normalizing and not actually boosting. That's really cool. So it's an interesting dynamic by a lot. So I'm working with that. And other than that, I really don't tune people's engines anymore. I get a lot of people who send me calibration files to look at, and I'm like, Yeah, I mean, I can look at it if you want to send me some money, but other than that, I got things to do,
That's
bro.
exactly what I was gonna say. Don't
Yeah.
look at it until they're sending you money because
Yeah. I'm
oh,
like, don't. Well, and you know, some of these guys are guys I've known for years, and they know better, and they're like, yeah, we'll send you a few bucks. I'm like, yeah, but see, the thing is, a few bucks isn't going to cover it. I'm going to go shoot today, or I'm going to go, you know, I've got a show to do, I've got whatever, and you know, it's just, you know, just no, it's going to be, it's for me to get back into that kind of stuff is not worth it. But I didn't actually bring Ryan on tonight. I actually just thought Ryan would be cool to have back on since he had been on before, and we were talking about stuff. He is a young man living behind enemy lines in California. He has to deal with the exceedingly toxic dating world in California, and you know, so why not?
I don't date in California. I date in Vegas. Much better.
Date in Vegas.
Take a trip once a month.
Well,
live life.
We'll get Glenn Lawrence in here in a minute. He'll tell you all about dating in Vegas. He's I can't believe Glenn's not in the chat now, just raising hell.
Oh, geez.
You mentioned Vegas though. He'll be in a minute.
It's a great setup out there. I'll tell you that. Worth the trip, worth the cost.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
Spend a week in Vegas every year. It's fun.
Yeah.
There you go.
Best week of the year. Yeah.
Best week of the year.
SHOT Show week. Yep.
Do you get sick at SHOT Show every year?
Nope. At SHOT Show? No. Now, one year, it was the year that Cough happened. You know, Cough happened.
Right. Yeah.
Like March or something.
I heard everybody got sick. I didn't go.
Oh, yeah. Year. So we drive out, right? And my wife and I love to road trip. Car talk a little bit, right? But we love to road trip. So we drive out, and then we usually do like cannonball it driving out, like nap in the passenger seat, swap out, and like get to Vegas like 20 hours or something, right? And then coming back, we always take a couple days, right? Stay over, just ease back, because you've worked the show all week. It's brutal. You've been up, very little sleep every night. It's Vegas, so coming back, we usually take our time. Anyway, yeah, it was the year that all of that started in like March or whenever it was. I'm pretty sure they did not have tests at the time. They weren't readily available to know. But I nearly died. I started feeling bad about an hour before we left out of Vegas. I started feeling bad. And if you're familiar with Vegas, by the time we got down to Kingman,
oh yeah,
I was like, we got to find a Walgreens of some place, and I'm not going to make it. Like, I've got to have some medicine of some kind. And my wife, bless her heart, drove the vast majority of the trip back. It was horrible, and I was sick for probably a week there or something, and same type symptoms, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure patient zero was at SHOT Show that year. That's how it got into the United States. But
I mean, could have been.
I can't say that for sure.
Yeah.
What time of year was that show? Do you remember?
It's in January.
October.
No, SHOT's in January.
Say SEMA was October.
January, pardon me. Yeah, January.
Yeah, October, November.
January. Yeah, SEMA's
so it's
in
after.
November.
I got mine that year as well, and I'm like, what the heck? I was an invalid. I stayed an extra week in Vegas because it was just, I was gone there. I couldn't do anything. Yeah. So
now I've got it. That time I swear I had it, but I mean, it may not have been, because like I said, that was before it was even really a thing. And there was murmurs of it, but there was no testing really or nothing. And then I did test for it again. My wife's a nurse and works at a prison, and she's the infectious disease control nurse. So you can imagine the fun she had over.
She's like, what is this?
Like prime environment, right? People packed in like sardines, guards coming and going, like prime environment. So, yeah, it was that whole ordeal was brutal for her. But anyway, I got it. She always had to test and all of that, and I wasn't feeling well. But I wasn't like dying sick. And the one thing that stood out to me that was really weird, and I tested for it, like anxiety. I would have this weird anxiety that would just like
Linger.
just crop up. And I had that for like a month, dude. It was just like this unexplainable all of a sudden. I could be out working on something. I wasn't depressed. I didn't have, I was relaxed, but it's like it was almost debilitating anxiety that would just pop up for 10 or 15 minutes and then it's gone. And you're like, what in the world?
Isn't it crazy how the solution is a parasite medication? Think about that for a minute.
Right.
It's an interesting deal, the whole thing. So in November, I went on a cruise with my wife, and I was sick. I think the last half of the cruise, I was just sick. I got sneezing, coughing, couldn't sleep. Just the whole thing, right? Got back, still sick, a couple of days while we were in Florida. Flew back to Tennessee. It's fine. Everything's great. Everything's fine. I never got COVID. I never tested positive for COVID. None of it. My wife got COVID. My son's had COVID, I think, twice. I never got it. It was weird. But in that November beforehand, I was like sick as a dog on that cruise. It's terrible. And drove my wife crazy because she couldn't sleep because I was coughing all night. And I'm like, I can't do anything about it. I'd love to not cough. I promise you. That'd be great. But I'm coughing all night. So
I find it crazy since I got mine, I haven't been sick like at all. Zero.
I've barely been sick. Barely.
I've been
in the past.
The last
couple
time I was sick
years,
was a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I don't think I've really been like sick.
Yeah.
So
I've been fighting some weird allergy stuff. I'll probably sound like I have been for a while now, but we've had a lot of spring, like an overly active spring storm season and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of pollen this year
too. So I'm hoping that as summer starts to set in, I start feeling a little better in that regards, because I'm taking allergy meds and other things, and it ain't helping at all.
Yeah. So when you go to SEMA, Ryan, because I haven't been there in a number of years, because I just don't have any real reason to go. When you go to SEMA now, do you think it's changed? Like, is it? Because the last time the reason I decided not to go there is because it got to the point where there were more people who didn't belong there than there were actually people that did.
Yeah. So my first SEMA show, I was with Lucre Cars and coming from San Diego. We had a Gorilla Grip or something like that booth with a beautiful LC 470, and I was not working the booth. I was very fortunate. I just got to do the show, right? Went out there with a coworker, did Vegas on the cheap, had a great time. Vegas has changed a lot since 2013. That's when that year was. And looking at it now, the quality of life that you can have out there compared to what it was 10 years ago is completely different. And SEMA reflects that. When SEMA became inundated with people that are not industry people, and there's just Chinese tire companies, and like the whole South Hall would just be all junk parts, machining that was done in someone's backyard.
Yeah,
it was such a low quality show at some point. And it transitioned from what used to be private invites for parties. So like 2013, you would have pretty much the middle of Formula Drift sort of thing. Like that was their first decade of completion, and they had a bunch of pool parties that were private invite. You would have more industry parties that were harder to get into. And nowadays it's like, oh, pay to play, your promoter gives you this, there is no it doesn't feel like there's a real connection out there. So unless you know someone who gets you into a more exclusive thing, it's pretty much open to everyone.
Yeah, so I
that
was
ruined.
noticing that in 2013 actually. When I think 2013 or 2014 were my last couple of years there, and I remember noticing that it did go from like private invite, insider only. Like you, not only did you have to know somebody, they had to like you, and they kind of had to have a reason for wanting you to be there. Like really killer parties, top of buildings, like really killer stuff, like high end. It went from that to the last industry party I went to in Vegas was the Ineos party. And it was literally nothing but handing out stuff I could have got at their booth. And, it was an okay. They like handed out some awards to their top reps and stuff like, it was just, I was like, really? Okay, are you going to serve the rubber chicken now? I mean, this is just, it's so bad. And Ineos is like a premium Japanese brand. Like it's not like I was actually shocked that it was as bad as it was. And I had just come off of like the year before we had been with a couple other, and I'm not going to name the companies because it's bad form, but you walked in and it looked like the movie set of a Vegas party, right? Like it didn't seem real.
I'll say one company, Gran Turismo, threw a crazy party in 2013.
Right. Yeah. Well, this was like, I'm talking like 2010, 2011, 2012. It was crazy, man. Like it was just nuts. And this was like Hollywood interpretation of Vegas parties, but it was real. Right. Like it was real. And you would go, you had to be invited. They would not let you in if you didn't have an invite. It had to be a legit and like legit invite. Not only did you have to have the invitation, but the number of the invitation had to be on their list. Like you couldn't fake that shit. And
can't fake this.
Yeah, you can't fake this. And a lot of times it was things that didn't seem obvious, like a card holder or something like that didn't seem like the obvious invite, but it was just cool shit, And you had that the whole time you were in Vegas. But it
I feel like
go ahead.
I was gonna say now, I would say when you ended would have been my golden era of enjoying it. So if I'm telling you the degradation from now is like it's trash. Like
dude, I just remember going to that Ineos part because all right, so look, we had a long relationship with Ineos. We sold a lot of their product in Colorado, especially. And I mean, I wasn't like their top seller or anything like that, but we felt like we had a good relationship with them. We also had a good relationship with Torco. We had a good relationship with Redline. We had a good relationship with everybody. When I went to that party, I was like, you know what? Ineos is finally going to step up. Like they're finally going to do like something cool in the US, like, because they kind of been flirting with it for previous years, and they basically were matching Motool's energy, right? Like Motool would get a distributor, and then Ineos would get a distributor. Like it's like this weirdness. They're just going to do what the French people do, I guess. I don't know. And but I thought this show was like this is legit. They're gonna knock it out of the park on this one, and I was like really disappointed, and not for any specific reason. It wasn't like I was expecting them to give away free stuff, which some parties did. It wasn't like, I was expecting like really good free buffet. Like a lot of the parties had like really good food, right? Part of the reason you went there was you didn't have to try and fight the line in Vegas buffet lines or try and get a reservation in a steakhouse during SEMA, which is like impossible. And so it was, I don't know. It just changed. Even at that point, it had changed a lot. And I remember I was with Bill Caswell, and he was in the Cosmo and the Cosmopolitan, and he got kicked out of his hotel because something fell off his balcony or something. And and they identified his balcony and they kicked him out of the hotel. It was very funny. And that was a year before Hoonigan launched, and Bill's trying to tell me something interesting about Hoonigan, and I'm like, I don't think Ken's going to do that. Like, this doesn't seem like
Ken. Like Ken's like super detail oriented. He's like a real businessman, and Hoonigan just sounds like shit you just threw up against the wall. And Caswell's like, no, man, it's legit. It's gonna be badass. It's like he's really put a lot of thought into this for the last couple of years, and it's like you should get involved. And I'm like, nah, it's not my. I have no interest in it. I'm like, well, that was a fuck up.
Oops.
Yeah, and I never did get. At that SEMA, they had launched they had Ken's Ford rally car there, and the street car. And they also had launched the Ford Mustang retro program where you could buy basically a 64 Mustang in pieces, right? You could buy a brand new pressed body.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's like 25 grand or something like that.
Yeah. It's like 22, 25 grand. And then the Camaro launches the following year. Like, I think it's like 2010 or 2011, they launched the Mustang, and then like 2012, they launched the Camaro. It was the same thing.
And I was at Chico State when that happened. So my buddy Ben at the time, another engineer I was going to SEMA with at the time, he was like, "Oh, I got this project, and I need to make a all-wheel drive Mustang, this and this and this." And I'm like, "Damn, we were on the right path way back when, 2010, 2009, when
they just didn't have the $1 million in technology to make it happen."
Right. And it was like, yeah, we're gonna do this. Twin turbo it. We're gonna make. He was asking me about like roll center and chassis stuff because I've been doing mountain driving and stuff for ages, and I've been setting up cars for doing that sort of thing. This is back when we were, I don't know, 20 years old. I'm stupid, extra stupid, and it was just funny seeing how they're like, yeah, now you can buy this brand new 60s Mustang and
put it together in your garage.
Unless you're in California, then you get the CARB notice and then the things and the extra EPAs.
The extra stuff, the extra paperwork. Ugh. Yeah, so it's that period of I hear people. Yeah, I used to hear people talk about how SEMA prior to that was all industry only, and it was really tightened down, and it was really more of a trade show.
More like PRI initially.
Yeah, I think so. I like PRI though. I had a good time at PRI.
When it was
in Orlando. What's that?
I wonder if they'll eventually start going back in that direction. And I just say that because I've seen SHOT Show, and a lot of what y'all are talking about is very similar to the SHOT Show experience.
Oh, SHOT Show is just as bad. Yeah, I've been to SHOT Show too.
I don't necessarily think that it's that bad. Well, on some level, there's some similarities to what you guys are talking about for sure, but they've really cracked down the last couple of years, since the cough anyway. Because we missed 1 year because of that, and it seems like they've really cracked down on the average person being in there, and just people gaming the system, not really being a part of the industry or whatever to get in, and the people that will start an Instagram account or a TikTok account to try to get in his media, and that way and have all access and not actually do anything. And then the parties, that's
the block parties were legend, man.
Yeah, the parties is who it's always been who for the good stuff. But there's been more and more and more parties added on, but the vast majority, kind of like you were saying, were just mainly open invite. If you could find the URL or somebody forward you an email or something like that, like you're in, but the good stuff is who they don't advertise that shit. So
well, it's an interesting thing, and I have noticed from talking to people who go to SEMA and PRI both, that PRI and SEMA both have gone back to being more of a business transaction sort of dynamic. And I think what's going to end up happening, and you can kind of see it starting to happen, is you're going to have the media influencer group so the plague of SEMA and SHOT have been
yeah,
the media the influencers, right? Like the gun tubers,
Hey
the
now.
car guys
Hey
that
now, fucker.
make
Watch it.
stupid videos.
Watch it. Watch it.
And
Getting
they're
awful close to those toes, man. Be careful
I know,
there.
I
Choose
know.
your words
stomp.
wisely.
It's
know.
time to stomp, baby. You ready?
Yeah. Look, I can dance on the pedals like nobody's business. So here's the deal: you have legitimate guys who work with the industry, that talk to people, that
Yeah. They work the
take
show. They actually work the show.
they legitimately set up a week's worth of meetings 3 months ahead of time.
Yep.
It's a legit deal for them. Those guys are different than the guys who
Hang out.
wait until the very last moment to even register, because it may not be worth it for them to go because such and such company's not going to be there, or
Well, it's not worth it.
they're not
For
going to get.
most of them, it ends up it's a self-defeating thing, because most of them that I see that they go, they complain that there's no they get no ROI on SHOT Show.
Mhm. Yeah.
But then you see them there and they do nothing but hang out and like,
Yeah.
oh, my buddy, and we're gonna go down to the bar here. We're gonna do, and we're like,
Right.
no, as long as the show floor is open, I've got work to do, bro. Like,
Yeah.
sorry.
Well, I think and it's probably a little different in the gun tuber world, but in the car tuber world, you have guys doing well now, of course. And I don't know. I heard that Vegas PD had really put the kibosh on it the last couple of years, but there was one year I went where it was like nonstop stupidity in the streets of Vegas from like 2 days before to about probably a week after the event, of people just being completely retarded in their cars doing really stupid things. And for content, right?
Right. 2017, 2018, one of those two was one of those for sure.
Yeah, probably really the worst. And it's really interesting because I had, of course, I stopped going in like 2016 because I didn't have a reason to. I retired, so, and I still got the invites, and but what I noticed with all of the social media guys is they were really it was really an interesting dynamic, because on the one hand you had the guys that would take meetings, that legitimately wanted to get the score on new product, that legitimately were trying to talk to manufacturers about, hey, can I get the new Corvette? Can I get the new Camaro? Can I get a test day in a GT3 RS? When you guys do that, if it's not too much trouble, can I get 10 minutes in the car? That's, there were the guys like that.
The go-getters.
Yeah, the guys that actually create content. And then you have the guys who are just, wannabe hoonigans that were out destroying nightlife in Vegas and even during the day. And it was, and that I think it may have peaked. And Vegas PD, to their credit, they've been really like active on that, but at the end of the day, I think that it just got, SEMA has to do something. And one of the things I think is being done, and I'm not in this world, so I'm outsider looking in, right? It seems to be that they're kind of creating a separate show for the tubers, for the influencers. So separate from actual SEMA.
What I was going to say is, the first show that I remember of SEMA, you'd have hordes of entourages of YouTubers, and it was the weirdest thing. So
weirdest fucking dynamic. It is.
I mean, we think of our filming and how much easier it is to film these days versus 10 years ago, however long ago, right? And that's actually where I think it comes down to, is you'd have this entourage of 10 people with this one YouTuber. One guy's doing audio, one guy's doing video. They're all walking backwards. You've got, a dude just randomly talking, and
that's their buddies that they got in under their media pass, basically. And that ain't, I mean, come on.
And then the whole point is, during their show, they're just doing the same overview as everyone else on every other thing. So if you look on YouTube for a given SEMA release date, day one, everyone posts day one videos, everyone posts day two videos, everyone posts day three videos, and they're all doing the same exact repetitive bullshit. And it's like, wow, how are you guys going to have an ROI or support the companies you're trying to talk to or create business attachments with this? Versus like my first time at SEMA, I was going to specific people that I'd been talking to online saying like, love you guys doing with this product. I'd like to know more in person. Let's have a meeting. And I would
Right.
do the meeting stuff, and the YouTube stuff that's completely irrelevant to me. And it's
Yep.
just never been
Yep.
a focal
Amen.
point of what I've been trying to do.
Yeah, that's my approach for any show, honestly. And I got a show next weekend actually. But so when you first start out, here's the thing is I think when you first start out as a content creator, that's tied into an industry. You go to these trade shows and that's just what you've kind of seen. It's just what you're kind of expected to film in a booth, interview, film, right? And eventually you realize exactly what you said is everybody else there with a media pass is filming too. Now, that doesn't mean that if you do some obscure things, show some love to some companies maybe that are not getting love, find some of those gems, hidden gems, and I tend to stay away from a lot of the big name companies just simply for that fact, right? But getting content has become totally secondary for me. Like my main goal is to go in to meet with the people at these companies, and especially with it being in January, try to set up the rest of the year. When you've
Yeah.
got this releasing this year, all right, when that releases, can you get one in my hands? Okay, cool. Hey, I've got the podcast and I got open spot for sponsorship in that. What does your budget look like for this year? What do you, that sort of conversations, right?
Yeah.
And then
Right.
secondary to that, because it costs money to go to these trips, obviously, I do content, right? I will do videos, but the way I do that is I, I set up, depending on the show and how many days, no more than 2 videos a day, right? And then usually like 2 to 5 videos a day, and then shorts anywhere from like 5 to 10 shorts a day, right? And I will sell that out as mid-roll ad packages to companies. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
To
get you.
going in to generate the revenue to cover the trip, right? To cover the cost of the trip. So the content I'm doing is not for the show or anything like that. That makes it easier because I typically will do content on the companies that I already have relationships with.
Yeah.
So it's easier to squirrel away that time to get get somebody to help you and get in front of the camera, to do all of that. It goes quicker because you're already familiar with that company, with those products, with those people. And so it's just a lot easier to crank that out. But again, that's totally secondary for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer John's question here, and then I want to talk about how I did SEMA and PRI and SHOT and all of the trade shows as a person who owned a shop, and because I was never really a media personality back then. When were ECUs introduced? My dad taught me about engines in the early mid '80s. Then I fell away until British touring cars in the mid 2000s. So I want to say the first of the aftermarket ECUs were probably like the early Electromotive Tech and Tech 2s, Tech 3s, Haltech, SDS. SDS might have been one of the earliest ones. Electromotive was probably the very first that you could just kind of buy because it was, and not have to build a lot of it yourself. The Electromotive used basically GM parts, and it had a writable EEPROM, and it was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. And it crashed a lot because what would happen is that since you're writing directly to the EEPROM, because we didn't have anything that we could do better back in the olden days, back when we had when we were programming in DOS, you would occasionally backwash garbage into the EEPROM and it would die, or if you disconnected power during the upload or download, it would die. It would brick. And so I can't tell you how many cars I saw that were at the racetrack would suddenly just not run
because of stupid things like the computer went to sleep while they were uploading. Because it took a while. It wasn't instant like it is now. Like we have it so good now. Like it's so good. Like it's crazy. So
Easy.
good. So easy. Like anybody can do it. Like even a caveman can do it. A caveman in a cave with rocks can do it. So
I always laugh at
yeah.
how much control we have to diagnose problems, and that's the main
It's
benefit of
the
a modern
main
ECU.
reason to even use an aftermarket ECU now,
Yeah.
because you can't get to so much of the factory stuff. And I used to tell people all the time, when I had the shop, especially when I was in Colorado, I would tell people all the time that what you really need, you don't need, you don't necessarily need an aftermarket ECU because it's going to make your car run better. It's probably not. You probably pretty optimized with whatever ECU you have in a car. But it's the diagnostic capability. And I would prove it every time because I could pull whatever they had in the car out and plug an AEM plug and play in and pull up the parameters and look here, you've got one injector that's pulling twice the load that it should. Why is that? Why is that happening? Oh, wait, your cam crank, you're getting count errors on your crank and cam sensors. Why is that? Do you have an air gap problem? Do you have what issue do we need to solve there? And it was so it was so eye-opening to people that they'd never even conceived of being able to do that. And I remember we were having a problem with the C5R at longer tracks like Road America. We had a Motec in it and an M800, I think. And is it an M8?
Probably.
I don't remember. It doesn't matter. They're all the same. I mean, it's just
Gold box.
Yeah, it was the gold. It was a gold box
Gold
that
box.
cost a lot of money, and
yeah.
and it's full Motec setup and best wiring, the best of everything. Is truly a fantastic vehicle, and that we had built. And GM wanted a GM. We kept telling GM we were having problems with the car overheating on long straightaways, and they were like, we've never had that problem. You're doing something wrong. Got an engine problem, tuning problem, something like that. So we were able to actually put a hysteresis together in data showing that on a long straightaway between the additional fuel pumps, the electric power steering, and a bunch of other things, when it was all running, it was drawing so much amperage that the alternator couldn't keep the battery charged enough, and so it was not firing the injectors accurately. It was actually leaning out on a long straightaway, and so you're sitting at wide open throttle for more than 18 seconds or whatever, and you could watch the fuel pressure drop, and you could watch the injector pulse go kind of erratic, and you could watch it in the hysteresis, and that heats an engine up. That's how that works. And they're like, that's odd. I'm like, yeah, what we need is a bigger battery. So we put a bigger battery in it, solved everything, right? The battery didn't have the storage capacity. You're like, no, it's perfect. Don't worry about it. It's good. Never had none of the other cars have this problem. The other cars were all running Motorsports ECUs from Bosch or I forget who GM was using at the time, but we were not using anything. And that's what they're basically telling us. Well, it's a tuning problem. You guys aren't using our stuff. So, whatever. You can't, it's obviously your problem. You don't know what you're doing. I'm like, well, I feel like we got a pretty good grip on it. But it was really great when you could just see it in the data, what was going on. And data doesn't lie. It can mislead you, but it doesn't lie. So, yeah. Yep. But, well, that was the C5R, old Joe. There was, I think the only GM parts in that car were the frame rails, which actually the roller came from GM, and then we built everything else. So there was no, and the body was from Dare Hog. I think the body at that time, this is like it's probably 2000. 2002, 2003. So it was a C5R. I want to say that the body for that car and those dollars was like 50 grand, 60 grand for the carbon fiber body. So it's pretty cool. But it was a really cool car. But, anyway, I digress.
Remember it in Gran Turismo, actually. They had a Gran Turismo A-Spec, the C5R. That's what you guys are working on.
We actually did so we took a Le Mans C5R 427 LS, which was, they only built like, I don't know, a couple of dozen of the engine blocks. And we got one and we put it in a 60 something split window Corvette. Your camera battery die?
No.
Okay. Okay. So it was really funny. We have this like, I don't know how much that engine block was. We put it in this very basically a resto mod, a Stingray Corvette. It was just so cool, man. It was just so cool. And the guy that did the work on it, he was really good. We flared it. It had big wheels and tires, total resto mod car, Motec, the whole deal. Such an awesome machine. The guy who owned it owned a Nissan dealership, and he actually loved that car more than he had one of the first R35 GTRs that came in the country, and he loved that Corvette way more. Have you ever drive a Viper? Yes, I've driven many Vipers. We used to race the Viper. I might even have a picture of a Viper. Hang on, let me see if I got see what I can see. I got a picture of a Viper. Seems like we won a championship with Tommy Archer in a Viper when I was at 3R. The Viper Comp Coupe. I did a lot with those, actually. I have a really good story about that. Now that nobody can do anything, I don't mind talking about a lot of this stuff because none of it matters, right? Like, it doesn't matter what I say because the people that are concerned with it, it just no longer matters. But like with the C5R, with the Viper ACR or the Comp Coupe, I think we were running the Comp Coupe, and the problem with the Comp Coupe is that first of all, it had a hydraulic driven engine fan. I'm not really sure why Dodge decided to do that, but they did. And I mean, it worked. It did its job, but it was one more failure point, and we didn't like it, so we took it out. We did some other stuff. We did a lot of airflow work with that car, and it was actually we really did a lot of really good stuff. But one of the things is that the cars they ran hot, and we got rid of that fan. That helped. We did a lot of the gold reflective tape, which we call bling. We blinged it out and tried to control all the heat that we could. And one of the kind of the interesting things with that specific car was the fact that we just never really felt like the radiator was quite big enough for the amount of power, especially when it was down, because we had a restrictor plate, because in theory, the car made too much power for the series. So we had a restrictor plate. When you start adding restrictor plates in, you can the car is now, it's not running at peak airflow, it's not running at peak anything, and now you can induce or introduce a hot running condition, and it's kind of what happened. It wasn't just that. I mean, it was a conglomeration of things, really. But anyway, so at the end of the day, we had this whole deal where we were trying to keep this car cool. We also had brake issue problems. So one of the things that I had been working on for the turbo cars was an automatic spray system for the intercooler that used a module to sense an impending 0 to 60 run or a launch, and it would spray down the intercooler before the launch. When it sensed that you were going to do that, You I think you revved it to over 5,000 RPM twice within X number of seconds. That indicated an impending 0 to 60 launch. And it would spray down the intercooler so that the evaporative effect would have enough time to chill the air. And that way, when you launched, you had nice, cool, dense air. And you could do pretty much, there was some other programming in there that allowed us to do it for passing as well. It would sense that you were going to pass a car, and then it would spray down, it would spray down the intercooler. And I was doing a lot of work with that stuff for another project. And so the race team guys, what they wanted to do was they wanted to take my sprayer tech and put it on the brakes and the radiator for the Viper. And I thought that was cool. And so they did that. And so they had a tank in the car that looked like any other tank. And the during the event, you're driving around, it sprays water on the radiator and on the brakes, depending on various sensor inputs. I'm kind of dragging this out, but the long and short of it was I think it was at Road America, which is a big track. It really beat everything up. And so we had this, sorry, I'm drawing a blank again. We had this, that was weird. We had this car set to go. Crap, I don't know what I'm got going on here. There we go. That's what happened. Anyway, so we had the car all set. They had the car running with the water injection and everything on it. Now, we weren't injecting it into the motor, but we were injecting it pretty much everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So, the long and short of it is that as they're running through, I think it was qualifying, the car comes off track, and there's a race official standing right next to our pit box talking to the team owner. And as Tommy comes in, this thing's had water being sprayed on it everywhere for a while. And all of a sudden the car comes to a stop, and water comes gushing out of the front of the vent, because we had been spraying so much water in there to keep it cool. It just flowed out like a wave. And fortunately, I guess maybe it had rained or something, and there were some puddles, and that somehow that poor official thought that we were actually, that what had actually happened was this, that it was not, we were not cheating, but we were actually, and we weren't cheating technically. We were just, it was a competitive advantage. But he didn't think anything about it. I thought it was hilarious. I was like, I can't believe this is our luck. So this is the Viper. This is one of the Vipers in question, the Comp Coupe. That's Phil McClure's car. This was at the Denver Grand Prix, and it was pretty cool. Pretty cool car. A lot of technology. You wouldn't think, if you look at it, you think, it's just a car. But there's a lot of really interesting technology in that car that we didn't necessarily share with Dodge. Because, well, first of all, I don't like Dodge. They're a bunch of, their competition department was a bunch of weirdo dudes. So I don't like those guys. And here's a Corvette. This is, I think this is while we had it. Yeah, it is. Let me do that. Whoops. Yep. Here's the Corvette. I don't remember where this was. There's the Corvette. Pretty cool. It's interesting how much of the Corvette, the C5 and C6Rs, how much is actually really functional. Because a lot of times on, like the R35, half the aero on that thing is just for looks. It doesn't make a fuck. Doesn't make a bit of difference. But like those brake ducts on the back of that C5R or the C5, dude, those things work. Like they work well. Like there's a lot of design into making those work. And then on the other side of that, even the mirrors, like we never even changed the factory mirrors because all the wind tunnel testing that we had, it was crazy how good they are. Crazy. It's nuts. So I'm
By the
going
way, on the wind tunnel subject, if anyone ever needs that sort of stuff, go to your local college, send them what you need done. And the aerospace or engineering
Yeah, yeah.
students are always like, "Oh, yes, please, more of
Right.
that." Because
Yeah,
they would
something
love
that's
to
not
do that sort
boring.
of processing work for you as an assignment for their class. They get credit, you get work for either cheap or free, and then they'll usually have access to, like, I had a professor at San Jose State, she owned her own wind tunnel. And so,
Nice.
yeah. So that was like, that's her actual job, and then the fact that she's an educator is her secondary job. I'm like, oh, let's add some
Yeah.
perks to it. So
Yeah.
just want to put that out there. I'm sure a lot of you guys are trying to do your own projects in some fashion, right? And nothing beats good data. And if you can get a bunch of people behind you backing up the validity of your data, that's a
Yeah.
win in my book, especially if it's cheap.
Yeah, I mean, the more data you have, the better you are. I mean,
And
you're going to be a lot faster, right? But also
Mhm.
just starting out the car. Let me see if I can. I don't know if this is going to come through very well. Let me. I'll try though.
So on
Let's
that
see.
subject, I actually made a whole list of videos. I put like, I want to say 12 videos together for
Yeah.
fundamentals of EFI. So people who are just starting to get into this stuff and maybe not quite the engine calibrated level, but something to where diagnosing or how to use an ECU or the main functionality of that, like the question we had earlier was, well, when is the first ECU? The whole point of this stuff is to give us a better grasp of how to control an engine. And it's just a it's just like anything else in life. You want to know more so you can push and find limitations safely.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that's a pretty good. That's pretty good. I've had I've just had a lot of I've had a lot of people over uh, many decades, honestly, that they don't have any idea, like they've none, and yet they make decisions about things based on. Well, I have no idea what, to be honest with you. That they maybe what makes them feel good, what somebody
the warm
tells
and
them,
fuzzies.
the warm and fuzzies,
Yeah.
and I mean, and I've had actual conversations with people that have like literally the power to, and this transcends a lot of different worlds, right? Like it transcends, like um,
Here,
well,
I've got a
like
perfect story for you
yeah,
in
go
that
ahead. Well,
regard.
I'm looking for I'm looking for something. I'm going to show
You're
you
looking for
the
that photo.
yeah.
I got two pretty good ones to go along with what you're about to say. So one, I actually had an ex-client contact me. This is one of the few that was like set up the car in person here. He went out to a drift competition, immediately had issues, and I'm like, really? Okay. And he goes, blames it on the tuner, me. And
Sure.
I
Why
go
would he
back
not?
through all of our data, and I'm like, you told me this engine was studded, doweled, dynamically balanced, and you wanted a red line of this RPM based on what you had given me. I have everything in this sheet right here. Talk to the engine
Yeah.
builder, who's the local little Hawaiian, and I'm like, did you perform the work that you said you performed? Because this is what he had told me. This is
Yeah.
what you told me that or that's what he told, or you told him, whatever it was.
Is the
And
guy I mentioned earlier?
yeah,
Oh, okay. All right.
and I'm like, do you realize that this guy's never made an engine over 400 horsepower, period? And you're telling me this is now rated for 500 horsepower minimum. You've got all these things done to it as far as machining services go to improve the strength of an engine. And then now you've also dynamically balanced it. Who'd you send it out to? And I call all their bullshit. So, in other words, I had set up this car, uh, came out perfect. as far as like the tuning goes. But if it's got a limit of
It's got a limit.
9,500 RPM and it spins bearings, they're like, oh, the tuner spun my bearings. I'm like, how in the world can a tune of an engine spin a bearing? That's insane. That's a factor of oil pressure and balance.
Actually, in the LS you can, but not in a rotary. I'll agree with you in the rotary. But
I guess if you have ignition retard hard enough and fast enough, yes.
So there's a version of the LS block. They have like a bunch of different versions, and they have the crank oiling point is in it's just in a bad place. And so basically where it's pushing the oil in, where it's basically injecting the oil, by the time it comes around and it fires, there's not enough hydrostatic
Film
bearing
strength.
there left, right? There's no film strength. And you could actually, I kid you not, that we would take apart engines and we could tell you how much timing the engine was running, because it would stamp the bearing.
Right.
And so if you didn't know that, right, and you were, and so, all right, so we're pushing maybe like 500, 600 horsepower out of these engines. But let's say that you're a little bit wilder, right? And you put a blower on it, or you put a pair of turbos, and all of a sudden you're making 800, 900,000 horsepower. And you start wondering why main bearings start blowing out of it. Well, I know why. Because you have revision, C++ or 8 or whatever they call that revision of the block is an early block. This is like 2003. You have one of those blocks and it's not been modified or updated to properly feed the oil in. And if you try and make more power, well, now you're changing that timing point, and not only that, but you're hitting it even harder. And the harder you hit it, if you don't have that hydrostatic layer there, you're going to beat the bearing out of it 100% every time. And that's main bearings. That's not even rod bearing. That's main bearings gone. Like, and we actually had the issue where we ran the engine without the restrictor plate. And so, and that was basically a 700 horsepower engine. And we had extreme main bearing wear. I'm like, what the fuck? And of course you go immediately back. Well, maybe we're running too much timing. Maybe we're running too, maybe we're firing this thing off a little too strong. Maybe we're maybe too much timing, maybe not enough timing. Maybe we're running too lean. Maybe we're running too much compression. I mean, all of the things you go through your head, like what am I doing wrong? It's not what you did wrong at all. It's that you have revision whatever, and you didn't know it, and that's what happened. So that, but yes, but in a rotary, yes, I agree with you. In a rotary, well, I've seen guys. So I actually, I have a experience where there was a local guy who built, not local to me where I'm at now, local to me in another location. But I knew who he was, and I knew that he had never actually built a racing engine of any kind. Rotary, 4-cylinder. He just never built any kind of racing engine. And a lot of people always thought of me more as a tuner, or maybe the ramrod, the boss guy, or whatever. I'm the overseer, but they forget that I built all of the engines. I built all of the chassis at some point in my life. Like I did all of it, so I understood all of it. And they had this engine break a rear stack gear. I said, well, there's something wrong. You're breaking rear stack gear. How high are you spinning it? And we're only spinning at 9,500. Well, you should never break a stack gear at 9,500. What's going on? I mean, if you're going to go 10,000 or so, you need the hardened stack gears, but you're not in that. Well, it's got the multi-window bearings. I'm like, are you sure it's got multi-window bearings? Because it sounds like what you've got is you don't have multi-window bearings, and your tuner sucks, right? No, everything's great, and it, whatever. And so they brought me the engine. I tore it down. No multi-window bearings. It looked like they had been running. It looked like they were running some kind of distributor system with a split ignition and it looked like the front rotor was maybe 10 degrees advanced of the rear. So the engine was trying to tear itself apart the whole time that it was going. And that sets up a vibrate. And I think that's what was breaking the stat gear, is that and I understand that you already know what I'm talking about, but for those in the audience, if I've got this one firing 10 degrees ahead of this one then gets fired and pushes hard on that. And so it's constantly out of balance. It's constantly inducing a vibration and a torsional load that it should. Now the torsional load's kind of irrelevant. That's, I think, not really a thing, but the vibration, the harmonic that it sets up, that's what breaks hardened steel stat gears. Right. And I really think that's what it was. And they argued with me for weeks about what it was. I said, so I put everything back right, like it should be. The other problem is that they had the rotors were, and of course the motor was only turning 10,000 RPM. So it wasn't like it needed to be like super awesome balanced or anything, but the rotors they had never been balanced, and they were within a letter grade, but it really should have been the same. And there's a lot of stuff. There's like, you said that you built a race engine, and what you did is you threw a pile of parts together and called it a race engine. That's what you did.
Yep.
And which is fine.
And did you notice the tolerancing on everything? If you blueprinted, is all way too tight for all its spec.
Well, I know that I did notice that when they because I have a real thing about crank end play. And I did notice when I took it apart that the crank end play was like super tight, like right at spec. And I'm like, man, it seems awfully tight.
Not going to work. Not going to work for high RPM.
It's going to be bad. And
I was going to say, with high RPM stuff, and with balance, natural aspiration, you can handle all the high RPM stuff because you're not making any torque. When you're going boosted, and now you've got all that load to go with it, that RPM limit has to go down. Right. And when you change to an aftermarket, let's say flywheel and aftermarket counterbalance weight, well, that's a kind of a stamped basic part, and it's not precise, and it's not identified to that engine. So again, your balance can be even further out than factory when you go to do that. And there's a lot of factors to when you go to blueprint a motor. If it's a race motor, what's very likely going to happen, the case is that everything is too tight. And so you want to be on the looser end of tolerances to let things grow as thermally.
I did that in street engines too. So when I did a lot of 4G63 engines, I mean, I did a lot. One of the things is I had a very specific set of tolerances because I knew that these motors would make up to 1,000 horsepower. Right. I knew that they would. Now, typically the average customer to get in the 500-600 horsepower range, and then they ran out of money. But there were the guys out there that I was like, these guys can spend enough that they could get in that danger zone, right? So, and I had a very specific set of tolerances, and I would literally, if the machine shop sent me back something that wasn't what I said it should be, I'd take it back over and make them redo it until it was exactly what I wanted.
Yeah, you told me about this in one of our old videos. Actually, you said this exact thing.
Yeah, I just can't. I cannot stress enough that if it's not right, it's not right. And what's going to happen is it's going to be fine. And then one day somebody's going to turn the boost up. And if it's worn enough, it doesn't matter, right? If it isn't worn enough, if it's a new motor, it has a high likelihood of locking up when you turn it off. And then it'll unlock, and then you'll be like, oh, okay, it was, whatever. I actually had a Volkswagen engine do that on the track once, or at a track event once. And so I've never forgotten about it. So there's a very specific set of tolerances. And if it doesn't happen, then you can't use it. You just can't use it. Just don't do it. It's a bad idea.
So show us here on your intake manifold setup here with the restrictor plate. And
Well, this is actually for an airplane.
Crescent.
This is for an airplane. This is for my airplane, actually. And so this is obviously my boost comes in here, right? We have just a simple slide throttle because all we're, it's a steady state engine. And we're actually controlling RPM mostly with boost anyway, or manifold pressure. So, and then it comes into the intercooler here. It comes, we have our injectors here instead of down in here. And this is just, this was originally intended to be the factory manifold cut and machine to take tubing. But I'm very torn about having a friend of mine machine me up either a CNC'd lower intake with blended pipes or just a plate and then do sheet metal to make it all work. I'm kind of torn on it, but this is going to be the setup for my airplane.
If you can do the CNC, you're going to be better off based on the warpage caused from building off the plate.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to have the issues. Like the CX
I could go down
a
serious rabbit hole with building sheet metal intake manifolds and how people fuck those up. But that's a, I can do that. I can go into the minutia and it's really boring for the rest of the people. So this is the last, this is the last one of these I'm going to talk about. Let's talk about something exciting. Maybe we'll get my audience
Pikes
back.
Peak, baby.
It's Pikes Peak week. I heard Rob Dahm blew up his power steering pump on the first day.
Yay!
Actually, he blew it up in testing prior to the first day, and he had to buy one locally. Actually, I think he bought one from a friend of mine. One of my actually like a really good friend of mine, and hopefully he's back in. I know you and Rob have butted heads, pretty hardcore.
Many times.
And I actually like Rob. But I think I have a different understanding of Rob than you do. I look at Rob as like he's like.
I will say the positives. Here, I'll go this.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you do it.
He is a media genius. He's done an incredible job with the way that he presents himself. He shows the failures. I like that. These are good qualities. And I think my main takeaway and why I'm not a huge fan of Rob, which at times I definitely was, is, guys, if you have all of these companies able to offer you help, free help, parts, help, whatever it is, and you continue to make amateurish mistakes, it makes everyone else that you're associated with look like a freaking idiot. And I feel like Rob should be smart enough now to have, I don't know, a more polished finish for what he's doing. And I will be on the side that I don't think he ever approaches things in a very polished way. It's late to this event, shows up broken. Certain things are just like, if you weren't making the videos and you weren't trying to steal someone's CNC information, or you weren't trying to do whatever else, copying and pasting from this, you could be getting things done.
I don't know. I'm interested to hear more about the copy paste and the stealing the CNC information, because I haven't seen that part of it. I don't pay close enough attention, so I'm interested in hearing about that. But let me throw this out there, because this is something I see going on with actually several different types of creators. And I don't think Rob is immune from this. Rob, if everything goes smoothly, it's not good content. To me and you, it would be great content, right? But to him, it's not good content. So he kind of, even when it goes smoothly, and I've picked up on this, because now I'm going to be 100% here. I don't watch all of his videos. I don't care enough. I catch one or two a year, if that. I like him because when I have interacted with Rob, he's been very polite. He's very nice. He's very genuine. And I just don't have a problem with them. And I kind of feel like I understand the beast that he is. And so I just don't concern myself with him too much. And I think that he's figured out that there's only so much he can do with this clumsy content creation kind of shtick that he has. And now he's going into, he's trying to do actual racing, and he's doing actual activities that require performance, and that's forcing him to change in the way that you I'm sure appreciate him to change. He has to do it. My two biggest critiques of Rob up to this point is he surrounded himself with idiots, people that in the industry were questionable at best, and to some were outright jokes.
I mean, straight up thieves at some of them.
Right. And I think the one that bothered me the most was Abel, or however you say his Abel, whatever, however you say his name.
On that tangent, if you pay attention to WPC, the treatment, and Moto IQ, and their little
I called them out
projects
on
going on, the marketing along with Abel on that is a very interesting thing. If you follow the money, there's some spicy stuff going on in there.
So I have an interesting take on this. When Paul, who I cannot pronounce his last name, Huzanga, whatever, PNG, was editor of Moto IQ. He was the guy in charge. He offered me the job of editor for. Well, Paul was like in charge of the company that runs Moto IQ or whatever, the media end of it. And he was looking for an editor for Moto IQ, and he offered me that job, and I just didn't have the interest. Like I got about halfway through writing up a resume to send it to him, and I just quit. I was like, not interested. I don't want to do it. And now I think my friend Mike Kohima is the editor at Moto IQ.
Mike's brilliant. Mike's really nice.
Yeah, Mike's really great. Yeah, I like Mike a lot. But I kind of called the guy who's doing the 1,000 horsepower rotary build thing out. I called him out on the WPC and all of that. I said, look, it probably helped. Huh?
He WPC'd rotors, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, well, how do you expect to hold an apex seal or side seal when you have no friction or minimal friction? Well, these things need to have friction to operate.
Yeah.
A brake pad without any sort of texture to it. How's that going to work?
I called him out more on the fact that I just don't believe that it's a worthwhile treatment to be trying to sell people. And I don't like snake oil. So yeah, I don't like snake oil sales. Like, look, if it's a legit thing, like I'm a huge proponent of coatings. I'm one of the few that has gone out on record and said, I've coated this, I've coated that, it worked or it didn't work or whatever. You can go back and look where I've said, this is what I think you should do. And this is how I think you should do it. And I get called out on it all the time. And I'll say, I'll stand by it. I tested that. I know it works. And if you haven't tested it, shut the fuck up. Which has kind of always been my attitude, right? Now, my problem with them is they had never tested it, and the way they were testing it as well, it worked in his Mustang. I'm like, well, okay, that's great. Worked in a Mustang,
not rotary,
but it's a whole different deal, and we don't know that it's going to work. And now I think they're rebuilding. Now they're building another motor or something like that. I haven't followed it too closely. My problem was, look, I like Abel, right? I like him. I think he's funny. He's been in the game a long time. He's done really some incredible things over the years.
A lot of opportunities.
But I feel like that the last 10 years, something's changed. Could be the organization. Could be that he's just a figurehead and somebody else is running the company. Dude, I don't know. I can't. It's hard for me to criticize because I don't fucking know. But what I do know is that people have been very upset with the work that's been put out. Very vocally upset. It seems like good shops or good shops with potential to be good go onto these YouTube, get associated with these YouTube personalities, and the next thing you know, all their work turns to shit.
Oh.
And they're more interested in being on camera or sounding like they know what the fuck they're talking about than actually putting out good product and all of that. And it's not just in it's in every motorsports community, every single dynamic, every Corvette shop has that going on. Every or not every Corvette, every, the Corvette community has it going on with, what are tremendously good shops, very good names. All of a sudden they're putting out shit work because they're too overly concerned with their social media domination program that they got going on. So to tie that back into Rob, I think Rob, because I've noticed the last few videos that I've actually watched of Rob, there's always a couple of dudes, and you know who I'm talking about. There's always a couple of dudes in the picture that Rob kind of like asks for advice, or hey, what do you think about this? And I'm like, why would you ask that guy? That guy still fucking thinks a carburetor's the way to roll. Like literally, I see these guys arguing for 12As, like, why are you talking to this guy about this, right? And what bugs me about it is I think Rob's actually really fucking smart. I mean, look at what he's doing with the W motor, right? With the 16 rotor. Look at that. Look what he's doing with that. Thing's gonna be badass. Or 12 rotor, whatever it is. That thing is, and the way he put it together, I think it'll run. I think he paid attention to all the things that I think should be paid attention to. But he did it by himself, like 90% of it by himself.
Well, Tyson, who did the initial design,
yeah,
really did.
No, I meant the rebuild, right? The rebuild, he didn't really let anyone else kind of get into that, and I think that it's
he deserves a lot of credit for that. I'm saying both Rob and Tyson. Well,
right.
There was a lot of intricacies that Rob handled, and I said, that's the side that I want to see more of Rob. That's exactly what we want to see.
But what I don't want to see personally, this is not. Look, I'm not being overly critical of Rob here. I like Rob. I like his content when I see it. I don't want to see, these old school rotary guys kind of trying to sneak into the picture to make themselves relevant again when they're literally not. They're not being accurate. To me, accuracy matters, right? Like, I don't care if I'm wrong, right? If you can show me where I'm fucking wrong, okay, great, I'm wrong. But to just say this is the way it needs to be, and that's it, that always rubs me the wrong way, man. Like, literally every time.
Data will teach us. And if you don't listen to an engine and know what that needs, then you have an issue. If you're not reading spark plugs and telling me why this is burning a certain way, then there's an issue. And I feel like because tuning has become so simple and easy for everyone to do, that the basics and the fundamentals of how things are going, that's where they're missing out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let me just put it out there, man. I just think that Rob by himself makes great content. He's a great guy. He's trying to include these because now I think the problem is that he went from Atlanta-ish, wherever he was, like he was in
Michigan.
Well, yeah, but he was working, like all of his cars went to Atlanta. Like his Lamborghini went to I think Atlanta when it crashed it. And I didn't think he was in Michigan. Maybe it was Michigan. I don't know why he would send his Lamborghini all the way to Atlanta, but maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I could be thinking of somebody else. A lot of guys with Lamborghinis now. But I just think that he's too much into the California car scene, and that scene is so fake, man. It's just so fake. Like what's that girl, Amelia? What is her name? Hartford, yes, thank you. Like, what? I mean, I can't even get. I mean, and she does a lot of her own work in the videos, but how much of that is like complete garbage? But at least she is accurate. She's good enough that I think that she tries to be accurate. And when she doesn't know, she just says, "I don't fucking know."
That's a great quality.
That's a great quality. I think that's the best quality ever.
That's
I like
favorite.
Rob. Do you know what he brought to the hill? Do you know what he brought? I don't know.
Didn't he bring his 3-rotor? The black car that was originally built by so and so, and then he's redone every step of that thing. So what I remember is he has an RSX Motorsport ABS on it. Back when I was at Grid Life in Laguna Seca, he was there. He showed up late.
He always does.
always late.
It's this bullshit. Like Caswell used to do that shit. He's not even relevant anymore. But he would do that same shit, like, and he did it on fucking purpose. Like I know he did. He'd have 4 weeks to get ready, and he would
last
sit
2
there.
days are crunch days.
Oh yeah, the last 2. Oh yeah, it's, now we got 2 days to build a whole fucking car. I'm like, the fuck are you doing, man? Like I would literally call these guys up and be like, "Hey, Caswell, what's going on, man? Oh yeah, we're going to the beach today." And I'm like, "Do you have a fucking race to get ready for?" "Oh yeah, no, it'd be fine." 2 days before, it's like, "Oh shit, now I got to find a hood for whatever year BMW that doesn't fucking exist anymore." And does anybody have one? Does anybody know where I could get one for cheap? Because I can't really afford to pay. There's no budget on this, but he's not relevant anymore because people got tired of that shit.
Yeah,
right. Like people just don't get.
I just feel like it's an old shtick. It can be done better.
Right. And I think that's where my problem with Rob has to change that. And I feel like that he knows he needs to, but he just falls back into it. And then he'll he did. One of the best videos I think I ever saw him make was when he pulled the 4-rotor out and was doing donuts in his industrial complex. Like that was one of the best videos, and just burning the tires off of that thing. And it was just impromptu. And it wasn't like, "Oh, we got 2 days to get the car ready. Let's, and it's in boxes over here." It's like, "Oh yeah, we're going to roll this thing out of the shop. And, the weather's not that great. It's kind of cool, but it's great for the turbo, bad for the tires. Let's go do some burnouts." That was fucking great.
That was the Hoonigan video where he has it chained up to a crate. And that was actually a failure, if I recall, because it's supposed to be able to do it by itself. The all-wheel drive system was supposed to be mimicking Ken Block's setup.
Yeah.
To where it can do an all-wheel drive burnout.
Not that video. Not that video. This one's like him and his guys, and at the end of it, they loaded up on a trailer, I think, to take it to Hoonigan. But they just like roll it out of his shop, and it's just so impromptu. It's like one of the best videos that he's done.
That's how it's supposed to be. Lively. Yeah. That's perfect. I think
and it was just like this isn't great conditions. Like it's kind of dark. It's I think it was kind of cool, which is great for the turbo, but crappy for the tires that he had on there. And it's like, we'll just go do some burnouts. And they would have a little problem. Like, "Oh yeah, we got to fix this. The guys are fixing it right now," and whatever. And I just really enjoyed that more. I enjoy that type of video
rawness.
From him.
That's the rawness that I think he needs to bring back to. And for everyone asking in the chats, it's Rob Dahm, who has a 4-rotor, bunch of other.
He's got a 4-rotor that's basically the same car as. It's basically a Hoonicorn, but instead of a V8, it's got the 4-rotor in it. And Rob literally, like, he admitted that he blew up pictures of the Hoonicorn and would like go buy those parts. Like the whole gearbox and everything.
What's cool about that is, if I recall, and I could be incredibly wrong on this, but he was smart enough to make the decision that I would have done, is contact the people who built it. Be like, "Hey, I'm looking to do something similar. Can you help me out? This is what I want to do."
Yeah.
And what he reminded me of is what I did at Lucra, is we would go and like take these pictures of something and then scale it in 3D print and be like, okay, now that we see this, we can zoom into this one portion, we can CAD this, reverse engineer it off of these
Mhm.
pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a 17-inch wheel, so we know this is going to be this. Here's our standard to go off of. And that sort of
Yeah.
engineering is really fun. And I think
Yeah.
that it's cool seeing his engineering and his passion coming out. I really do enjoy seeing that
Literally
stuff.
copied the entire rocker suspension, like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like and when he took the hood off and showed Ken Block in the video, I think legit that was the first time Ken had ever seen it, and he's like, "This is just like my unicorn." That was
That's awesome.
great. Yeah, but anyway, so I mean, so he has the 4-rotor unicorn style car. He's got the 3-rotor, which is just I mean, it's pretty rad, but it's a nice 3-rotor
20V
job.
big turbo, basic car.
Yeah.
Super basic.
Yeah, and but it's well done. I don't want to take anything away from that. It's well done, and
it's a record holding car too. I think it has
and
the
he's built it
fastest
like
half mile.
4 times. Yeah, I think, and he's built it like 4 times because he'll blow it up, or he'll, there'll be something that's just not quite right, which is how this kind of thing goes, right? And then I think he's got a 2-rotor and by the way, all these cars look alike. They're all black. Like I don't think he buys any other color, or if he buys it and it's red, he paints it black. So they all look alike. So like the only way you can tell the 4-rotor car is that literally it's stretched like 8 inches, like 8 or 10 inches stretch in the hood. If you saw it from the back, you wouldn't know. Like you don't know if that's the 4-rotor car or if that's a 3-rotor car. And I think he's got a 2-rotor that's a solid turbo car, or he did have. I don't know if he still has that. And then he has the C5 Corvette that they put
the rotary swap. I think that's really cool.
That is actually really cool. And now a couple of guys have done that. I saw a video of one the other day that is, I don't believe is his. I don't think the Vet is black. I think the Vet's silver or something like that. I forget what color it is, but the Vet is cool. And then he's got something else. I forget what it is, but he's built a stable of high-end, high-performance rotary cars that push the envelopes of engineering. Not that it hasn't been done before. Like there's a lot of 3-rotor cars out there. There's probably 2 in my hometown. There's a dozen of them in California. There's probably 2 dozen of them all up and down the East Coast. It's not that they're unusual, but he has done them in a different way, right? And the 4-rotor, he's on like revision 8 or 9 of the motor. He just constantly is fucking with that thing. Constantly.
Well, I mean, if you think of who's advised and helped for the tuning aspect, at least from what I can see, when I look at the data that he's showing, I'm like, there are so many things incorrect. And one of the videos he actually posted up was like, oh, here's my ignition, here's my fueling, here's this. And I'm like, holy shit, I would not run this on this car. It's just so far off from what it would be from optimized.
Yeah.
And, if you're being taught these ways as these are being right, then whatever. But if you actually go out there and you try learning it, which I think he is definitely trying to do at this point at all different levels, which I can appreciate.
I think he's tired of listening to people. I think that I get that he doesn't want to bite Abel or any of those guys, right? I know that he doesn't want to be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what he is trying to do is I think he's trying to learn all of it himself so he can do it himself. So I'm not critical of his fueling. I'm not critical. Look, the car's making good power. It's holding together. When it does fail, he tracks down why it failed and he'll show you. He'll be like, this is where we had too much timing. This is where we had not nearly enough timing. We had a shit ton of fuel and we just torched through an apex seal. Like he'll tell you that. It's what happened. That's admirable.
I like that part.
And I think my biggest problem with Rob really, and I've heard this echoed a lot, is that he comes off, as we talked about earlier, as kind of fake, kind of drama, kind of, it's fine. But if he brought the 3-rotor to, and I think it is the 3-rotor actually.
It is a 3-rotor with the ABS kit and There's a lot of good technical stuff going on. It's a fully kitted out haul tech. You should have
So,
a good chassis for it, you know?
yeah, he's doing the hill climb. So we were the last turbo rotary car to do the hill climb. So now he's doing it. So he'll be the last. So
Oh, I was going to go this year myself, but I'm still waiting on wire harnesses. So that
yeah,
was going to be really fun. I was going to go for my birthday and just kick ass up there and enjoy it.
yeah.
But
So you've been building your car for a while now. What's up with that, man? What's going on?
there's certain things that I know there's a better professional out there than I am for certain things, and that's what I wait for. And I wish that more people could understand that because we can't do it all ourselves, or maybe we can, but there's going to be someone better than you at anything.
Mhm.
I know that for tuning, I know that for any aspect of life, right? And I'm just being patient. The work that the guy has done so far for the engine harness is like, could not have imagined a better job. It perfect lengths, perfect build quality, flexibility, strength, fully sealed, very good. So
Mm.
to clarify, I'm waiting on wiring. My car has two EC Master PMU 16 Auto Sports, which is like a body control module, all solid state. I've had these now for probably 5 years in the car. And so there's no fuses, no relays in the whole car. And it's 83 Mazda RX-7 with completely custom geometry front rear suspension, a crazy built semi-peripheral port half bridge with controlled and staged intake, a huge Garrett G42 1200 compact turbo, and a wild V-mount setup that I put together. It's probably rated about 2200 horsepower on the intercooler. So we'll have ample cooling on the whole thing, dual oil coolers, huge circle track radiator, big old brushless spall fans. Um, I've got a fuel cooler because E85 loves to be running cold, makes a huge difference. And staged brushless pumps, surge tank in the back because having an internal surge tank that brings your slight pressure head before your pumps is going to be amazing for hard cornering. And yeah, I've kind of, I guess, had to fight into an industry that no one ever built a first gen RX-7 to any extent, really. It was the cheap everyman's car. So every step of that way, I had to go reverse engineer something or adapt something else to make it work.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I had a bunch of I actually had a few of those cars that was really bad. Um, I never actually had a good first gen, I don't think. Um, I had one that we put the FC front subframe under,
mhm.
and that made like a massive difference. But
Yeah.
it still had problems. Um, Anthony Woodman at one point in time, I don't think he does anymore, but he made a set of front control arms for it that were really good, and they were somewhat adjustable. And but I think he quit making them. They're probably like horrendously expensive to make. Like probably took like a week to make a pair or something. So probably not worth it. And he's been in business for like a fucking long time. He's probably like I'm ready to call it. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. I did notice that he's still making parts, and I guess he makes parts now for the Miatas,
Mhm.
like engine mounts and stuff. So that's pretty interesting. That dude's been around a long time, but most of his business, he used to supply parts for Mazda Comp.
Factory.
Yeah,
The mhm.
yeah, he was the guy, and
Yep.
so yeah, it was pretty interesting. But yeah, anyway, talking about Rob. So if he's running a 3-rotor at Pikes Peak, he's going to do pretty well. He's going to get a good time. As long as he doesn't fly off the side of the mountain, he'll be all right. So,
I mean, his driving hasn't looked great, but I just hope he takes his time and understands driver feel eventually. That would be good.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's. Do you know who Cody Loveland is?
Mhm.
I like Cody a lot. Love Fab Engineering.
Beautiful looking car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the latest version. It
The
definitely looks good.
latest. I saw the one, I want to say a year or two ago.
Yeah, the Enviat.
Yes.
You know, so he's one of those guys that I actually I've tried to be his friend a couple of times, and I like him. I think he's a good guy, but his life is so erratic
Mm.
that, or it was, it's crazy. So he the first year he came to the Peak, where me and a bunch of other like veterans were like, you're bringing something that is like way over your head, bro. Bring something else. And he went
Stock
flying.
Miata.
He almost killed himself like the first year. Like he almost killed himself the first year. So he had that NSX based version of the Enviat, which was a true. I think it started out as an NSX, or it was a tube frame that they put a NSX ish body on, and he almost killed himself. And his girlfriend at the time, or his wife, maybe, I'm not really sure. The woman he was with at the time, Tabitha Lore, she had, because we're on, this is on, a lot of this was public on Facebook, where there was a group of us saying, hey, this is a serious event. People, come very close to dying, and nobody's died in a while, and we would like to keep it that way. But what you're talking about bringing, which was this like 1,000 horsepower street car with a carbon fiber body on it, like this doesn't sound smart, right? Like none of this sounds like a good idea for Pikes Peak. Like I'm not even sure they're going to let you pass tech. But then I realized they would, because he had so much social media following and the car looked okay. And I was like, they're going to let that fucker run. But even before he showed up, I'm like, what's going to happen is he's going to pass tech, and it's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad. So, and he crashed that car. He did. He drove it right off side of the mountain, right off side of the mountain. And I don't know how bad he got hurt, but it was not a good plan. And this is how I feel about Rob Dahm. Right? Like his car is a good car. It's a good street car. It's not a race car, bro. It's not. It's
When
not
you're
meant.
at 14,000 feet elevation and your cooling capacity for your brakes hasn't been tested, oops.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, your cooling package that worked amazing at sea level, which is where he's at.
Yeah,
Your
that's
cooling
the
package
biggest
needs to be
problem.
about 3 times larger. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Well, if he's running 85, he should be pretty close to okay if he's got a reasonable radiator. So when we ran my car, first of all, when we ran the car at I don't know if I have any pictures of it, but I mean I have pictures of the car in tech. I just don't know which file they're in, so it'd take me a minute to find them. But when we ran
Shane T just posted air density information and relative humidity and everything. And I was laughing because I'm like, if these guys don't have cooling packages this year, they're screwed.
Well, I'm telling you, man. So literally, when every year everybody overheat, all the new guys overheat.
Yeah.
Every year. So we went up and we were running E85, and I had a massive radiator. Let me see if I can. I'm just
getting us.
Just for kicks, I'm going to pull this up because it's funny. And so we had this deal where we had this deal with the RX-7, the Turbo RX-7 for Pikes Peak, that didn't originally intend to run it at Pikes Peak, but I had a guy who wanted to rent it, and it was we dynoed that car at 490 at like 13 or 14 pounds of boost, and had plenty of fuel, and we're running on E85, and it was great. It was a good car. Really, really like no problems with that car. Car ran pretty good. and all it needed was 490 horsepower, right? Because it didn't weigh anything. I think the entire car weighed with driver weighed like 2,200 pounds or 2,100 pounds or something like that. It was like super light for an RX-7 with a cage in it and everything. And but the radiator and intercooler setup was pretty interesting. I'll share this. We never had any problems. Like the entire week, everybody else was struggling with cooling. I never had any problem with cooling. And you're gonna laugh. The fan isn't even hooked up in this. This is pretty funny. The fan is on it, but it's not wired in or anything. I just stuck it there just in case. I never needed it. So yeah.
So I very specifically said driver feel when it came to Rob. And growing up in the mountains where I'm at, so you remember San Jose, look, we have 3 different mountain ranges. So we've got Calaveras, Santa Cruz, and then we have kind of like that in-between range, which is the Diablo range, right? So technically, we've got that, and we've got a little bit southern of that, and it's because I grew up in the mountains, and I'm driving underpowered cars. Maybe front-wheel drive specifically will get you a very good feel for this. We're always grip limited, despite what your setups are. When you're in a mountain pass and you've got gravel, leaves, all sorts of debris on the road constantly, twisty, turny back roads, right? You develop feel and communication from the chassis, and you start saying like, okay, you have to warm things up. Like your suspension is going to operate differently when it's cold versus hot. Your brakes are going to operate differently cold versus hot. All these things come into play differently when you just first start driving the car versus if you overdrive the car or if you have been driving the car moderately throughout the whole day. Things will loosen up or become almost a better overall cohesion with how the car is running. So like I could run a run on a bunch of different mountains. The first hour the car would do one thing. Now once things start moving around and joints start moving, the next hour is completely different on the chassis feel. And as well as driving, your inputs are now becoming more attuned to what the chassis is needing. So the way that I've seen people drive, I can usually see a very good driver or a very bad driver very quickly. And this person does not have driver feel. They do not understand what is happening underneath them in a dynamic standpoint.
Yeah. So what we're looking at here is the front of the Pikes Peak RX-7. Now, the first thing you notice is the fact that I've cut the entire inner fenders out and put in 10-inch wide tubs. So we could run 10-inch wide, even with the flares, we could run 10-inch wide front wheels and 10-inch wide rear wheels and not have any rubbing issues, no matter how low we went, no matter how much bump we had, no matter whatever. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of room. So that was the first thing you notice. The second thing is this frame is aluminum, and this holds the entire cooling system because if we needed to pull the motor out, I didn't want to have to like take 10,000 things out of the way. We never did, but if we needed to, it's very quick. This tube is stainless steel. Now, we only used rubber for the mounts where they interfaced.
Yep.
Other than that, I wanted every inch of cooling I could get my hands on. Like literally every inch.
And it's good that you say that because that's exactly what I decided on for my car a decade ago. Yeah. More stainless steel surface area is going to cool better than if you had just a standard radiator hose.
Could have used aluminum here, but I like stainless steel. It's just a thing for me. And then of course the intercooler pipes are stainless steel because stainless steel, even though in theory aluminum cools better. Aluminum also transfers heat throughout its length better. So if I have a hot spot in one spot, it eventually, all of my pipes are hot, where with the stainless steel, that localizes that heat and doesn't move the heat throughout the entire pipe. So therefore, overall, my intake temperatures will stay cooler. You can obviously see the blow off valve there, which is as close to the throttle body as I could reasonably get it. I fabricated a bunch of this stuff, which I'm not going to, I have a better picture of that, but this is as good a look as you're going to get of it. This car ran on E85 with 550s and 1600s, made 490 horsepower to the wheels on E85. It never hiccuped, never had a problem. And it would start. The important thing is it would start on the button at 8,000 feet elevation. You'd reach in the car cold, hit the button, and it would start. And no other car on the mountain would do that. You hear guys going, and literally my guys would reach in, turn the ignition on, turn the fuel pump on, hit the button, the car would start. Now, the reason for that is because E85 is super temperamental to start, but if you have a small enough injector and you can control it at start, they actually start pretty easily. You need really good atomization for E85 to actually start, and if you don't have really good atomization, then you're fucked. And so that's, we never had any real problem with it. I never saw what the big deal was until I had one of the tuner cars come in with 1,000cc primaries, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is the craziest thing ever. Why do you need 1,000cc primaries? Well, that's what everybody tells me to use. I'm like, who the fuck told you to use that? Who's everybody? I don't know who the fuck everybody is, but everybody's wrong. And but yeah, this ran on 550s and 1600s, and ran great. You can see the radiator is as thick as the intercooler.
Right.
Like, that's the first thing that you should notice, is that the intercooler is thick. That's I think that's a 3.25-inch core from Spirco, and that's a almost 3.25-inch core radiator from, I believe that's a Griffin radiator.
I'm gonna send you a few photos of mine just so you can post up.
Yeah, you can actually drop them in the private chat or whatever, and I can post them for you. It's no problem.
Yeah. So if you take a look, I dropped in 2 on your Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Of Pikes Peak currently.
Yeah, I'll roll it there. Yeah.
That might surprise a few people. So how can we say what happens to a road, Don, when you've got, let's see.
Oh yeah,
inclement
look, that's
weather,
ice. Yeah, okay.
and then what's
they closed the
happening
top. Yeah, that's
with
right, they
that
did.
road afterwards, right? What is it
Yeah.
doing now? It's accumulating moisture right now. So
Mhm.
even if it gets better tomorrow, right? It's going to have that film layer, that initial, whatever you call it, before burn off. So we're going to have some spots that are very traction limited and some spots that have full grip. And the spottiness is what's going to make it even more dicey than usual.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be horrible.
If it's full wet, no problem. If it's full snow, no problem. But when you have the grippiness is all over the place, that's where you're really going to say, like, this person can drive or this person can't drive. And
well, all-wheel drive guys are going to have the big win this year.
right. Yeah.
Bay Street Racer, no, there were no wheel spacers used on this car. It had 10-inch wide. Let me see if I can find a picture of the wheels. They were 5 Zygon. They were, I forget.
FN01 RCs, baby.
Yes,
That's
that's exactly what they were. Yeah, that's exactly what they were. 10-inch
classy
wide.
gentlemen here.
Yeah, well, got to be that way.
Got to be classy.
Yeah, I do things the hard way, but only when all other ways have been exhausted.
Sometimes
the
most difficult
really
ways are the best ways of doing things too. Maybe complexity isn't a bad thing.
I don't know if let me see if this gives an idea. Yeah, okay, here we go. So this is actually a really good shot. So I'm going to share this. This actually should give you an idea of how much the tubs helped and how much the kit helped, because you have to understand this is a 10-inch wide front wheel, or front wheel with a tire on it. That's big. That's very big. And look at how good it fits. Now remember, these are dirt tires too. This is back when we had dirt on the hill. Look at how good that fits. The back actually needed spacers.
Perfect.
That's fine. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I hear your phone blowing up. That's me sending everyone.
Yeah.
That's me sending pictures. Everyone, don't worry.
I forget to mute it. I forget to mute it all the time. I do. It's like I just laugh about this all the time. But made it look like a Hot Wheels car, because why wouldn't I? And this is all waterborne paint too. It's really hilarious to paint with that shit. But yeah, that's a 10-inch wide wheel with no spacer whatsoever. I could have probably put a little bit of spacer on the rear just to space it out a little more, but there's a reason that the rears are slightly narrower at this time for this particular event than they normally would be. So, not that that's a secret or anything. It's just how we did things.
Well, it's a good way to enhance where your grip is front to rear, right? If you're changing your track width front to rear in certain applications, you're going to have maybe dynamic grip has changed because of you're putting the wheels more inboard on the rear, for instance. That's just one thing. And what that does in a dynamic sense is it might make the car more stable at partial drift. Maybe.
Well, we had to run on dirt.
Certain things.
Yeah, we had to run on. We were going to run it's mostly asphalt, but there were sections of dirt and gravel on Pikes Peak at the time, and for the most part, I feel like that I probably should have gone out wide, but I kept it in narrow because what I really was more concerned about was the fact that we had 490 horsepower, and and that's enough to literally, I mean, this is a 2,100 pound car. So your power to weight is just off the scale, and there's no weight in the rear end. So I wanted basically I wanted to narrow up and get my point of rotation, I guess you would call it, is, maybe not singular, but I didn't need to widen it out any. I just didn't need to do that. Let's see if I got any.
Let me see what you think of some of these pictures.
I mean, this is how simple this car was too. This is, you see a lot of guys now that go through and do just all of this really kind of radical stuff in their car. I want to show you how simple how this car was. Let me grab this. It's you're gonna laugh.
Well, simple. It's always dependent on the application, right? Simple is great for race car.
So
if you have a street car, complexity is amazing because that way you get to have all your features. You have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah. So you have a master on, you have a fuel pump switch, a starter switch, and an ECU on, and that's it. There's nothing else. There's no reason for anything else. There's no, it's just like, this is it. And that runs the whole car, and it didn't need anything else, right? Like, I didn't even have brake lights in the car. Brake lights aren't required for Pikes Peak, so why would I put those in?
Yeah, it's a waste of why add weight? Why add wiring complexity?
Yeah, why add that wiring? Why put light bulbs in? Why would I do that? That's crazy. Why would you do that?
If you ever break down, you want to be able to see what you're doing. I was going to put rock lights in the bottom of my car and then have another set that's detachable on a magnet in the hood.
Yeah.
So because rotary things, right, have a set to where, rock lights, you can work on that damn thing anywhere. Click a little push button switch, and now you can work on your car anywhere.
That's too complex. That's too.
I know.
That's too much. I think the whole wiring harness for this thing was like 3 pounds or something. It was crazy. It was nothing, because it literally, the ECU is right up there. On a, like, you guys can see the arrow here, but the all of the wiring is like right here, and the ECU is basically on a tray in the corner, and it goes right out and right on the engine. There's no like, I'm not kidding. This was like, it was a purpose built to do
Stripped out.
this. And there's
So
no
by
reason.
contrast, you can show them some of the pictures I sent you, which is
okay. Let me jump over
absolute contrast of what we're talking about.
Right. Yeah, that's how that works. That's how that works.
Street cars are not race cars, right? And
race cars are race cars.
Yeah, the cool thing about the automotive sector is we have so much diversity in which we can say this is purpose built for this application, or in my sense, I said I want to have some race features, but I want this to be primarily like 99% street car, but I just want it to be overbuilt.
Yeah.
And so this car I had actually sized out for Pikes Peak. If you look at the intercooler, you look at the fuel cooler, the power steering cooler, the dual oil coolers, dual FC oil coolers, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a monster. And I tried making the interior. I'm going to see if I can find a picture that's not too old. I tried making the interior.
I think we put Clover Tack to sleep. I think he's done.
I'm still here. I've been here.
Okay. Oh, okay. I just didn't want you to go to sleep.
I haven't jumped down because nobody else has jumped up.
Yeah. No, we're prattling right now.
So,
but that's okay.
I'm listening just like I would in the chat. So,
I mean, I literally designed it to be the simplest interior that I could, because again, it's a Pikes Peak car, and the other cars that we had been running up to that point had been single seaters, and they literally had nothing in them. They had literally nothing. And a lot of them literally didn't even have tacks. Like they were, I kid you not, when I tell you that they didn't even have a tachometer. They just had a light to tell you to shift. Like, why do you can't look down long enough to see what RPM you're at. So it's irrelevant. Like, just don't put it in there.
Mm-hmm.
And so let me matter of fact, let me see if I can find that, because it's really good. Really good stuff if I can if I have it. But yeah, it's just so some of this stuff's just so silly. So this is kind of what we were. I don't think I have an interior picture of this. Let me see. Because I'm an idiot and I don't take very many pictures, but I would have done much better in my life if I had. Okay, so here we go. We'll just share this one. This is pretty cool.
Oh man! And Pikes Peak looks like it's going to be really bad the whole weekend.
Oh yeah, it's
the whole weekend. It looks nasty.
So this is a single seater.
All the way to Wednesday.
And it basically has an off switch, an on switch, another off and on switch. You can notice how it literally says ignition on in 1-inch letters.
It doesn't get any more. It doesn't get any more than that, huh?
Yeah, just there's no mistaking, right? There's no mistaking.
No mistaking whatsoever.
Because again, you don't have time to look down. This isn't going to be something that you do. And this is what this car looks like. It's pretty interesting car. I sponsored that car for a little while, and but yeah, I mean, there's no point in having a very complex anything, because you can't look at it. What are you going to do? You're going to like crash so that you can look at your engine RPM, or if it's overheating. There's a red light that tells you if you're overheating. A single bulb that tells you, look, idiot, you're overheating. Doesn't matter how much you're overheating, right? Like you're not fixing it, you're not pulling over, you just whatever.
So did you show them any of my
I showed them the hood. I have to give me a second. I got to go back to my
Yeah, that's going to be the exact contrast of what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, there we go. All right, now I got the interior shot. Let me do that. I'll show that. I did show the one of the engine bay, which is like packed tighter than sardines and stuff. So
yep.
You did show them that. Let's see. Yeah, it's I have good stuff, man. There we go. Here's we got gauges and switches.
So okay, I'm gonna show you guys what's going on in this picture. So if we go to the very top, actually, if we go to top left, we look at the gauge pod. There are two. Those are CAN bus gauges. You can't see the other one because it's cropped out of the photo. So those are CAN bus to the ECU and the PMU all together. So I've got two PMUs and a huge ECU. So I've got like hundreds and hundreds of channels going through those. There's a third one that I snuck into the clock location. So if you go back down to underneath the radio, there's a third one in a square 2.4-inch OLED that's hiding right there. So we've actually got three.
Are those
of
like
these
from
things.
CanChecked or somebody? Or they? Which ones are there?
I think these are gauge art.
Okay.
Yeah,
I have one for my airplane from CanCheck that does. It's an MFD. It's literally an MFD and a 2-inch gauge. It's great.
So I've got those three things for gauge readouts. That radio is a 720p display backup camera, like true audiophile radio setup. There are imaging tweeters on the center above the radiator, or I'm sorry, above the radio. I have beryllium tweeters that are in the pillar pod that you guys can see on the top left there. There's like $1,200 tweeters, just one set of one speaker. And then I have what you can't see in this photo is an 8-button keypad, and then you can see my traction control knob, or I might use it as boost control or something else. That silver knob next to the electric gas door. Power mirrors, dimmable radio bezel. My radio bezel goes to 10,000 RPM. It's all custom artwork. It also goes to 210 miles an hour. And this is the opposite of race car. This is I was trying to get 20 gallons of shit in a 5-gallon bucket.
Right. And you did.
I did. Yeah. And despite everything being
all of the money you'll ever spend in one place.
Yeah. If it catches fire, I'm really having a bad day, which is why I spent the last, I want to say, 3 months very, very quietly working through. I have roll cage that I'm doing that's all kind of concealed so that you can wear, or you don't have to wear a helmet to be in the car. I have 3 different fire systems, which are like 2 are pull away and then one's going to be integrated. And because the car is E85, it has to be what soon is about to be banned is it Novak 1230. This stuff is expensive, but it is a protection fluid that vaporizes quickly 50 times faster than water, and it's non-corrosive, it's not conductive, and it's like the best thing for E85 fires. So it doesn't make a mess. It's not foamy. It's not the whole like just destroyed my car when it caught fire sort of thing. This is the stuff that is the cream of the crop, highest end fire suppression setup. And because I've invested so much money and time into this car, and it's been 12 years now that I've been just chiseling away a dream. If it catches fire, I'm gonna pull some pins, grab some big extinguishers, and hopefully catch it. So
yeah,
you got to be very serious about that sort of stuff at the finish line. And I've actually had a car burned down this year, and the guy had owned it for 32 years, and just it's the worst thing to be on a phone remote tuning with someone and their car's catching fire because an injector leaked or intake manifold wasn't trued to flatness. just dumb stuff.
Yeah, I was
So
on the phone with somebody one time, and they were tuning a Viper on the dyno, and the flywheel shattered and took out the fuel lines. This thing has like some massive fuel pump for that time period, and it was the fuel pump was hooked to a separate switch. Well, the guy turned the ignition off, but he forgot the fuel pump switch, so it just burned. I kid you not, it literally burned straight to the ground.
Yeah.
And on the dyno, and the
That's
guy
just
tuning the
crazy.
car lost his laptop. He of course he bailed out, right? And we were actually talking on the phone while that was happening, and he's like, yeah, this Viper is doing pretty good, whatever. And then all of a sudden, boom, and a bunch of noise, and didn't hear from him for like 2 or 3 hours, and he called me back. He's like, yeah, that was exciting. So
Yeah, it's just
but some got a lot.
the worst way to end someone's day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine hopes and dreams of someone, and they've built all their spare money, time, effort, all their opportunity costs that they've been offsetting for that one thing, and they're like, oh, gone. So
Yeah, that
it's really difficult.
That happens, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a lot of fire stories, but I'm not gonna get into them. It's boring.
Yeah, no.
But yeah. So I don't know. I always thought that the RX-7 would probably the RX-7s have an issue with burning down when they've been put back together, because I think most people just kind of rush through putting them back together. And when they do that, they miss very important things, because they just take it for granted. And I have a whole thing about I won't even start an RX-7 that's been taken apart until I've gone through every single fuel line and made sure the intake manifold's all tight, because people just slop that shit together. And that's when that's literally when they catch fire, is when they've just been slopped together. You were speaking about your roll cage, and I want to show you this. This is pretty funny. I don't know if I've ever posted this before, but this is when we were building the car, and I was doing the roll cage, and I did the roll cage so tight that you could snap the main hoop into place. And this is this is exactly how tight you can make a roll cage. It's holding the business card.
That's what we're talking about.
And it actually goes into the factory like creases all throughout. And let me see. I don't know if I got a picture of that, but that's funny. That's a business card just slid in there.
That's perfect.
That's funny.
I like the idea of adding some safety without making it like a death trap. So I did just behind the seats and the main hoop, and that's it. And the main hoop is angled back far enough to where I shouldn't need a helmet. And to me, I was never going to have a cage in this car. And then I'm now realizing, I'm like, well, this potentially has 825 horsepower in a 2,100 pound car. I think I need a cage. I don't want to die.
Yeah. So that's actually, it follows this factory groove and where the interior snaps in. That's how tight I made that hoop.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I did good stuff. Back in the day before I decided not to. But that's tight, man. I mean, it took me a minute to get it that tight. And we were actually sent this over to a shop that doesn't exist anymore called Hanksville Hot Rods. And they we had them copy that as a CNC CAD file, so they could throw it into a bender, CNC bender, and then duplicate it for people so that they could have really cool FC cages as well. And
of course,
they're not in business now. Yeah, they're not in business anymore. They went out. I don't know what the guys do anymore, but
it was funny because everybody thought he was like the coolest dude ever. I thought he was actually pretty cool, but I thought his business practices were weird. But yeah, that's how tight a cage needs to be, man. It's pretty cool. I hadn't thought about that until you started talking about how you were kind of integrating your cage. I'm like, oh yeah, that the Pikes Peak car, the cage was like, you could look if you looked at and so you have to understand. Originally, I was doing this as a drift car that would have been street legal. This is a funny story behind this car because what happened is there used to be a company called Nopi, and they had they sponsored the first true drift series in the U.S. and they used to do Nopi Nationals and all this kind of thing.
Oh yeah, Nopi, yeah. They had Charity Hodges. Amazing.
Yeah. And so so we were building this car for their
Clover, your
series.
homework is to go look up Charity Hodges right now.
Okay.
So we're building this car, and I'm literally talking to the tech advisors for Nopi Drift every fucking day about this car. Like because I cut the front end off the car. I mean, I literally cut the front end off the car. I tubbed the front end. I did all of this stuff, to get more angle he's gone. That's all right. His battery probably died. And anyway, I did all this cool stuff. Literally talking to these guys, these rule makers, like right up until the point they like filed bankruptcy and said, yeah, we're not doing this anymore.
I got excited.
Yeah, you hit the wrong button. So what I was saying is that I literally was talking to the tech guys at Nopi Drift every single day about this car. What could I do? What I couldn't do? Because I literally cut the front end off the car. I tubbed the front end. I removed pieces of firewall. There's a lot of things in it. It looks really simple, which is by design, but and I was like, hey, can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do that? And they're like, well, yeah, we can do that. It doesn't matter. Once again, you froze, didn't you?
I've got 2 instances of me in the chat. That's how good I am.
Right. That's right.
We made it square. Now we're perfectly off. Darn it.
So anyway, they filed bankruptcy and I get disgusted. I shoved the car in a corner for like a year. I didn't even look at it. I was like, fuck that car. And it just languished. And then somebody's like, hey, you should do the Pikes Peak, the hill climb. I'm like, maybe I will. So I built the car. We built the car in like 7 weeks from where we decided that, oh yeah, we're going to do this. Because Nopi Drift at the time, they were popular because they didn't require a cage to do tandems and some other sketchy shit. And I think that's probably why they went bankrupt. But
I can see that.
Yeah, right. And they were paying a lot of money for these events, and people are just kind of showing up with shitbox cars, and I always thought that the drifting was weird because it was like a bunch of shitbox cars. I'm like, who really wants to see that? Like, I don't give a shit. I actually had I sponsored a couple of guys, local guys who were trying to do, they ended up doing like pro-am stuff, and they did actually pretty cool stuff. But but it was kind of crazy how the drifting world was so casual in the beginning, like that, no safety equipment, no fire extinguishers, no they didn't have real harnesses, right? Like it's a Wild West, man. It's a Wild West.
Yeah.
So, but as it became more and more real, I don't know, maybe that's the right word. I don't know. But as it became like less shitboxy, the cars still kind of stayed shitboxy because that's what everybody wanted to do. You know, they didn't want to go out and buy like real race cars and, you know, slam into each other because that's what, you know, there was a very high chance of that happening.
And it could be, it's not your car control skills, it's the car control skills of the guy tandeeming with you.
Yeah.
You know, and
Exactly.
You know, that's you're going out there with the average car starting off at Stockton 99 that I remember going to way back when. The average entry price for like the cheapest car was like 15 grand on what it would cost to build. And this is like a total shitbox. And then the guys that are winning events, I mean, back then we probably had at that event, that's right, I won't name names, but they were like $80,000 to $120,000 cars back 15 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, that's who was running the Pro-Am stuff. So
yeah, well, this is even. I don't even know that there was.
You're talking way before this.
Yeah, I don't think there was a Pro-Am yet. And yeah, Nope was. You know, they kind of got a bad rap because, you know, people crashed. That's what happens. You know, you put a bunch of idiots on out there, and that's just kind of going to happen. And so, they went out of business, and I just pushed the car out of the way, and then we decided we were going to build it, and we built it in I built it in just like a really fast time frame to get ready for Pikes Peak. And like, we were still working on it, like most teams are. We were still working on it when we pulled in to tech, like, and we went through tech. That's pretty normal, I think.
That's some Rob Dahm shit.
Yeah, well, that's literally everybody at Pikes Peak. Like, they're still like, especially if they've been up on, if they've been practicing, it's even worse because you'll bend something or you'll break something, and it's something that you never thought that you would ever break, and now you need it. Like, you need it right now, and of course, nobody has it. So it's kind of a weird deal, but it literally happens like all the time, like every year. And so we showed up, and it was fine, and we managed to get through pretty good. No real problems, I didn't think, and we got through tech easy. And it looked like it was going to go pretty good, and we ran out of fuel a quarter mile from the end of the race because I never got a good fuel burn in our practice. And so my fuel calculations were off, and I honestly did not believe that we would use 8 gallons of E85 in 12 miles. I just didn't think that was going to happen, but unfortunately I was wrong. Yeah, I was wrong. Well, he was on boost like the whole time. Like, when I looked at the data, when I downloaded the data, it was crazy. Like, that thing was in boost, like, literally, basically from the moment he left the starting line, it just never really came out of boost because he was like just spinning. You know, he was basically sliding it around every corner.
Well, so you want to maintain that if you have elevation up there, and it's actually a great topic. Is, as a tuner, do you want to target your turbo speed these days? This is modern tech, right? You have limitations on certain things, right? When you go up in elevation, because air density is much lower, do you want to target your maximum turbo speed? Do you want to target your maintaining boost pressure, which is technically different? Do you want to maintain, like, there's certain things you can do with a turbo that you couldn't do in natural aspiration, and you can maintain your power output. So that's another thing, is when you go up there, I sent you the air density readout, but to make the same power that you do back home or at sea level or wherever that location is where the vehicle was dynoed, you're going to have to do significantly more boost pressure, or, you know, change things up to try to make up for the difference of air. And what I remember what was the big Porsche company? I want to say TPI or something like that. They're sponsored with Unicorn 1 year. I think it was like 2 years ago. And they posted up their turbo data, how they were maximizing and then overshooting all their turbo data to make their power output needs, and they ended up blowing turbos on the trip. But I just wanted to say, like, it's a cool strategy thing. When you're going up, there's so much strategy to be using, whether it's the amount of fuel quantity used or how you're delivering the power differently because of the elevation change. It's a very unique race, I would say, to run.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, definitely that's true. We're gonna dive into where, all right, fucking, I'll just do it.
Yeah.
So I have like this whole like I think that most people do not focus on the right things. And I think I've talked about it many times before, not necessarily in this stream, because normally we talk much more interesting things, but we'll talk like when I talk to somebody, for example, I had a conversation with a guy a few years ago about his he had a Dodge Stealth RTTT or 3000 GT VR4, I forget which, but it was the same car. Pretty modified, probably in like the 550, 600 horsepower range. I think he was on 19 Ts and had most of the supporting stuff, and he started talking about all of these advanced mods that he wanted to make, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. And he starts talking about like fuel lines and fuel pumps, and I'm like, well, so I started listening to him, and I'm like, that's not how you do that, and he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, so bear with me here for a minute. So you're bypassing all of the fuel because you have these massive pumps that can produce massive amounts of pressure and massive amounts of flow. If you're running both of those pumps at the same time, all you're doing is circulating fuel from the tank to the engine and back. So now you're superheating that fuel.
That's right.
And you're never, and of course, then we get into thermal expansion of the fuel, which changes the amount, the amount of energy per density.
Yep.
So now, which is why modern cars have fuel temperature sensors, because the hotter the fuel, the less dense the fuel, the more fuel that you have to inject to get the same air fuel ratio and be safe. That's why all modern turbo cars, WRX, STI, the Evo, all of them had fuel temperature sensors because of this. And because by law they had to use, most of those cars ended up having to go to a returnless fuel system because of the EPA. And once you do that, then you're truly well and fucked, because the fuel sits there in that rail getting superheated the whole time. I'm like, I said, you're not really thinking about this very clearly. I said, I run a 1/2 inch fuel line forward, and I run a 3/8 inch fuel line back, and I run one pump at a time. And what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to not have fuel go back to the tank any more than necessary. And so I'm like, go ahead.
I was going to say, on my system, the reason why I did what I did is I have an AC line that lines up with my secondary rail. So I'm taking my AC's cooling effect and cooling off the fuel in the secondaries. And then I have, on my return line, I have that cooler that you saw on the front of the car, as well as the flex fuel sensor from Continental is both temperature and your flex fuel ethanol reading. So over a certain temperature threshold, certain things are going to change in the ECU to help cool the fuel down. And because I have dual brushless pumps, not only am I making it to where 1 pump and then 2 pump when necessary, but I'm actually blending in the values of flow to where my return line, I'm making it just enough to trickle into the flex fuel sensor to have an accurate reading. Which flex fuel sensors, again, they need to have a lockout when you're in boost or high RPM, because if you do run out of return flow and your flex fuel now reads 0, because now you have no fuel going through it, that's going to completely screw up your mapping immediately. So it has to have a threshold in which you're now not incorrect on that. So I just want to say there's good complex ways.
You have to look at it. You have to look at any vehicle as a complete set of systems, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that most people don't. I think most people get fixated on one thing, maybe two, and they fix that problem and they cause themselves a problem somewhere else. The best thing you can do with an WRX is to sell it and buy something cool.
Right. You like to have your pistons fly out all the time and head gaskets to be a weekly change. Yeah.
What motor?
How about let's go change spark plugs, guys.
The real question
let's
is,
pull a motor out to change spark plugs. That's a great idea.
Yeah. What motor number are we on? I'm kidding halfway. I'm not a particular WRX fan. I don't hate them like some people do, but I can't tell you the number of those that I've had apart for various reasons. And but tuning wise, I mean, if it's stock, just leave it stock. Just don't run the depending on what year it is, do not run the 0.20 weight oil that they tell you to run. That's garbage. Don't do that.
No.
And because all the new ones say to do that. I don't know what year you've got, so it doesn't, I'm just trying to figure it out.
They're probably a 10.
I've been in over 10 years. Yeah. All right. Yeah. The the WRX is an idiot car because they use the same exact transmission as the STI, except for the STI transmission has a bearing support in the transmission that keeps it from fucking up. The WRX does not, and so the WRX transmission, which I believe is also a 5-speed versus a 6-speed, the 5 speeds, the shaft is unsupported, so they fuck up the bearings, and then which fucks up the gears, which fucks up the whole transmission. And it's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen. There's nothing you can do to stop it except not drive the car. So that's all you can do. But
no, you sell it
or swap to a WRX or a STI transmission.
The thing is, those motors are so unreasonable, and to me, Subaru is the parts bin king. If you look back, you'll see that Subaru has been able to switch parts around from each chassis for the last 35 years. That goes from legacy to anything else. You can grab suspension off certain parts and they drop right into the next chassis, next generation. Nothing changed. We're talking the exact same pickup points on your suspension, same pickup points for just about everything. The only thing that's really changing is the emissions around the engine itself, which, let's say the EJ 257 was around for 20-something years by now. I mean, there are better cars to go with. Please don't buy a Subaru.
Well, a 10-year-old Subaru. I mean, it's obviously older than 10 years. He said he has had it 10 years. So, look, I mean, if it's an older one, chances are it's probably fine. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I've done a lot of work on it. Those cars made me a lot of money. That's why I don't hate them, because they made me a lot of money. And
you don't want to lose your lesbian card now. Come on.
Yeah, don't do that. So I did an STI one. This is actually a pretty cool car. Let me see if I got a picture of the engine that's worth looking at here. Let me see. Yeah, that's pretty good.
We actually did a rotary swap in a Subaru. Drops in very easily. So I've got a client out there running a Link ECU, and
Link.
Yeah.
Do you not like the guy?
Well, he chose the ECU. I just tuned it.
Okay, all right.
It runs great. I mean, but it is a 13B swapped Subaru, and it fits perfect. Like the thing drives great. It's for him and his kids and whatever. It's cool. The fact is that they made it work. It dropped in super clean, and I think that's a great replacement for the issues of the car. You got rid of the transmission issue and the engine issue on one shot. So,
so here's I did this Subaru I don't know, decade or two ago, I guess, probably like 2010 ish. Yeah, probably 2010. Yeah, I think this was 2010. So what you can see here is all of the stainless steel piping that I always do, because stainless steel is superior intercooler piping. And then you see a big ass turbo over here. What you can't see, let me see if I can do this. How easily I can do this.
I guess he's only sent videos. No,
Yeah.
This thing looks like a hacked up pile of shit, so I don't really want to show it, but
That's all right. No worries, man.
It's pretty funny though.
It's always funny. It's the best thing ever. There we go. Let's see.
There you go. In the case you want to see it, it does fit perfectly. It is one of those things.
So let's see if this will change when I do that. Let's see if it changed. Yeah. So here's so we planned on changing the engine. So all of the fuel lines are quick disconnect. Because it's a Subaru. I'm not kidding at all. It really did put. Yeah, and there you can see we've got the Aeromotive, my favorite Aeromotive fuel pressure regulator, and it's got. I mean, it's actually a pretty good car. It made pretty good power. It had a Turbonetics turbo on it that had the latest technology at the time, which is the only reason we used it. And as soon as all of the technology caught up, we quit using it. And it's got all Turbo Smart stuff on it. There's the exhaust for that. That's a 3 to 4 inch exhaust. There's the stupid car. Yeah, there's a stupid car, some welding. I had to make this bracket to hold this stupid coolant tank because nobody made an aluminum one, and I didn't. And the guy wasn't paying me enough to do it, so I didn't. But that you can actually stand on that fuel that coolant tank after that was done. That was like the strongest thing ever. Oh, that's a Stealth. We don't need to look at Stealth's mid paint. But anyway, yeah. So that was actually cool being able to do that. That saved me a lot of time and effort. And I appreciate that. So yeah, I did that stupid Subaru, and he still blew it up like 3 times. Not even kidding. So,
how long did it take you to change spark plugs? What you charge for shop time on that?
Well, I don't know. We had a pretty good system for doing it. So
pull the motor.
No.
Check valve lash.
You did need to have the right tools. The weird thing is to have people come up and say, I haven't been able to do that. And I'm like, well, what are you trying to do? And they're like, they show me like this like 30-piece socket set, and I'm like, yeah, okay,
no.
it's not. You're not ready, bro. You're not ready.
Buy a Honda. Live a happy life.
Yeah, that's your best bet is to pay somebody. So, but yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff. The car stuff's kind of I had a long career in it. I enjoyed it, but there were times where it was just hilarious. And I didn't take a ton of pictures. That engine, we built that. That was it started out as a perfectly running driving car, and we made it a beast. I mean, an absolute beast. But it's a stupid WRX. It blew the motor, I think, twice. Blew the turbo once. And that car ran on a prototype AEM ECU. And I remember when it first got the AEM loved to send me shit. because I pushed the envelope, right? Like everybody else is just like, yeah, just load in a cal file, get the air fuel right, done, send it. I'm like, no, that's not how we roll. I want everything to work. And so they had it actually working. They claimed this thing was working perfect. And I'm like, all right, cool. So, and it worked pretty good. And their valve, and I went through the whole valve timing process to do the AVCS, AVCSS, I guess is what they call it, EVC, whatever fuck it was, their active valve control. Went through the learning process for that, figured everything out, I mapped it, and it was pretty badass. But it would die at red lights and shit. And I'm like, this is pretty fucked up. What's going on here? And I couldn't find any reason for it. And I kept looking and I just couldn't find, there's nothing wrong with the fuel, nothing wrong with the ignition timing. Everything's great. What the fuck is going on here? It doesn't have an idle air control valve. It's using the throttle body, right? Because that fly by wire.
Yep.
I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And I'm on I'm sending AEM emails. This all this like mental angst about why is this not working? Like this should work. And I started noticing. So I did a log. I did an enhanced log, and I logged basically every fucking thing. I started looking at it, and it was dropping the cam signal. Well, that's odd. Why would it do that? And apparently there was a on the STIs that they had, I guess, tested the ECU in like some other platform that shared the same engine, but not maybe it was what is it? It's the Legacy GT. They tested Legacy GT. They hadn't tested it in an actual STI. It's the same engine technically. They're different turbos, different stuff, different cams also apparently, and it would just randomly lose cam signal. And so there was some jumpers inside the box that had to be clicked to make it more sensitive because you couldn't do it in a setting. And I turned it on. I opened the box. I did whatever they told me to do, and sure enough, it never died again because of that. And but it was really weird. And they're like, nobody else has found that. I'm like, well, I'll find it. Trust me, I will find it because I want it to work like stock. I'm not going to raise the idle to 1200 RPM. I wanted it, and that was the thing is like everybody else had it. I had these cars idling at like 800, 900 RPM, and I'm like, no, it needs idle at like 600, 750 like stock. If it doesn't, if I can't make it run like stock, what the fuck's use is this, right? And so if I raised the idle, it would work. It was fine. I didn't want to do that. It's not how it's supposed to be. And AEM liked me. And they're like, you're running, like you're using literally all of the stuff, like all of the stuff in ECU that it could do. I wanted it to do. So I did that. All right. Well, this is fascinating.
Yeah. I actually have to get going, guys.
This has been great for me. It's cathartic to talk car. So
yeah, it's nice. I mean, we covered some cool stuff. I really thought this was fun. So,
it's different. I wasn't going to actually go this way tonight. I was really going to talk about some living in California relationship. Last night we were talking a lot. Last night was a very religious based podcast, and we were talking a lot about various. We talk about a lot, and it was a long program. But tonight, I really wanted to talk about Rob. And we did that, which was good.
We nailed it.
Talk about it, but I just think Rob. I love Rob, man. I think he's a great guy. I think he does great content. I think he brings a lot of notoriety to the platform, which it's needed for a long time. I think he brings value to the cars, which the cars have needed for a long time. Only problem I have with him is that he keeps recruiting, just like Corinne. Is it Corinne? That's not Corinne. What the fuck is her name?
The one you're talking about.
She drove my car once. What the fuck is her name?
Oh,
It isn't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's that.
That's right. Skip it.
It doesn't matter. The girl, Adam
is,
Lanza's girlfriend. Fuck.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you know, she's been running around with Angel Motorsports guys. You know, those grifters. And so, you know, she just needs a better class of, like, you know, they both need to pick a better class of
people to surround themselves with. And
who they take advice from.
Right. And I think that Rob's main drawback is,
her name is Colette.
Oh, gotcha.
Davis. Yeah. Colette.
I was going to say, Rob's drawback I find is he's not bringing forward, let's say he's working with Garrett, for instance, on turbo stuff. Well, because I have the turbo background that I do, and I worked for Full Race, and I did a bunch of stuff for Warner, Garrett, whatever it was, figuring out certain things, verbiage, that sort of stuff. It's really frustrating when you have the keys to the castle and then you still continue to fumble on the more basic stuff. And I feel like it's a bad presentation of the community. It's like, wow, these guys are fucking retarded. If this is the best they're going to offer up, oh, everyone knows Rob Dahm. Yeah, he's kind of a dumbass. And then the thing is, I really wish that the Rob in person was the Rob that you see online, and that's the other thing I didn't actually bring up.
Yeah.
So Rob in person, I would prefer the Rob that we see online, because he's very scripted and structured, and this in person he's always rushed and kind of frazzled, and I don't think we could have a detailed quality level conversation together because it's just not in his nature. It's probably because he's been pushing himself very hard for a long time, and that does have negative effects, and that's not something you can judge someone by. That's just the fact is you're in the conversation at a lot of different tables, and that's degrading for your quality of life.
I think that the thing about Rob is that, again, I can't fault him for anything. I think he's a great guy. I think that he has a great way about him. I think the problem is that in my opinion, he surrounds himself with people from the community that give him poor advice, and he has been very good about not relaying any of that advice, but it doesn't matter because people that are in the community know that those guys are charlatans. They know that those guys are just not good people. Part of that's just being in California, man. It just is, you know, you can't get away from it. So,
especially in LA where he's at, it's
right.
Everything is so accessible right there. And the YouTuber-esque approach is kind of old at this point. It needs to find its maturity. It needs to find its stride in something else. And I think we covered it perfectly before.
Yeah. Awesome.
So,
well, I've had fun. Again, I kind of wanted to go in a different direction, but this was fine too.
I can always jump on for another one. This was fun.
We're gonna try and we're gonna shift gears a little bit, move into some maybe some more controversial kind of things. I don't know. We'll see. But
all right, guys. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Bye.
See ya. All right. Where's Dawson at? Let's talk PUA. I know who you are, Arthur Daya. You asked your boyfriend to take his shooting and he was not enthusiastic about it. Maybe he thought that it was a plot to end him.
Who? Are you serious? You need a new boyfriend. That's a simple answer to that question. That
Simple.
dilemma. Holy crap! Trico looking for a man, maybe.
Ooh,
Right?
wow.
Oh, shots fired. No. He's partway there. If he has, no, does he own stuff? I'm guessing he owns stuff though, right? Obviously, if he's taking or shooting, unless they're going to go
I
rent
hope so.
stuff, maybe. Unless he has friends, or I guess you could not own stuff, and it's like, hey, I'll take you. We can go to my buddy's house or something.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He also
Facts.
doesn't have a beard. So
Facts right there. That's facts. Let me tell you, right there.
I'm
No
married.
beard, no guns. Man, I'd be worried too.
Yeah, you gotta have one or the other, man.
Ooh, man, can't come out and change her tire for her. Apparently, what kind of bullshit's that? She said earlier she had a flat and had to change it herself. Like, what the hell? You're supposed to have a man you can call to do that.
Good training.
Your job is to wash the dishes, not change tires. Right?
Hand washing the dishes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I apologize to everyone that we bored halfway to death.
Well, you know what? I can assure you that the people you're trying to apologize to ain't here no more.
Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, they're gone.
So you might as well not even worry about it. You need to thank the people who are still out there. Is what you need to do.
Absolutely. Thanks for hanging on through that. I can go down rabbit holes when it comes to car tech. I spent a bunch of time on them.
You never opened the door for me, you bastard. Never once talked about dirt track or nothing, really.
Well, I didn't really do much dirt track stuff. Oh, I guess we did a little bit.
Of course you didn't. It's not like you were from the South.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about all of this is the subjects that I like get into, I go down deep rabbit holes with all of the stuff. And I'm one of the reasons that Ryan has patched things up, if you will, because again, we used to not like each other because I thought he was a pretentious young prick that didn't know what he was doing, and he was, and he will now admit that he was.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Yeah, which it does happen. But he has he's come to find out that, you know what, that old dude knew what he was talking about. Because I went, again, even though I look like an bumpkin, I actually really do know stuff. And absolutely it was motorsports prattle, but it's science as well. And there's a lot of really good stuff out there.
I refuse. I don't follow the science. Sorry.
But yeah, it's an interesting thing. Mods, it looks like that there's not a lot of people on out there going live right now, so maybe we need to re-spam the links out in various places to let people know that I am still up and going. Arthur Dye, if you'd like to come up, or anybody else, matter of fact, I'm just going to open this up to anybody. If anybody wants to come up on the stage and talk, I would be more than happy to talk about.
I need to talk to Arthur Dye's boyfriend. That's what I need her to do.
Yeah, you need to. We
gotta have a conversation with that dude. Good Lord,
it's an intervention. That's what we got. And put it out there. We're going to do a panel or whatever. Maybe get Glenn. Go get Glenn.
I haven't seen Glenn. I've seen our favorite.
He might be sleeping.
Baltimore dude that will be unnamed on Tomatoes chat earlier. I just clicked over there real quick just to kind of see who was. She had a full panel.
Oh yeah. Well,
and so Glenn's obviously not there, and I was wondering where the hell's Glenn at if he's not there.
Glenn might be sleeping. He was awake for like 2,000 hours or something like that. He's probably down for maintenance.
Could be. Could be. He maybe shooting his latest movie. Who knows? Big movie star Glenn or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. I've just done a bunch with a bunch of different things. And I just, I can talk very intelligently on it. And it's actually pretty rare for me to find somebody that can mirror me back. You know what I'm saying? Like can go to
that can nerd out in engines and control systems like Ryan can. So this was a pleasure for me.
I've forgotten the vast majority of what I know about like car stuff, and I was into all of that long before there was all this electronic control, plug in a damn computer type stuff. That kind of what y'all were talking about, all this tuning stuff. Like I don't know. You know, you board cylinders and put a different cam in and shit back in
You
my
still do
day.
that?
Well, I know you do, but now you got all these controller things for all of it and all this other stuff. It's like, I don't get all that. So,
yeah, a lot of my cars ran on meth, various forms of it. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm really I really have I have an interesting dynamic in my career. I was able to do a lot of really good stuff.
it sounds like you're more of just the country southern story a lot. The traditional, I think, what I would consider a traditional southern country. That's cars and guns and outdoorish stuff. And
I do all of the above. That's right.
Yeah, not a lot of video game, computer programming type stuff.
Yeah. I never did. So it's interesting. My knowledge of computers is very limited to very specific areas.
So interestingly enough, I started a business and ended up with about 16 or 18 years before I sold it, something along that lines. Man, but more about 18. And interestingly enough, the whole reason that I got into the computer side of things was, it's not like I grew up doing that. But I was a mechanic, and like I said, I was undercar, like suspension alignment, front ends, brakes, that sort of thing, or undercar. And and I don't even remember now what ASC certifications I even had, but I wasn't master mechanic for sure, but I had several of them. But at the time, I was working for Sears in their auto center.
Oh, nice.
And they come out one day and they were tired of paying the hunter alignment service guys to come out to fix like just bullshit problems with the alignment machines, right? And so they said, "Hey, we want to send a couple of our mechanics to the school, the hunter alignment, whatever, to work on the machines and all of that." And none of the old timers there. There was me and one other dude. It was like the youngest mechanics there. She asked that, the service manager gal, and all the old dudes like immediately scattered. It was like cockroaches when you turn on the lights. Like they didn't want no part of it for whatever reason. And so anyway, me and the other younger guy, and they said anytime that we worked on them, they would pay us, extra and all. Well, hell yeah. So went to that and learned how to work on those. And of course, we got to go to other Sears and all kinds of things. But in working on those, they run off a Windows 95 computer at that time. They ran off of literally either a Windows 3.1 or a Windows 95 computer. And so it didn't take me long anyway to decide if I'm working on a computer that's just running an alignment machine, why can't I just work on computers and not have to work on cars anymore?
There you go.
You know what I mean? And thankfully, computers became the thing, right? With the internet and everything else. So it all worked out. Right time, right place. Series of events. But yeah, that was interesting.
I started out with ECU tuning, and as I said, back in the MS DOS days, right? Like, like most computers can't even do MS DOS now. Like, just not possible. And
not true DOS anyway.
Yeah. And so I started there, and it was really terrible and very slow. Like all this stuff's really like it takes minutes. Like now it takes like an eighth of a second or something to upload a calibration file. It was like minutes to upload a calibration file, which was nowhere near the size of what we have now. And so I've run the whole gamut from where we didn't have it and we couldn't do anything with it, and everybody hated fuel injection, to where I'm like, I don't want to talk about anything but fuel injection. Like, just don't bring that shit here. You know, like don't even bring those silly carburetor things out. Like, I'm pulling carburetors off of my airplanes and putting on fuel injection. Not
Carbs
even
are
kidding.
simple. Carbs are simple if you understand them.
Yeah.
Not that bad. They just get problems a lot. There's a lot of maintenance to them.
There's a lot of
too many
things that make
moving
them
parts and
fail.
pieces, basically. Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of
I
things
guess
that make them fail randomly. Hi,
Yeah.
Dave. Welcome in, Dave. We might get you up on the panel here in a minute and see what we can get done.
Talking about out there that some of the current naval ships still run on XP. A lot of stuff still runs on XP. XP may be the most stable Windows operating system ever. That might actually go down in history as the most stable ever. Believe it or not.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a I don't know. I think I don't know. I think that it's been a long, I mean, for me, it's been a long journey of watching things come and go, and absolutely, like, in some areas it's just crazy good, and in other areas it's absolute trash. And so, like, the carburetors on my airplanes are like stupidly simple. Like, you can't even imagine how simple they are, but they still screw up. And the biggest problem they have is just things that like plug jets and clog things up, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean? Whereas and it takes out the entire engine. So the problem is that if I have an injector that gets a little trash in it, okay, it doesn't run as smoothly as it might otherwise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if I have if I have debris in my carburetor, it just stops running.
Right? So I gotta, if you want to hear something stupid about a carburetor,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
So we will be buying a new lawnmower and push mower, but probably this weekend. Not a big deal. Been needing one since last year. But anyway, so the one we've got now, which is giving all kinds of trouble again. It's just old. It's just wore out. They don't make anything to last. But first time I started having trouble with it, when you're talking small engines, you're like, well, the first thing you do is start looking at the carburetor, usually, right?
Yeah.
The carburetor on that thing, there ain't a part on it that ain't plastic, man. Plastic carburetor. Explain to me a plastic carburetor. I don't get it. That blew my mind. I've never seen a plastic carburetor ever in my life.
Well, the
they just don't make them like they used to. I don't know what else to say.
Well, you know that there's a like, I have a lawnmower that I actually replaced the entire engine because you can't get a carburetor for it that actually works. Like, I'm not even kidding.
I would believe that.
And it's a I'm going to drop this link. I'll show you the carburetor for my airplane. And when you look at it, you're going to be like, this is not a carburetor, but it is. I'll drop it. I'm going to drop it in the private chat back there so I don't clutter everything up. But you can take a look at that really quick. Hi, Arthur Daya. How are you?
Good evening. How are you, gentlemen?
I'm having a great time. I'm actually, I know that I feel it probably feels like I'm speaking a lot slower and calmer this evening than I normally do, but I'm in a much slower, calmer state of mind, and I'm just relaxing and having a great night. And
you had a calm topic too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And we might be able to get me worked up later, but it's been such a good day that I'm just it's going to take a lot to get me going. Flopical would have to come in and start raising hell, and that'd make it happen.
Sometimes you just need a nice chill stream.
Yeah, I like a nice chill stream. Last time I tried that, I got a 24-hour pee slap, so I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I wondered what happened when the
quit touching
the
stuff.
video went blank, and then we had the warning that YouTube had taken it down for violation of TOS.
Yeah, there was a couple of things that went on, but the one that YouTube cared about was something else. So, yeah. I'm going to read this. Sam, it's been a minute since I've heard the term EEPROM. It was a nice stroll down memory lane, right? Like I'm the only one that remembers that. I used to keep a box of them on my desk because the ECUs would corrupt them so often that the car would just, a guy would call up and say, hey, I was programming my car and something happened, and then the screen like went weird, and then my car wouldn't start. And I'd be like, yeah, okay, I got you. I know what you need. And I'd take that over there. But what do you think of that carburetor, Clover Tack? What do you think of that?
It looks fairly simple, honestly.
It's stupidly simple.
It's
actually not even a carburetor. It's a jet valve in the middle of a Venturi, and you just pull the jet down, or pull the needle out of the jet, and that creates your fuel flow through it. And you actually control the mixture by adjusting the amount of fuel going to the actual carburetor. It's pretty interesting. Yeah. But the least little small piece of trash can jack that thing up, and which is why I actually have one of those on my airplane. I'm taking it off and putting a electronic fuel injection on it because that's what it is.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
So how did you get into flying? Was that a transition that was easy coming off of building cars?
Oh, that's a great bit of history. We'll talk about it. So I got into flying because in my youth, I always liked airplanes, always wanted to fly and all of that. And I was into car stuff. And when I was in college, I didn't have any money. So I had to make money. I had to have a job. And one of the jobs I had was working at the airport. I did upholstery in airplanes. And the people who were, we call them hangar rats. They basically the guys who just come to the airport every day just to hang out because they have nothing better to do. They're old retired guys or just, professional at the time. They were professional flight instructors. And so if they didn't have a lesson, they were at the airport anyway, and they were usually older fellows, a little bit of gray in the beard, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I found this to be true in a lot of different things that require very specialized talent, like firearms instruction, auto racing instructors tend to be a little younger than older, but certainly there's a lot of graybeards out there that teach. And these are people who teach just because they love to teach, and they're pretty good at it. They're not the best at it, but they're pretty good at it. They know the fundamentals cold, like 100%. You could just like dunk them in an ice lake and pull them back out and ask them what the fundamentals are, and they would just spit it right out because they just know it that well, right? Like it's just ingrained in them. And so that it makes them really pretty decent teachers. And so I've always thought that that's the best teachers are like that, right? Like they're not there to teach me advanced skill. I kind of learned that on my own, but what I need the fundamentals. I need to really understand what I'm doing, whether it's shooting a gun, driving a car, flying an airplane, sailing a boat, whatever it is. Got to start with having those fundamentals just hammered into your head so hard that they're always there. And so when I was working at the airport, I noticed that these guys, they didn't like to pull airplanes out of hangars. They didn't like to put airplanes away. They didn't like to put fuel in airplanes. They didn't particularly care for washing airplanes. They didn't, there's a lot of things that they just didn't. They like to fly. They like to teach people how to fly, but there's a lot of little stuff that needs to get done every day that they didn't like to do. And so I would barter chores and what little money I had for flying lessons, and I would go fly. And I kind of, then I graduated and I kind of had to like set that dream aside. You know what I mean? Like we, unlike a lot of people, I had a lot of things that I did. I'm not saying it was like the shotgun effect, but it was like I fished, I hunted, I flew, I canoed, I went hiking. I mean, I was always busy. Like, there was never a time I was sitting at my house wondering what the fuck I was going to do that day. Like I was moving, always moving, and always have been really. But so just flying was one of those things, and then that had to come to an end. I graduated college. I had to go like make money to survive. I couldn't survive off of unemployed college student rates anymore,
Right.
and so I I had to go be an adult for a little while, or at least look like I was going to be an adult for a little while, and so I had to give up on the flying aspect of it, and I didn't get back into it until I retired. And even then, when I retired, my wife thought I was joking. She thought I was like really like, yeah, this is just a phase, right? And I'm like, no, I've always wanted to do it. I've always been kind of into it. Now I just have the time, and so that's how that all happened, And now I fly and I own airplanes, but I still have to get my private pilot's license. I can technically, I could go today and just pay the fee and take the test and get a sport pilot license. I have plenty of hours for that, but I still have a couple of things I need to do for the private pilot license, and the private pilot is really what I want. So,
but you're also basically retrofitting or improving the planes that you own.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah. I never leave anything alone.
So what are you trying to accomplish like right now with your planes, as far as like, do you purposely buy them used or what you don't quite want, and then with the goal in mind of how you're going to improve it?
Well, I'm a builder, right? Like I think there are people out there, some people are builders, some people are just doers, some people are, couch potatoes and, whatever. I don't know. People are different, right? Me, I'm a builder, and I would rather buy something that is half done, or a project, or the parts of something, and build it myself and kind of build it the way I want to build it and all of that. I would rather do that most of the time than just buy something done.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's probably what made me really good at my career. Because I never looked at something as a big deal, right? Like if I bought, like I bought one race car complete from this fellow, and I bought another one that literally was just a street car with like some of the body panels taken off of it, and it eventually would be a race car, but it needed a lot. And when we built both of those, I built both of those cars back out, and it was no problem at all. We finished it, and then I did it again. Same fellow, same deal. He had one finished race car that was technically, ready to go race car, and the other one was basically a street car that had a couple of things taken off of it to make it look kind of like a race car, and I finished them, and that's what I did. So, but it with everything, it's that way, right? Like, and it's just a personal bend. Like I know it's going to end up probably costing me more. It's not because it's cheaper to do it that way. It's just that's the way I want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I have like the airplane that when I say I'm going to go work on my airplane, the one that I'm working on right now is called a Sonore. It's a Volkswagen powered airplane, a Type 1 Volkswagen air-cooled motor from a car. Although the one I have has very few actual Volkswagen parts in it. They're all like aftermarket stuff. It's been adapted for flight. It's a flight engine. And, so it's a very small airplane. It weighs, I think the empty weight done is like 595 pounds or something like that. Ready for flight. And the all up weight with passengers, fuel, and everything, max takeoff weight, I think 1,200 pounds or 1,300 pounds, somewhere along in there. So
what is the maximum wind you can fly something like that in?
Maximum wind?
Wind, yeah, because it's light.
I think my max crosswind component's probably like, I don't know, probably 20 knots, something like that, to like make 23, 24 miles an hour. Crosswind component. That would be like a dead crosswind. It would have to be pretty high. It's a very small plane. It's a low wing plane, so it just doesn't. The wind doesn't really. The wind bothers it, obviously, but it's not. It's not in danger of flipping over or anything like that, like a Cessna would be for the most part. And it goes fast enough. Like your takeoff rolls fast. Everything's fast, so it's fine. Airplanes live in the wind, so the wind isn't the problem. It's how quickly you can react to it and how close you are to the ground. So, airplanes live in the wind. I mean, it's kind of how they work.
And that is the principle of lift, yes.
Right. So they kind of in their home element, when they're doing that. But the crosswinds really only matter when you're trying to land or take off. And I say that, but I mean, you can get like severe turbulence. You can get flipped over in the air. There's a really good video where a guy with I think it was a Q1 quickie that he had changed the airfoil and he was doing some really rock test where he rocks it back and forth on the controls at altitude. I mean, he's pretty high up. It's like 6,000 feet or something. There's plenty of room to figure it out before he hits the ground. He's just up there, fucking around. And all of a sudden, like a gust of wind hits it, or he rocks too far and it does a complete roll, just unplanned, totally, like kind of crazy. And it just rolls right over. And it's very predictable. He was able to get out of it, no problem. But something like that could kill you. That would be bad. But but it's it's a pretty stable airplane. And then I have so the goal right now is just to get it. All it needs is paint, and I just need to put it back together. Like everything's sitting in my garage right now to put it back together. I just haven't done it. And then and then I have a Long Easy, and that's a really fast long distance airplane where my Sonoray is so if you want to compare them to something like most people kind of know about, like the Sonoray is like a motorcycle that you just drive around town in good weather, and you have fun with it. It's a little fast, it's fun, but you're not going to take it on a highway trip without a lot of serious thought about it, right? You're not going to get in the Sonoray and drive or fly across country without seriously planning it, and it's probably going to suck a little bit, right? And on the other side of that, the Long Easy is stupid fast. I mean, they're both basically the same ultimate speed, but the Long Easy is just, that's where it lives. It just lives there. And it's really stable. It's about 200 miles an hour with about a 6.5 gallon or so burn. So, and it carries 52 gallons of fuel. So it can go really far. And it can go really far, really fast, and very comfortably, relatively speaking. And it's like a fighter plane, right? And very maneuverable, and it looks cool. And I have it, and I just need to put it back together. I don't technically have to paint it. I'm probably going to paint it just because I like nice stuff. But it just needs to be put back together. So most of this is just like, I just need to put them back together. So, and it keeps me busy, keeps me out of trouble, keeps me out of the strip clubs.
So it's interesting. I have very little knowledge of planes, but we do use planes for transporting our organs, for organ transplant.
Sure.
And as you can imagine, it's a big deal if you cancel a flight carrying someone's new liver, new heart.
Yeah.
And so we will often we have special planes that are used specifically for organ transplant. They're allowed to fly when commercial flights are not allowed to fly. And around here, if the crosswinds get over about 35 to 40 miles an hour, they won't take off or land at our local airport, this is Gainesville, Florida. It's a little nothing airport. And there are times we actually resort to using helicopters for organ transplant because the helicopters can go in much heavier winds compared to some of the smaller planes.
That's interesting. I'm in general, I think of helicopters as being very wind susceptible. Like
you would think they would be, but it's interesting. They will use helicopters for transport. We also use it for like emergency transport.
They're also very short range. They're also very short range. I find that interesting.
They are.
So yeah. But yeah, it's an interesting deal. The airplane stuff is just fun. I mean, the airplanes are fun. Airplanes are cool.
What does it take to finish getting or to get a pilot's license? What does that take as a private pilot?
So if you wanted to start cold, you're going to spend about probably 50 hours of flight. And you typically fly maybe 3-4 hours a week. Most people can't do that, but some people can. If you can fly 3 to 4 hours a week, you're going to get in plenty of time, and you're going to finish out earlier. Maybe you can get it done in 40 hours, 50 hours of flight time. You basically just have some basic maneuvers and skills that you need to master, right? Taking off, landing, maneuver. There's a prescribed list of maneuvers that you have to be able to do because it makes you a safe pilot. There's a bunch of procedures you have to learn. And then there's a written test, what they call a knowledge test. There's actually 3 knowledge tests, but there's only 2 that really matter. And one is the oral knowledge test, which is given by the DPE, the designated pilot examiner. And your DPE will, he basically talks to you. It's a conversation. It's not adversarial. And it's just to test your knowledge of how to fly, what to fly, when to fly, all that kind of stuff. And
will they ask you what you would do in certain scenarios?
Yeah. They'll be talking, they'll talk about, what, what's the right procedure for landing at this type of airport and this type of weather with this type of equipment in your airplane. And you're supposed to know that, right? Or it'll be, another question could be, you're taking off from a soft field. There's a wire. It's this far away from the airport. It's this high. Can you do it? Here's the air density. Here's your performance chart. You need to be able to read the performance chart, do the math, and say, yeah, I can take off, or no, I'm stand a high risk of hitting that wire. And so I can't take off. I'll have to either take off in the other direction if possible, or I have to wait until conditions change. And you have to demonstrate, it's just a basic knowledge test. You have to have a knowledge of how to fly the airplane, what the conditions are, what the procedures are. They'll ask you, like, can you fly in this area? Well, no, I can't, because it's a military zone. You can't fly there. Where you can only fly there during specific times. Or you have to call ahead and get ready. You have to radio ahead and make sure that they're not like throwing missiles or machine guns around. And because somebody wants to get shot down, that's bad. So don't do that. And so so you have a basic knowledge. You have an oral knowledge test, and it's just just a conversation, really. But you have to be very careful, because if they say something like, what documents you have to have in the airplane, and if you list them out, but you add something that it could lead to a rabbit hole that you have to go down, and he's testing your knowledge. So if you open a rabbit hole that you don't actually have that much knowledge about, like you only have the superficial knowledge, that's going to be exposed. So you have to basically keep your answers short. I mean, it's there's a method to it.
Yeah, we have oral board exams in medicine, and they are very adversarial. And you try not to mention topics that you don't have a lot of knowledge on and don't care to
same
discuss.
kind of deal.
You'll get caught going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, same kind of deal, but it's not adversarial. It's more just like a conversation, but you are being tested on your knowledge. So, and then so the oral test determines whether or not you can take your so there's 3 tests that are involved. So the written test, the oral knowledge exam, and then you have your flight test and your check ride. And your oral knowledge test determines whether or not you can take your check ride. And it's really what the DPE is really trying to do is trying to get a grasp on whether or not you can safely operate the airplane. Like you may be able to fly it, right? Like you can do pattern work and you can fly from one airport to the other, but that doesn't mean you can safely operate it. And you know the rules of the road, so to speak. And once you're up and that you know where, when, and how you should not take off. Right. And a lot of it's going to be, a lot of the questions tend to run around the idea of what are the limits, right? So, when you should have a rejected takeoff, when you should, when you should cancel a flight because maybe the maintenance isn't right. Maybe the plane just came out of maintenance and there's something that's kind of off and it's something that you should not go fly. Right. And that's a lot of it. And so based on your performance during that, then you can do your check ride, which is a practical, right? And from the moment you arrive and check in with the DPE, you're being tested. So everything from the way that you pre-flight the airplane, the way that you talk to the examiner, everything you're being tested on, literally everything. And a lot of people don't even get to take off because they will fail the pre-flight or they will fail so you're supposed to give a passenger briefing. So if you don't give your passenger briefing, the DPE can choose to end the flight right there. At any time, the DPE can say, "You've made me feel unsafe. Please return to the airport." And and you return, you go back and you land now, and that's it for the day. Now, here's the thing. So like, I have a friend who failed his first check ride, and he did it because his short field knowledge was lacking, and he really didn't perform a very good short field landing, and he definitely didn't perform a good short field takeoff. His own words. I'm not paraphrasing or anything. It's exactly what he said. And the examiner ended the test right there. Now that's like literally was like the last thing that he had to do. So the only thing that he was re-examined on was the short field takeoff and landing. So basically he took a couple of weeks, he went out, he flew a few days, he shot landings, he did all of that. And when the DPE came back out and he had did pre-flight everything, went up, did I think 2 or 3 short field takeoff and landings, and then came back, and that was it. He got his license, but everything else he had passed on. It was just this one aspect of it.
But do they limit your attempts though, or at some point that's it, you're done, you're not
technically you don't get any attempt. Technically, there's no attempt. This is a pass fail test, right? Like you are expected at this point to be able to do it. Now, they're not grading you on how great it is, right? It's just, can you do it or can you not do it? So maybe it's a little ugly, right? But you did it. It was successful. PKFRX, some DPs will do that, but most DPs won't. Most DPs will simply say, I am not happy with the way you performed that maneuver. We're going to return to the airport. We'll continue this another day. And they won't embarrass you by if they
say my controls and fly the airplane back to the airport, you've really
probably not doing so well if that happens.
really pissed them off. You did something really bad. So yeah, don't do that. And but I mean, it's like any other skills test, except and look, DPEs are all different. Like you could get one that's just really chill and laid back, and just you go out and it's a nice flight with, just like if you were flying with your buddy, right? And then you could get one that's freaking neurotic, that is literally making checks on on their checklist every single thing that you do, that freaks you out. So you have to kind of evaluate that ahead of time. Like you get to meet with them first, right? You get to meet with the DPE, and you're going to do the oral exam. So if you feel like in the oral exam that maybe you're not going to be able to meet this DPE's expectations, and you might look for a different DPE to take the test from, right? To take your check ride, because personality matters, right? And by this point, you've spent a lot of money. I mean, we're talking like 40 to 50 hours of flight time at 140 an hour, 160 an hour for the airplane, and another $50 to $70 an hour for the instructor. So let's say that, by the time you get to 50 hours, you've got a pretty significant investment in getting there, right? So it's not like you just want to give up and quit. So
are they using flight simulators much in terms of training for private licenses?
You can, and that's a good way to, because I think simulator time counts like an hour of time in the simulator is like a third of an hour, and counts as a third of an hour in your logbook. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't actually substitute for actual flight time, and it's always very important to remember that, because it matters. It's a real deal. It's a real thing. And I have a simulator actually. It's actually right there, and and I have 3 screens that go that wrap around, so it gives you the effect of being in the airplane to some degree, and it's pretty cool.
Well, maybe you should start streaming from there so you can rival Viking Paradigm with all the screens.
No. No. That is funny though. He has a lot of stuff going on.
Sorry.
He has a lot of stuff going on for sure. I actually have one of the screens, because they're on roll, they're on roll stands. So I've got one of the screens right in front of me that I can look at. I just don't generally. So
speak of the devil, there he is.
There he is, yeah, and he shall appear. But yeah, it's
welcome to the chat.
Yeah. I really like flying. I think that everybody should try it, because I think that a lot of people think that they're gonna hate it, or they think it's gonna like scare them to death or whatever. But realistically, it's flying is great, man. It's great. It's very relaxing. I find it to be very relaxing, and it just opens up a lot of different avenues, different windows. Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty cool. So the flying part of it is, for me, it is really a way for me to be able to travel places very quickly, because without because I've gotten to where I just hate commercial. I don't like flying commercial. First of all, I don't like people to start with, so shoving me in a big metal tube with a bunch of people is just sucks. I don't like it. And they keep shrinking the size of the seats. My knees are now up in my chest on almost every flight. It's terrible. Why would I want to do that?
I agree. I'm a fairly petite woman, and the seating is miserable. I feel squished.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible.
It's part of the reason we drive. But we like the road.
Yeah.
We like the road trip. That helps too. But that's
Yeah. I've been across the country in a vehicle so many times. It's crazy. But I just decided, and you know what really drove me back into flying was a few years ago. I went to a match. Well, I'd already been thinking about flying because a friend of mine flies to all of the matches, and he has his own plane, and so he would fly himself to the matches, and he would just literally land on at the nearest airport and get there. Most of them have a loaner car, and he would just go shoot the match, take the loaner car back, get in his plane, fly off. It's no big deal, easy. Or he'd rent a car and have it sitting there at the airport waiting for him when he got there. Very easy. And I like that. Because you don't have to go through security, get to carry whatever guns you want, whatever. It's just easy, right? It's like hitting the easy button, only you don't have to hit the button. It's already done. And I'd already been thinking about it. And then back in this is February 2021, I think. So I did the Hard as Hell Assaulter match out in Utah, and I flew out there, and I shot that in as a armored trooper. And so I had to have my body armor. I had to have a fixed bladed knife with a 4-inch blade. I had to carry at least 1 liter of water. I had to have my IFAC. There's a list of gear that you have to have, right? Before you start every stage, you have to have X amount of rifle ammo on you or X amount of pistol ammo on you and all of this stuff, or mags on you. And they had to be full. So, you had to do this. And so it's a lot of gear. Like this sounds like not that much, but I hammered the 50-pound weight limit on 2 bags. Like I had 100 pounds of gear with me, and I had, and now one of those was my guns, which my gun case with the rifle, the backup rifle, and the pistols was 48 pounds. So, that hurts. And then my bag with just the armor, a little bit of ammo, because I shipped ammo ahead. I only took long range ammo with me. I didn't take any pistol or rifle ammo. The armor, the gear bags, the stuff that you need to function during a match is cameras, the helmet, and you also had to wear an actual helmet. Like you couldn't, not like a baseball hat. You had to wear like a helmet in the armor division. And so, I got holsters, I've got slings, I've got cameras, I've got helmets, I got all this stuff, right? I've got 2 bags, I've got 100 and something pounds of gear. And most of it is illegal in the state of California. Now, St. George, Utah is like basically shares a border with California through Nevada. It's really close. And a lot of people from California go there. And this was over the Valentine's Day holiday, by the way, or Valentine's Day weekend. I got a pass for my wife to go. Don't worry. I wasn't in trouble.
Highly suspicious.
Yeah. No, I had a pass. So I always fly nonstop, and there's a reason for that, but I always fly nonstop. So I fly in, no problem, fly into Vegas, get my rental car, drive out to St. George, Utah, shoot the match. Everything's great. Weather starts coming in. It gets nasty. It's cold, but that's fine. I'm prepared for it. Everything's great. Until the night I'm supposed to leave, Sunday night, I get a text from Southwest. My flight's been delayed. As I'm driving back to the hotel, I get a text that says from the airline, flight's canceled.
What?
Completely. And so I get to the hotel, and I'm like, you know what? I'm still I'm gonna stay another night. So I tell the hotel I'm staying another night. I have lunch with my buddies in St. George.
everything's great in St. George. It's nice. You know, all the weather, most of the weather's gone. Everything, it feels pretty good. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. So whatever. And, but I'd make a decision that I'm going to drive back to Vegas, and I'm going to, if nothing else, I'll just sleep in the rental. I'll sleep in the airport. I'll turn in the rental car and I'll sleep in the airport until they get a flight out. And my wife is like angry at this point, right? My wife's pretty upset. And
your pass had expired.
My pass had expired, and you know, it's just terrible to it's just, you know, the whole thing is like, when are you going to get home? I don't know. This is weird. And so after several versions of rearranging flights and nonsense, I get a flight from Vegas back to Nashville, leaves the next morning. I'm already in Vegas, so everything's cool, but it's a connecting flight through LA. And I'm like, well, I don't really want to do that, but it's the only flight that they have that I can get on. So I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I land in LA. The flight from LA to Nashville's canceled.
Oh God.
So apparently,
and just refresh my memory. All of your gear is not checked luggage, right? You're
it's all checked. So I have to go through. I have to go to baggage claim. I have to get all my gear. Now I have literally everything I have with me is illegal in the state of California. Like literally, like I have everything is illegal, right? So I never unlocked the case. I never unlocked the weapons case at all. And so I get, after standing in the airport for like 5 hours, right? Like, this is terrible. This is like crazy. I'm in the airport. I'm constantly waiting for Southwest to update and say that there's a flight to Nashville from LA that I could get on. Finally, they just say, look, nobody's flying east right now because literally the entire world's a blanket of ice, right? Like there's ice storms. There's all the airports are shut down, all this stuff. And it's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? And finally, I just give up. I'm like, you know what? I'm just getting a hotel. So I got on my phone. I found a hotel. It was literally like, it looked like it was walking distance, but I wasn't going to walk it. So I book a room in the hotel. I believe it was a Hilton or something or whatever. Doesn't matter. I get in the shuttle for the hotel that takes me to the hotel. I get out. I go inside. I don't come back out of the hotel until I get on my flight.
You and 100 pounds of illegal gear.
Yeah. Me and like
nice.
all of it, like all of the stuff. And so I just I had my food delivered. I had the weapons case locked in the closet in my room so that no, like, if I just happened to be downstairs or something and the cleaning lady slipped in, that she couldn't open it and she would have no knowledge of what's in there. And I had a bag full of stuff, like, because I had all of these stuff that didn't need to be in my weapons case, but like had to be checked, like the knives, the armor, all of that stuff. And most of that stuff was illegal in California, so that was all in a bag, and I put that in my suitcase and put that in the closet. And I literally just didn't have anything out where you could see anything, right? Like nothing. And I remember the first night I was like, man, I really want a steak. And so I go down and I asked the girl at the counter, who was really nice. She was very pleasant under the circumstances. And I'm like, where do I go get a steak? What restaurant around here has good steaks? And she's like, well, this restaurant's like a block away. You can walk there. It's fine. But they only have outdoor seating. I'm like, the fuck? It's like, yeah, it's, because they were still under COVID restrictions.
Oh, yeah.
So they were still under COVID restrictions. So everybody was wearing masks except me. I had to wear one when I came down the steps or in the elevator. I had to wear one in the elevator.
Well, I'm surprised they didn't vaccine passport you on your way in and out. You're lucky you got in.
I know, right? I'm lucky I was able to leave the airport. But yes, it was really funny. Like, this is really crazy. Like, so I was like, I'm not paying $100 for a fucking steak and eating it on the sidewalk.
Outdoors.
No, look, outdoors is fine. Outdoors is fine. If it's an actual outdoor restaurant, patio, maybe a couple of fans to keep it cool and all that kind of stuff, no, I'm good.
I mean, come on. There's some. There's the streets were lined with homeless tents last time I was in California.
Yeah, that was the problem that I had.
I mean, it was an entire community out on the sidewalk. They were celebrating, dancing, smoking,
sure.
doing assorted activities.
It's part of my problem. I'm like, look, I'm not going to go pay $100 for a damn steak and eat it on the sidewalk. I don't care how nice the tables are. So that was out. So I went back inside and I ordered. I think I ordered it delivered. Although the restaurant that I wanted wouldn't deliver it, but I had all my food delivered, and everything. I think I was there 2 or 3 days. I think it was 3 days before I could get a flight back, and that the whole time I'm stuck in that hotel room, I'm thinking, you know what? Well, there were two things I thought. I was like, I'm going to go buy a car and I'm just going to fucking drive back. And I was like inches away from doing that. Only my wife basically told me not to do that, but that's how I normally I would have solved the problem. And then the second thing, I'm like, I'm going to go find a plane. I'm going to hire a guy to fly me back. And I thought, if I had a stupid airplane, this wouldn't be a fucking problem.
There's some Mexican drug cartels looking for mules if you're interested in the job. You've passed every requirement for hauling illegal material surreptitiously in and out of airports.
Yeah, and I was already in airplanes. I already had, some hours in my logbook and all that. So I was like, you know what? When the smoke clears on this, I'm getting my pilot's license. So, and that's what really what prompted the end of it, is the fact that I was, if I had had my own plane, if I had flown myself out, I wouldn't have had any problem. I would have just flown back. And there were literally guys like, because I'm a member of all these Facebook groups. I have all these friends all over the country that are pilots. I had friends of mine that are like, oh, look, we're flying, and they're taking off in the snow and just having a great time. And I'm like, you bastards, you sick people. And it was very funny. But yeah. So that's how that all happened. It all happened because I couldn't get out of California. And
was that the last time you've been to California?
Yes.
Never to return.
The last time. I won't go back. And it was LA. I didn't even know Brian then. I could have dropped in, but Brian wasn't doing whatever yet. So, but yeah, no, it was a real thing. I was stuck there 2021 for 3 days, and I haven't been back since. I have zero interest in going back. It's not that I despise the place, but it's so close you couldn't tell the difference. So yeah, I just don't, and like I said, I'm really shocked that I didn't get like a visit from some deputy or something, because literally like everybody in the hotel saw me drag this big ass case in, and you have to know what it is. Although I used to get guitar a lot. I was in Texas, or was it Texas? I think it was Texas. I was shooting a match, and I was collecting my rental car. It might have been Nebraska. And this guy looks at my case and he's like, "Hey, guitar in there?" And I'm like, "Nope, guns. Lots of guns. A lot of guns." And he just looked at me like really weird. So yeah.
I can't imagine that was Texas. Texas is pretty based. They're not.
Oh no, he just thought it was funny that I didn't have a guitar in there. Lots of guns. And it really was a lot of guns. I don't know if I have any pictures of that stuff, but yeah, I did a lot of stuff. Yeah, I can always talk aviation, man. I host every other Thursday. I host a podcast or a live stream for a air racing group that's doing small bore air racing. They're using based around industrial V twin engines. Clover will like this because he's got he's a tractor guy, and so they're like the really popular V twin engines up to about 1 liter, about 1,000 cc's that are on all of the well, basically every commercial lawnmower out there right now has one, and Briggs and Stratton has actually released what they call a marine version, which is really meant to drive swamp boats and that kind of thing. And so they're basically they change a few things and they put them on these very small airplanes, single seater. I think the maximum weight I think is like 500 pounds or 400 pounds or something, like 450, I think maybe. And that the goal is to have them do about 120, 130 miles an hour and cost somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 each with the motor, and and be and be a varied enough race class so that the guy building in his garage with a pair of tin snips and a couple of bricks can bodge together an airplane that'll fit in the series. And guys like me that want to do a composite plane, or a guy that wants to do tube and fabric or whatever, it doesn't matter. We can accommodate you, and it's got a lot of draw to it. A lot of really cool stuff. But airplanes are cool. Airplanes are real cool. You guys ever seen the Elliott? Let me see if I can find it. The Elliott Segun crash. It's really a good video. I'll share this for a second.
PKFRX, are you a private pilot or commercial pilot, or what? What is your connection in the airplane space? I saw him talking about wanting to build his own plane to fly across the country earlier in the chat.
All right, so I'm gonna share this. If I can, no, I can't do it that way. So let's do it this way.
PKFRX just got his private pilot license about 3 months ago. Awesome. Okay. Congratulations.
Yeah, I should have gotten mine last year. I ended up I had an issue with instructors, so it's which whatever, it's fine. Let me show this. This is great. You guys are gonna love this. I really enjoy things that are just cool. So we're gonna watch this, and we'll hit play, and I'll come back over here. You got volume yet? No volume? No volume. All right. Let me go run it back.
Full right aileron, full right rudder, and modulating thrust, so I can either climb without lateral control or descend with lateral control, which is an issue when you're headed towards the boneyard.
This is pretty fucking hilarious.
Yeah, minor issue. Do we have the video? Let's see if we have it.
Anyway, about that time, we'd been approached by a jet engine company. They wanted to put a jet turboprop on my racer, on Wasabi the Siren. And we were kind of cooking that around, and to be perfectly honest, I wasn't really stoked about cutting up my racer. So they saw the quickie and got pretty excited about it. I said, well, we can throw 2-year motors on that. And they got pretty wound up about it. In the meantime, the engine had never flown in the United States. It was just a prototype running on a bench in their facility. So they were really excited about the idea of debuting the engine in the United States. And I made the pitch that it needed to be debuted here. That and I think the crowd probably agree that this is the place if you want to talk about airplanes. I think Peter's done so. This is where it would need to be. So we sort of sketched out the arc of a program that would result with the airplane being here after having flown, very similar to the arc that you guys traced. Just as we were sort of getting things gathered up, we were approached by Red Bull TV. They wanted to film a documentary about one of our projects. We keep sort of a stable in Mojave of projects. I try to keep 5 or 6 ready to go at any given time for things like this that pop up. So we were walking them around between hangars, and I showed them the quickie sort of on a whim, saying, hey, this is not meeting your time frame. They wanted to be flying in like a month. It doesn't meet your time frame, but check it out. And they fell in love. They very much wanted to play with the quickie, and were willing to do all they could to inspire us until we were willing to move the schedule to the left, and we did so. So a 1 month program, which is what they wanted, and the ending in Oshkosh, which would have been a 6 month program, turned out to be about 3 months, and we ended up doing 3 flights of a twin turbojet powered Q1.
And we have a video of this. We're going to skip around just a little bit. How can they find the video upstairs?
Okay, so the video is just going to be called Twerp.
The Twerp. You have to see this just briefly as we're talking about this, because this is this the exciting one, or is
this is the exciting? I only have the exciting video.
Okay, let's can we roll this?
This is exciting. You guys are going to really
video.
like this.
So just a heads up, this video or this flight did not end well. We had a engine failure in short final.
Oh, you ruined it.
Long story short, rolling on
that.
to short final, just about in the flare, we got a big gust from the right, rolled the airplane up about 45 degrees to left. I said, that's enough of that. Stood the power up. Both motors spooled up to 100%, and then the left engine failed. At that point, I was at 1.1 VS, so published stall speed on the quickie is 60 miles per hour. Is about 64 miles per hour when that happened. So well below VMCA. The airplane was uncontrollable for the rest of the flight. You can see in the video, basically from that moment on, you can see I do a stability check, try to figure out if I'm going to try to land straight ahead or try to go around. I make the decision to go around. From that point forward, I'm full right aileron, full right rudder, and modulating thrust, so I can either climb without lateral control or descend with lateral control, which is an issue when you're headed towards the boneyard at Mojave.
Yeah, minor issue. Do we have the video? Let's see if we have it.
This is
we'll
great. You guys are going to love
If we don't
this.
have it, we'll just move on. But
And this is directly cut from the actual documentary, which I hope you check out. It's called Mojave Test Pilot. It's on Red Bull TV, but it gives more depth to the program. We also have a report online that's available if you want to know any of the details about the program, size of the motors, the rest of the test program, et cetera.
And I'm guessing we don't have the video. That's going to, well, if we do get it, guys, just start it, and we'll start talking about it. The Twerp, though, it embodied the imagination, and it's not a project that you were, hired to do. But I wanted to bring that up as a transition here, because in the test pilot world, when you're talking about imagination, you and Dick both, I think, have sort of said this in a way without saying it, that when you want to earn the public's trust and introducing a new imagination platform, if you will, whether it's another RV. I know, Dick, you're working on the 15, aren't you, right now? Isn't that what you're up to? Something like that. What number are you on now?
I don't know. I'll have to ask my people to see.
Yeah, there you go. Dick's the only person up here with people. Well, Peter can ask Sam, but he can't talk, so it's all right. Let's see. Here's the Twerp. Go ahead and roll this. Now, watch what happens here.
Back to idle, headed downhill, 4,700.
That's your astronaut voice, isn't it, Elliot?
Still got a ways to go. When you're flying in an airplane that's never flown before, you have to be near the edge of the cliff.
That's the ominous look at the boneyard.
But what happens when you go too close? Is that something recoverable from? With the game that we're playing, I don't know that it is. I don't know. It's a very, very fine line. Going down.
So no one really, the gasps, I think, are uncomfortable. So comic relief. You can go ahead and pause the video. So that moment, right? It's dramatics going through the trailer. So it was like a mobile home. There was a moment right before that where I was looking at the slab sides of 2 747s, which you can imagine. Well, I can only imagine. I've never really spent much time with 747s, but they're pretty firm. And then a relatively soft trailer. And we went back to private training, right? We're like, okay, find the soft thing. The comic relief. Actually, Dick Rattan helped with the project. So did Gene Sheehan, the sort of creator of the Quickie, or one of the strong influences of the Quickie.
That you found in a dumpster.
That the design,
Right,
not
right.
that quick.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. So Dick Rutan, I think I don't need to tell this crowd, but just in case, Dick Rutan flew the Voyager around the world. When he did so, they had a control room where they had big ham radios and manuals and maps and weather charts and all that stuff. The building that I crashed through was the Voyager mission control.
Yeah. Way to go.
It was waiting to be towed to the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to go to the Air Force Museum was what I was told. In my defense, they'd been waiting for 20 years for the truck to come get it. So.
Now now you could be seen on the next Breaking Bad series.
That's right.
Yeah, it's going to be great. That's awesome. So I bring that up because, you know, what we're talking about tonight is
Wow.
All right, so that was quite good, right?
That is phenomenal video footage. From the pilot's perspective, I cannot imagine.
Yeah. Oh, he's had some times. Hang on, let me. I like Elliot. I really do. He's a great guy, and his because he's an engineer, he has this like really like dryness to him.
Yes. Yeah.
Describing things that most people are like would be very unhappy about. He's just like, yeah. And there's this one. Let me see if I'll keep talking while I'm going to tee this up, but where he's just like, he's just talking about this. So, let's see if we can get this. All right, here we go. This is let me here. Let's go. Let's do the share screen thing again. You guys are gonna get, you know, this is a chill stream tonight. So if you don't like it, tough. I'm having fun. And
as Andrew says, if you're bored, get up and
you don't have to
fucking
be
leave.
here. You don't have to be here.
Nobody's making you be here.
But this is gonna be really good. So let me remove that. That's not. Oh yeah, is this the right one? This is the right one. All right. So let me make sure I'm at the right point on this. I think it is. So this is a home built. This is a home built airplane. Technically not home built. It's a factory built replica of the T-51. And yes, he wears that gear because he's so fully aware of that every time he goes up, he could crash. And so he really values his life. You can see he's got all of his speeds and everything written there on the window. And so he has a really good landing there, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to kick ahead here. So he's taking off again. It's a great air. Oh, wait, hang on.
What happened to necessitate the emergency landing?
You're about to find out. Here we go. So they need 5 hours flying in the plane for the owner to be able to fly the plane.
Yeah, we don't have volume on our end.
Mile per hour approach speed.
He's coming
My
down.
apologies for all the oil on the camera. This is unfortunately the best external view I have for showing the upcoming event.
Oh, looky there. The landing gear fails. Now, look, what? He saves this airplane. Look at that. Did you see what he just did there? He saved that.
So that moment, I wasn't sure if I'd actually touched the wing when the gear had collapsed. I added power. I was pretty confident I hadn't touched the propeller, but I hadn't felt it in the controls that I had touched the wing. I hadn't felt a grinding on that right wing. But meanwhile, while being heroic, I'm not sure that aborting the landing had done anything else more than put me sort of in another predicament, right?
What am I going to do now?
So after that gear collapsed, the right main indicated unlocked. You can see that on the left side of the cockpit. So I did the standard shimmy, shimmy, cocoa pop, directional and G oscillations to try to get the gear to shake out with no change. I also took a moment to check for handling in the roll axis. Again, concerned that right aileron had made contact with the runway. You can see here I reached for the gear like I'm going to pull it up to commit to landing on the belly. And this was probably the first moment where I start to let the owner into the cockpit. So again, in this bigger context of Jim not being an airplane owner, there was a lot of stuff that I was sort of letting him know as he needed to know it rather than trying to do sort of a deep dive up front. And it was at this moment I knew, I had shaken the airplane, the gear wasn't going to come out. I knew now that I was going to crash today. And now my next thought was, well, how do I, warn Jim or prepare Jim for what's coming? Because, not being an airplane guy, this is all going to come at him.
This is really important dialogue here, right? Like, he literally
Jim
just
is
said,
his passenger in the plane.
he literally just said, I'm going to crash
today.
And then he's like, now I have to tell the owner that I'm about to crash your airplane. This is great. You can't make this up. This is great TV right here.
Really fast. And so that's when you can see I hesitate to fiddle with the gear, and I start figuring out, well, am I going to text him? Am I going to call him? Like, how will I let him know? Again, Jim had a habit of leaving the airport during the flights. From his perspective, again, this is a proven airplane, right? He's a car guy. Hanging out at the airport maybe isn't his thing. I don't know, but he would go away when I went away because he figured there was no reason to be there. So I needed to get him back to the airport to kind of let him know what was coming. It's at this moment
watch his plane crash.
Hello.
Hang on. Let me bring us back. Yeah. We're gonna watch the whole thing. Let me back it up.
Of leaving the airport during the flights. From his perspective, again, this is a proven airplane, right? He's a car guy. Hanging out at the airport maybe isn't his thing. I don't know, but he would go away when I went away because he figured there was no reason to be there. So I needed to get him back to the airport to kind of let him know what was coming. It's at this moment that Brett came on the radio.
Hello, Compton traffic. There is what looks to be a P51 in the left down 125 left. Are you on frequency?
Yeah, we're on the frequency.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure that was just parked, and I just have noticed that as I'm sure you already felt that when you went around, is that your right main kind of wheel buckled.
So this is a fascinating new variable that I've never dealt with before. I've got a fair amount of experience with, with a well-briefed safety chase. I have a fair amount of experience with indoctrinated team members that are on the ground and trying to provide assistance. But in this case, I have this voice on the radio, person I don't know personally at all, who can potentially add a lot of value. I need all the help I can get at this point, but it's hard to know what he knows, right? What is his background?
That's correct. Is there anything left on the runway?
And just as I'm starting to figure out how to talk to Brett about all this stuff, the engine tries to quit.
So everything's okay, and the gear is back down now, so you have two fully down, but it did buckle when you put pressure on it.
In that moment, you can see the dynon cycle, you can see the tax cycle. So globally, right, as an engine operator in this moment, the engine had stumbled. I knew the engine was electronically controlled, and therefore there wasn't like a mixture knob I could play with, or the fuel system was relatively simple. There wasn't much I could do, so I wasn't confident that the engine wasn't going to stumble again. And with that, I sort of realized that this whole thing was going to be over pretty quick. Another thing that sort of interestingly also gets imprinted in my mind in this moment is that I had wiggled the throttle, and that locks in as maybe being related to what's causing the engine to stumble.
When you put pressure on it.
Okay, copy all. So You're not in any position where you could let the owner be aware of what's going on with the gear.
So at this point, I figure the engine is about to quit. I'm sort of on a base turn, sort of like I can make the runway from where I am. But again, I go back into this like bringing the owner into the cockpit thing where I'm like, God, I'd just love to warn him about what's going on. If Justin was here and he had a fire bottle, I'm wishing that Justin was here for the impending crash that's coming.
Yeah, I'm not from here, actually. I'm from Santa Monica. Do you have a number you want me to give him a call and let him know?
So I give him Jim's number?
Okay, I'll give him a call, and then I'll call you back with that response for you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I'm going to want any debrief you got on the condition of that right gear.
So the customer relations side was saying, let's let the customer know what's going on. The other side was, I need to know what Brett knew, if anything, about what had happened, what things I couldn't see, things that were on the other side of the wing. What did he know about the position and condition of the gear? And based on that knowledge, helped me inform my decision whether we're going to try to land with the gear how it is, whether we're going to try cycling the gear and try to get a different answer, or whether we're going to pull the gear up and land on the belly. Recognizing I had a little bit of time here, I took the moment to clean the airplane up, so flaps up. Again, you can see I put my hand on the gear light lever like I'm going to pull it up. But again, I'm waiting to try to involve Jim in the decision. Again, too much customer relations. So about 90 seconds pass here.
Okay, I just had a phone conversation with Jim, and he's going to make his way down towards the craft where we have some radio communication for you.
This next bit is some of the most fascinating like radio communication stuff I've ever experienced in flight test.
Sounds good. And then if you got any debrief on what you saw, you said the gear buckled. I'm not sure what that means.
Okay, so when your main wheels touched down, your left one was stable and your right one gave way, so it didn't really take any pressure, and it probably went inward about 20 to 30 degrees, and then you must have sensed that and did go around.
I've never met Brett. I don't know anything about his background, but the pressure is really high. So how do you maximize the efficiency of the conversation so that we can figure out who he is and get the information that he has, as efficiently as possible?
Okay, so buckled implies that the main strut may have collapsed. It appeared the strut was intact from your perspective?
Yeah, it looks so. It did. Give me a kind of a second to decipher exactly how to put that in words. But as soon as your right main touched, the entire strut itself kind of bent inwards. I guess it kind of gave way under the pressure of the lack of hydraulics, essentially.
I think it goes without saying that this is a fantastic example of the value of really good safety chase. And when we say safety chase, people think about formation, they think about being in the right position. And I think what's illustrated here is that the more important thing is that you're able to speak the same language and have confidence on both sides of the conversation, so that the things I say mean the same thing in your head and vice versa.
Right. So from my perspective,
that's very
my guess
important.
is the lock failed, so the strut is intact, but the lock is no longer functioning. Does that match what you think you saw?
That is an affirmative, yes. If you wanted to do a kind of low pass here, we can kind of get an idea of what your strut looks like, make sure it looks healthy and solid still.
No,
Again, it was more than I could communicate in the moment, but the idea of doing a low pass to check gear position after that engine stumble, it was going to take a lot of convincing to put me in that position. Not so much the coming into the low pass, but that moment after the low pass where you're depending on the engine to get away from the ground and not end up in that neighborhood of houses.
Let's give Jim a second here to get on the frequency. Temps are stable so far, but this thing doesn't like flying around with gear down.
Understandably. Do you want to try to do some, I don't know anything about this plane, some G-force maneuvers and see if you can get it to lock?
I already tried that, but no, I like where you're thinking. The only thing that's on my question mark is whether we just give up, suck the gear up, and land on the belly, or whether we had tried to put some pressure on that right gear.
Okay, give me about 2 minutes and I'll get back to you. You got plenty of fuel?
We got probably another hour's worth of gas, but I don't think this is going to last that long.
So in the next 3 minutes it takes for Jim to get to the radio, I decide to climb to altitude to slow the airplane to try, again, the shimmy shimmy Cocoa Pop, but at a lower speed, and also try cycling the gear to see if I can get a different answer as far as the downlocks.
Hey, Elliot.
Hey, boss, how you doing?
So I assume you've tried the positive G thing to get the gear to lock down, right?
I have.
Again, just a fascinating communication problem.
You do have some extra gas in that rear tank. And then, how about if you try to put the gear up and down again, or it's a side skid thing, so the airflow tries to push the gear outboard to lock it down?
We tried that already. I just haven't tried it at slow speed. So climbing up to altitude now, we'll try that.
he was saying that you're getting.
And then the engine quit.
I like the way you just said.
So speeds
and then the
100
engine
miles
quit.
an hour, or about 3,100 feet MSL. I'm basically directly over the runway on like a high upwind near the departure end of the runway. So that's a big left-hand 180 to line up with downwind headed for low key. Low key being sort of adjacent to and opposite heading of your touchdown point. And here I have just a few seconds to try to troubleshoot. In the bigger context, I knew I was going to crash today. I didn't see that there was much I was going to do in the cockpit, even if I got.
So there's a couple of things he says, and since we have another pilot in the audience, establishing high key and low key as far as your and just doing it naturally for every single time that you go up is not something that private pilots really are not taught. That's more for like test pilots and engineering pilots and military pilots are taught that. But it is very smart to learn it, because knowing where and when you can put the airplane and how is very critical. And you're about to see why, because he crashes this airplane.
Got the engine running, it wasn't going to change the outcome of the day very much, but I knew that what would absolutely change the outcome of the day is not making it to the airport. So I was absolutely focused on making it to the airport, less so on troubleshooting. Again, based on that previous stumble, I believe that sawing on the throttle had something to do with the engine quitting. Obviously, it didn't work this time. And then it's a basic check of the switch positions in the cockpit. So there's three main switches that control the engine. There's the starter switch, the coil switch, and the fuel injector switch. And then there's the row of circuit breakers. I check all those. And then after that, just few seconds of troubleshooting, it's just focused on trying to make the airport. So this is an interesting moment where I decided I was high. So I make a couple S-turns, the last one of which is pretty deep. And then I turn back to the north, back towards base, and that's when I knew I was in trouble. That last S-turn was just way too deep, and now with the wind coming out of the north, I was going to have trouble making the airport. So I reached down and feathered the prop to increase my glide ratio. So again, there's different schools on whether or not you feather the prop or when you feather the prop. From my perspective, if I have the airport made, I'd rather keep the prop in the fine position so that I have it in moments like this as a last get out of jail free card to make the airport. I'm sure there'll be people that feel the other way about it, that you should feather immediately after an engine failure. So you can see right here as I'm cutting that corner from base to final, I think I can make the airport, but I know it's going to be tight.
Okay, so we've got a P-51 replica coming in with a gear issue. We've been communicating with him for the last 15 minutes.
Here we go. Watch carefully. The amount of control he has is crazy.
It's hard to communicate on a long emergency like this, just how tired you are at the end of it. And I didn't really feel it until this moment when the airplane came to a stop and I had to chant to myself, fire, 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 to remind myself what was the rush to get out of the seat. I was just exhausted.
Yeah, and there you go.
That is phenomenal. Like, that landing was so smooth given the circumstances.
I can't hear you. Got earplugs.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, I mean, he lands, he glides in, he goes into the grass and calmly climbs out. That was really phenomenal.
Yeah, the entire idea of being able to break something down into their smallest components like that and be brutally honest, where he talks about, especially when he talks about, like, I made this S-turn and it was too deep. I gave up too much energy. I didn't know that I was going to, too much altitude. Now I have to worry about making the runway, right? Like, that's really pretty brutal, right? And it was pretty impressive. Elliot's an impressive dude. He's crashed a few times, and
It is what it is.
I think what's also impressive is he has a very analytical mind, but he's able to do so under pressure. So it's one thing to sit there in a theoretical situation, talking on the couch about this. It's an entirely different thing to not freak out, not become emotional, and focus on your goal and objective while analyzing the situation and maneuver a smooth landing like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So I think it's interesting.
Is there a reason they don't have backup landing gear on planes? Because I mean, even as a average layperson, I've heard the landing gear fails. I know you're supposed to try to shake it down and then try to glide in like a glider. Like I know these kind of basics, but it seems like there should be some sort of backup if these things fail with some frequency.
Well, weight chiefly, and also just where would you put it? It's an airplane. There's just not a lot of space. So the thing about it, so like in this case, and there's actually a couple other instances where the hydraulic pumps on these airplanes, they fail. And in this case, what had happened is it had been misplumbed, and it was the hydraulic pump, the limit switches weren't installed. And so it would, even though it was it thought it was developing full pressure and it wouldn't shut off, but it was not developing full pressure and it didn't shut off. And so the landing gear would not lock down. So yeah. And it just,
there's a question here. It says, did he go into the grass to slow himself down? I'm assuming you do that because the friction coefficient of concrete would be much higher compared to grass. So you don't want the heat generated.
He had no control.
Well, there's that too, I guess.
Right? Like that's what happens when you don't have a wheel on one side of a tripod. You're going to turn in that direction. So he'd had once it touched down and started dragging that wing and that's the end of it. You have no idea. You don't have any control over it. So, and that's just how that works. It was honestly, it's one of the better like crash landings that I've seen. And where I was going is, so what happened is that it basically blew the main breaker because the hydraulic pump was not on a separate circuit. And that's actually what took the engine out. So the whole time of that accident, all like 7 minutes of that ordeal, or 8 minutes, whatever it is, the pump is running at like full power, but it already has full pressure because there's no high pressure limit switch. The load of that pump getting hotter and hotter and hotter increased to the point where it blew the main breaker. The pump was wired directly to the main breaker, which controlled the ECU and everything. So that's what stopped the motor. The motor stopped running. By the way, that airplane has an LS1 in it, or an LS3 actually. So it's a V8 Chevrolet motor, and so it's basically the motor would have kept running had it not had this issue with the hydraulic pump. The hydraulic pump was the problem, and it had been whoever had installed it had simply installed it in a very poor manner, and so in general, you don't want retractable gear on small airplanes like that because of things just like this. However, like in the Long Easy, which I fly, I have a retractable nose wheel, but the main gear are fixed. And if you had the same thing happen, although my main gear are mechanical, so I just crank it down. And in theory, I guess the gear could break and it wouldn't crank down. But when those when they have a gear failure on the Long Easy, typically it's either the gear the metal parts break, right? So the wheel just comes off, and then you just slide across the runway, and it's no big deal. It just makes you look like an idiot, and you need a truck to come get you. Can't drive off the runway anymore. Or the pilot forgets to put the gear down. And so what happens then is that you slide across the runway on since Long Easy's rest why they let me show you how you park a Long Easy in this guy. Pull this up here. And so I'll just I'm gonna drop us down. Landing gear down, that's how you go down the runway. And on your nose. And there's a bumper down there that that it'll slide on, and it's no big deal. It doesn't do any damage. So, but yeah, pretty cool stuff. Airplanes are cool.
Very cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, so technically, to fly an airplane like that Mustang is considered a complex airplane because it has an adjustable pitch propeller, it has over 200 horsepower, and it has it can go over 200 miles an hour, and it can and it has retractable gear. So those three things make it a complex airplane, and you have to have an endorsement to fly those. So, which requires X number of hours in your logbook that you've flown airplanes or with retractable gear, and just because of things where people forget to put the gear down. So,
who gives you that endorsement? Is that through the FAA or something? Who?
Yeah, just any CFI can do it. It's just an endorsement in your logbook. So,
okay,
any CFI that can endorse for complex can do it. So it's pretty easy. Once you have your check right, everything comes pretty easily, to be honest, except for ATP. ATP commercial and ATP are you have to go through DPEs, but everything else is not.
So far in your flying career, have you encountered any mishaps with engine failure, landing gear failure? Well, I guess you're
no. I mean, it's actually really pretty rare. It's really pretty rare if you're doing your part, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure it happens, but for the most part, if the aircraft is getting maintenance like it should, and if you're doing a proper pre-flight, you shouldn't have any problems. Now, the only issue I've had is recently, actually very recently, they had an airplane that came out of maintenance, and I was going to fly it that day, and I was with a new instructor. So I did the pre-flight, and everything looked good. Everything was fine. No problems whatsoever. And I checked everything. I even checked the thickness of the brake pads, all of that, right? Like it's a proper pre-flight because I hadn't flown with this instructor. And in general, when when you have somebody new, anytime you introduce a variable, it can be a problem. So we're taxiing out, and I'm talking to this guy, and and he has a different way he wants to do things, and can you just anytime you're changing instructors or you're dealing with somebody, you kind of you have to get to know them, know how they communicate, what they think, all of this stuff. And so we're taxiing out, and I noticed the airplane's pulling to one side, and I thought that was odd. And so I'm working the rudders. I'm working the rudder pedals to control the airplane. I hit the brake a few times, and it just doesn't really get much better. And then and we just kept pulling. We're pulling pretty hard to the left, and so I keep trying to get the airplane centered back up, and it was weird. And all of a sudden, I hit the brakes the brake to pull us over to the side, and it kind of starts vibrating, and the pedals were like wobbling back and forth, and I actually thought that the instructor was kicking the pedals to make me be more active on the pedals, right? Like he was signaling me through the pedals. That's what I thought, but it wasn't him. What had actually happened was the tire had deflated. We think what had happened was, since the airplane had just been in for maintenance and they had just replaced the tubes and the tires, that the tube had gotten pinched when they put the tire on. and it had flown earlier that day. So after the first flight, the tire gets hot, especially on landing. It'll get hot because you're running the brakes and everything, and it'll shift. And when it shifted, they think it pinched it more. And then and of course, then it cooled back down and all of that. And when I went out to taxi it, we hit something minor, and it popped the tube, and so they had to put a new tire and tube on. It's like probably $400 in tire and tubes.
Wow.
But yeah, they had to do that, and of course, the plane had to be towed back. I couldn't go fly. I was not super unhappy about that, but things happen. Things do happen. You can't predict things. It is what it is. So the reason he kept, because he was so tired, right? Like I don't, and even just flying in general, especially like I've flown in high winds, and it can just take it out of you. Like it's like any other like semi-stressful, not really like super athletic activity, but it requires some precision and other things, and it can take it out of you. And you're mentally exhausted, and so he just didn't feel, so to remind himself that he needed to hurry to get the hell out of the cockpit because there's a potential for fire, he's yelling fire. He's telling himself fire, fire, fire. So because something, you never know, man. He could have ruptured a fuel tank. There's any number of things. So there probably wasn't a lot of sparks. I mean, it's an aluminum airplane, but it does have a steel frame. So in theory, you could have had some steel contacting the ground, but aluminum doesn't tend to spark too much. But yeah. The pilot workload during something like that gets kind of high too, even though you're not actually doing, you actually do more when you're just flying around, because you're monitoring a radio, you're monitoring a bunch of instruments and all of that. That's like your normal workflow, and you have a pace, right? You're just like, I look here, I look there, I look there, I check this, I move this, I check my throttle, I listen to the radio. You've got a workflow. It's very easy. Even though it's a higher level of workflow, it's very routine, and so you're not thinking about it. When you have any kind of an emergency, anything out of the ordinary, even just people flying near you, all of a sudden the workload ramps up, because now not only are you doing all the things that you normally do, now you're laser focused on one or two things, and that's pretty terrible, or it can be pretty terrible. And I've actually had 2 incidents at the same airport where I've had airplanes flying towards me that claimed to not see me, and they got way closer than I wanted them to. And as a matter of fact, one of them was admonished by the tower. They basically said, "Hey, you're getting too close to my traffic on final. You need to go away." So that's I've had that happen, and that gets you excited. That'll stress you right out. So, because you don't, it's a big sky, but planes manage to hit each other very often. So, I don't want to be that guy.
So the healthcare industry has taken a lot of the ways we manage safety issues from the aviation industry.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we have emergencies, we have very precise algorithms that we have memorized, and we go through them kind of step by step by step. And it's a way of sort of calming yourself down and focusing your brain in on what may otherwise be a fairly stressful situation, that you are going down the checklist. Did this happen? Yes or no? If so, what do I do? What do I check next? And we're usually ruling out the most deadly things first and trying to fix those first, and then go down to the less deadly things.
Mm-hmm.
But I would assume that the engineer has some sort of checklist or algorithm that he's following in the event of a engine failure, a landing gear doesn't come down. I assume there's some very specific steps he's following, that versus just sort of randomly thinking through everything on his own. Is that accurate or no?
Yeah. So it's an interesting dynamic. so you're always running a checklist in an airplane, or you should be. And like, so let's say we were going to go up and we're going to go fly an airplane. The way that you hear Elliot talk is the way that most pilots should be talking. Now, a lot of pilots get lazy and they don't do it. But if you're really being a good pilot, if you're being conscientious and you have good training, like while we're taxiing, like before you get in the airplane, I'm going to tell you, here's your seatbelt. This is how it works. This is how the door works. This is, if there's a problem, there's this to help you get the door open. This is how the radio works. You press this to transmit. Make sure you let go so that you can hear what's being said. That kind of thing. So there's a basic introduction. If you've never been in an airplane before, there's a basic briefing before you even get in the airplane. And once you're in the airplane, I finished my pre-flight. We get you in the airplane. Now we're taxiing, right? While we're taxiing, I give you a pre-flight briefing, okay, or pre-takeoff briefing. And I'm going to tell you that we're flying from here to here. I expect the flight to be 20 minutes long, 30 minutes long, an hour long, whatever it is. We have plenty of fuel on board. Whatever, there's safety equipment in the back or rescue equipment in the back. So, that, if we go down in the woods somewhere, there's a radio and some snacks and water and a bag in the back, just in case something happens to me. And then, as we come on, as we are waiting, generically, I have to wait for traffic to have room to take off. While we're doing that, I'll continue my pre-takeoff briefing, and I'll tell you that, if we have an engine problem prior to rotation, I will shut the engine off, come to a stop on runway, and we'll call a tower for help. If we have a problem after rotation, but below 500 feet, I'm going to set down on the runway if possible. If not, then we'll set down as close as we can to the runway and hope for the best, which is almost always possible under 500 feet to set back down on the runway. Above 500 feet and below 1,000 feet, we're going to go straight ahead and look left or right for a field to land in. Above 1,000 feet, we'll try the impossible turn and try and land back on the runway. And these are the things, and so that gives you metrics of, this is what's going to happen. And not just you, it gives me a metric as well. And then throughout the flight, you're constantly being briefed on what's going on and how it's going to happen, because you have to know. ATC controllers have ultimate authority. They don't actually. If I call emergency, the ATC they get the fuck out of my way. I can land wherever I want. I can do whatever I want, and they have to make it happen. So they have most authority. And there's some weirdness in aviation that people don't understand. I don't have to have a radio in my airplane. I do not have to communicate with the tower. There's no law that says I have to communicate to the tower. There is if I don't answer and something happens, I can be held responsible, but I don't have to talk to the tower. I don't have to ask permission to fly through their airspace. If I don't have a radio, I can't, right? If I do have a radio and I choose not to respond, I'm probably going to get, so I'm going to get a phone call from the ATF and have to explain my actions. But if I explain my actions as, hey, I had a lot going on. I had smoke in the cockpit. I couldn't see and my radio wasn't really working. I was just really concentrating on getting down somewhere. They're going to leave me alone. There's some very weird rules and laws that are held over because we have airplanes that are flying that, from 1920s that never had electrical systems, that do not have radios, have no way of having radios, and people don't want to put radios in them, even handhelds. And so you can't rely on that. And so around here where I live, there's a lot, and I mean a lot of private airstrips. Like, it's crazy. Pull up the sectional in this area and you'll see how many private airstrips there are. And none of those guys, I'm always on the lookout for airplanes, for stupid people in airplanes taking off randomly from, you know, just wherever with no radio calls whatsoever. None. Zero. Which is why I never actually fly below 1,000 feet ever anywhere in this area. And I try to stay above 2,500 feet so I can see them come up before they can get there.
I'm kind of surprised that's not a rule that you would have to have some sort of radio communication. You'd think that'd be a safety issue.
Yeah, you would think so. But you can't. Don't have to. The Farney, no, I've not seen Sully. I apologize.
That refers to Chelsea Sullenberger, who was the guy that landed the plane on the Hudson River.
Yeah. Yep. I've not seen it. I know about the story. I read about it. I just haven't seen it. I have no desire to see the movie. I don't actually really get into like airplane crash movies. So yeah, the ultimate authority of any aircraft is a guy flying it. So there's no the tower the tower has some authority, but it's weird. It's a very weird. No, they cannot refuse you to land. They absolutely cannot. If you do not have a radio and you want to land at an airport, even a towered airport, they prefer if you call ahead, but you don't have to. You can enter the pattern. They see you and they will direct the other planes to give you room and you will land. Now, you're going to have to pay attention so you don't run into somebody and don't do anything stupid, but you do not need a radio to land at a towered field. It certainly helps, and you're going to get hassled when you do land. They're going to come over and talk to you and ask you why you didn't communicate, but you do not need it. You don't have to do it. You never have to establish communications. So just put that out there. Yeah, it's look, this is all weird stuff. A lot of it is very nuanced, right? Like we always talk about nuance and debate arguments and nuance in this and nuance in that. The aircraft stuff is really nuanced because it's highly situational. Highly. You can land anywhere you want. Everyone thinks that you can't land here, you can't land there. You can land anywhere you want. As long as you either own it or you have permission. Or it's public. I mean, you could, in theory, land anywhere there's public property. So that's why a lot of the you see a lot of the guys out in flying in STOL competitions. They'll go fly out in the desert and just land wherever because it's BLM land. Yeah, sectional charts are crazy. You better off getting ForeFlight and using that until you really learn them. It is a lot of data and a lot of different symbols. So, but no tower. The tower can't. No, you are allowed to land at any airport except the military. There are off-limit areas. You can't land. I guess you in theory could land at a military airport, but it's gonna be a lot of hassle after you do. So, I mean, a lot. Like you can be arrested and sit in a little room for hours upon hours, and they may not give you your airplane back. So,
just from entering into that airspace, you're going to get,
Oh, you're going to get talking. You're going to get talked to. But it happens. I mean, we have AEDC here, and which is we have several areas here where you can fly over it as long as they don't have. They put an announcement out over the radio, and if you hear it, you're not supposed to fly over it. If you don't hear it, you can fly over it. They prefer if you call and tell them, "Hey, I'm gonna overfly this area." Yeah.
Yeah, around here, some have completely restricted, and then some have a floor.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of there's a bunch of things where like you can
but the floor is really high, so depending on the plane that you're in, you're not gonna,
you're not getting there from here.
Yeah.
There is a thing. there's a thing near me. I don't know if it's a weapons test area or what it is, but there are very specific times that you cannot fly over it at all, or you might get shot down. And not because they would intentionally be shooting you down, but there's ordnance in the air, and you know, you could inadvertently become a target. And
yeah, because like even a missile that has no payload would still completely jack you up.
Oh yeah, yeah. And if they're practicing like firing area, if they're shooting down drones, right, with cannon or whatever.
Yeah, well, that's true too. Yeah.
They don't know the difference between you and a drone, bro.
Right.
It's just one more flying thing in the air to knock down. So yeah. It's an interesting deal. There's a like I said, AEDC is south of me, and I fly near it quite often. I never actually have to go over it or around it, but if I operate, there's one airport that if I operate out of, it's kind of close. The biggest thing for me when I fly right now is Nashville Class C airspace is at 2,100 feet, and there are obstructions that are 2,000 feet ish. So like you have to be pretty darn careful that not to hit these radio towers that are really high. And because otherwise you break the Class C veil, and then you've got to talk to Nashville, or they'll talk to you, and you'll get a phone call when you land, and it won't be a pleasant one. If I get pulled up on by an F-16 while flying, to congratulate him on being able to fly that damn slow. So, because that's my 90-mile-per-hour Cessna there. They can't. He's not gonna like slow down enough to look through my window. I don't know. I've never had to deal with that. We don't have that issue here yet. Somewhere maybe. But I would congratulate on being able to fly that low and slow, because it can't be easy. Those things are meant to go fast. So,
yeah, I've got a buddy that he flies. He's got multiple planes. He's got a chopper, and I remember him telling me one time he doesn't have a jet, but he's like, jets are so easy. He said, it's basically a rocket. You point it where you want to go and pull the trigger.
Yeah.
He's like, it's all electronic. It does most everything you need for you. He's like, jets are so awesome. He's like,
I love talking to commercial pilots because I have a.
Now, when things go wrong, is what he said. Yeah. Like if things go wrong, yes, I mean, you need a legit pilot. But he's like, like anybody that plays a video game could probably get in the jet, pull the trigger, and fly it.
So I have several friends of mine who are commercial ATP pilots, right? A couple of them are really honest that it's literally the easiest thing they've ever done in their life. A couple of them try and make it seem like it's really hard, but like, and I do understand it. The two that make it seem like it's really hard, they're with regionals that don't have like, I mean, they have nice equipment, but it's not like really like top end, not top shelf, big stuff. They're regionals, so they're flying like from. I think they do like a Nashville to somewhere in Florida route, right? So it stops at Nashville, Atlanta, somewhere in North Florida, maybe Jacksonville, and then like, I don't know, Tampa or Miami, wherever the fuck it go. I don't know. Anyway, the other guys are like, they fly for Southwest. So the big airplane, the big jets, the pilot doesn't do anything once they're done taxiing. They have auto takeoff, right? Yep. Yeah. So you push the button, make sure the destination's programmed in, push the button, and it takes off. That's it. And it gets
they're there literally in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and by law, they cannot hand land the plane in IMC if it has auto land. They have to let the computer land the airplane. And they used to say that they would have the pilot with his hands on the throttles in case they had to go, and on the cancel switch in case they have to go around, and the co-pilot, the right seater, would be on the radios to say they have to go around. Now the pilot does nothing, and the right seater still has to talk on the radio. But to go around, all they do is they press the toga button, and it's literally the takeoff or / go around button, and they just hit that. It automatically advances the throttles and pulls the plane out, and they do a go around, and that's it. And then the pilot has to like turn the airplane. That's it. I mean, they don't do anything else. But by law, they cannot land an airplane that has auto land, the auto land feature built into it. They cannot land it by hand in bad weather. So if it's storming or raining or anything like that, they gotta let the computer do it. Don't trust humans.
So do you think we'll ever end up with artificial intelligence basically controlling the takeoff, the landing? I mean, if we already have buttons that allow you to be fairly hands-off.
The only thing that
do already in a way.
Yeah. Literally right now, most of the heavy jets, they don't need pilots. The only thing the pilot's there for is to turn it on. And, and they have to do the pre-flight. They have to do the pre-flight. They have to turn it on. They have to set the destination, which a computer could do the destination thing. You know, they could just, yeah. I mean, commercial's really close to AI, right? Like they'll never call it AI, but
I mean, there's a fairly limited set of parameters outside of an emergency situation, a failure of sorts, and even in a failure of sorts situation, a computer could be programmed to identify those and self-correct, and does in a lot of cases.
I don't think they've had jets with cable throttles for like the past 30 years, bro. Like there's no cables in that assembly. My little airplane, my Long Easy won't have a throttle cable. It's fly-by-wire. The whole term fly-by-wire came from the jet industry. There's yeah. You think your car has, no throttle cable, and you think a $1 billion airplane's going to have one? That's okay. It's old, but interesting. No throttle cables. They don't even have, I mean, everything is computer controlled, cable controlled. And by cable, I mean like fiber optic or data cable.
Electronically controlled.
Yeah, electronically. Everything's electronically controlled.
Yeah.
And it's pretty interesting. I mean, I have no interest in flying a bus, but if I were a young man in my, if I was under 40 and I had any technical ability whatsoever, I would go to a 7-month 0 to hero ATP school where you just basically show up, you sign away your life for a year or 2 years to fly for an airline. They sponsor you into the school. You're there for, I think, 6 or 7 months. You walk out with an ATP, you walk into a job, assuming that your grades and everything hold up, and you fly, and you can fly. But you walk into a job at 90 grand, 100 grand with almost no debt, and then 2 years, 3 years, you'll be just under 200 a year. You'll move from right seat to left seat. You'll be a captain, or you'll go from first officer to captain. Once you're a captain, you'll get most airlines will poach you at that point, if they haven't already. You'll get poached into a major airline. You'll make more money. You'll never make great money. You'll never make maybe more than maybe like 300 a year, maybe 325 a year. You're not going to be a $500,000 a year guy, but you're going to make that money for 20 or 30 years till you retire. If you get hired at 40, you retire at 65 for 25 years, you're going to make, over 200 grand a year. That's why airline pilots are, decently well off. They don't make $1 million a year, but they don't have to. So they just make the same money every year. And there's a lot of cool stuff that do it. But I would, if I were a younger man, I would definitely go do the airline. There's a massive shortage of pilots right now. They have not only a shortage of pilots, they have a shortage of planes. The whole reason my wife's flight was delayed the other night was probably because they didn't have an air crew. And it's
what is creating the shortage of pilots? Because I've heard that just age.
Yeah, they're aging out. Young people today don't have a fascination with flight. They also don't have a fascination with mechanical things at all,
or working,
working in general. But you will be hard pressed to find young people today that actually care about learning how to work on cars, learning how to do HVAC, learning how to do anything that requires them to think beyond a screen. And that's and it's beginning to show, right? Like cars are a little different because there's still some people in that, but if you drive by a mechanic shop that doesn't have a now hiring sign in front of it, that's pretty rare.
Yeah. I got two buddies that both own shops, and they're always looking for somebody.
Yeah.
Always. It's perpetual. And well, it used to not be that way, but in the last, I would say 20 years, it seems like it's always that way.
Yeah. And it keeps getting worse. And it's not even that they need to be qualified candidates, right? Like most of these places will take you and they'll train you. You just have to have the simple desire to learn how to do it, and they'll teach you.
Yeah, this is literally one of the jobs is literally putting on tires, which I could put on a set of tires, and I could do it now. And then with good coach machines and talking about mount and balance, I can mount and balance 4 tires now in probably less than 10 minutes.
Sure.
At my age, and I do it pretty regularly because I get my tires off the internet and go out to one of my buddies and drive it up on a rack and put them on. Usually, because it saves money. But literally, they can't find people to mount and balance tires. It's horrible.
I don't know that they'll let anybody be a pilot though, because my sister, she's now an aerospace engineer. When she was in college, she was on a team that designed and built a plane, and they flew it in some competition she was in.
Mm-hmm.
And then she wanted to be a pilot, but she couldn't correct her long distance vision to 20/20, which is apparently a requirement for like commercial pilots. And so she, couldn't really pursue that as a career, and ended up going into engineering, which has worked out fine for her. She likes what she does.
Yeah, I don't think you have to correct
some physical requirements. I think that you can't, that you have to meet, or you can't get the pilot's license.
Yeah, I have to wear readers. So
you can have corrected vision, like you can wear glasses or contacts, but you have to get it to 20/20 for long distance.
Yeah.
And she was not able to meet that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with long distance. It's the short distance I have a problem with. Veritas Eterna, Truth Eternal. Worked since you were 14, never been able to afford anything, so hard to care or be motivated if you can't work a basic job and afford the basics and housing. Well, that's the most fucked up thing I've read today. Congratulations for working hard. I agree with you. Working hard is good. But if you're losing motivation because you can't work a basic job and afford things, you're doing it backwards. Because I worked a basic job. I worked crap jobs, and all they ever did was make me want to work harder and smarter so that I could get away from those basic jobs and could afford things. And I talk a lot, I shouldn't say we, I talk a lot about how, people want very above basic things on very basic salary. And
their standard of living is entirely too high, or they want it to be too high. And that happens. I was real curious. I'm curious how old Veritas is. I'm really curious, because to say ever since you're 14, you could be 20, or you could be 25, or you could be 50, and all of that makes a huge difference in what you're saying. But I see it all the time, especially with younger generations, that they come out of the house with mom and dad or whatever, and the bills are all paid and da 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 da, and the real world hits them, and they're not.
I'm curious where
they're
he's
not
from.
prepared for that. So when you move out of your mom and dad's house, life's going to be hard for a while. You've got to, you can't keep that standard of living. Usually, your standard of living is going to drop for a little while. That's normal.
I think that's why women can stay in college easier than men, because men always want to move out, but women are happy to stay home and live at home.
And here's the other thing, Veritas attorney, you're right. Mechanic jobs are dangerous, plus you save money, and it's less dangerous to work at home on a computer. So that is accurate. But if you don't go out into the world and take risk, you will never reap the rewards. If you always choose the most safe path, you're not going to be able to build a successful career.
So I was looking at that, and I seen something different with the mechanic jobs are dangerous. What's dangerous about a mechanic's job?
Yeah, and mechanics work on computers every day.
You and I both have done that, right? I mean, what's I don't understand. Can it be taxing on the body? Yes. Are you out in the cold shop or the hot shop or something of that nature? Yes.
Sometimes.
But as far as dangerous, I mean, I've gotten popped by an alternator a few times, which ain't fun. I've got some burns or something occasionally. You know what I mean? But I would not at all consider it dangerous.
Yeah. Grit Moon, you saw a stat where in most states, if you work 40 hours, you can't afford a 1-bedroom apartment. In like 40 states, I'll have to find it again. 40 hours where, bro?
Yeah.
I mean, you work 40 hours at McDonald's here, at least you can afford a 1-bedroom apartment. That's for sure.
I've screamed out in the side chat before when you were talking about real estate one night or something. Yeah. Literally, there is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with a 2-car garage that's separate from the house with an apartment over the top of it on 8 acres for just over 70 grand here.
Really?
Yeah.
You'll have to send me that.
I don't have much sympathy for. When you talked about moving to where the jobs were. And
I did say that.
And rent here, even if you got to rent here is not that bad. You can literally find places to rent. They're not going to be great, but the roof doesn't leak and the floor doesn't fall in. But you can find places to rent here for $500, maybe even a little less a month.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that.
Now you're not gonna make as much money. You're not gonna make Austin, Dallas, Houston money. But
sure.
crap's cheaper.
Well, that's we had Jake from VO Pod on the other night, and he was telling me his monthly spend is like $2,000 a month. Now he doesn't make a lot of money.
Ours isn't even that, bro.
Huh?
Ours isn't even that. As far as like monthly utility stuff we have to pay, right? Not counting food, not counting, fun time, don't count Netflix and crap like that, right?
Yeah.
Say internet, because everybody has to have internet, the gas, the water, the lights, the insurance, the car note types, less than $1,000. But we worked our entire life, so thus this far being very responsible and setting ourselves up in a position to where our bills could be like that. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Because we don't have kids living at home anymore. There's a lot of caveats to that. So somebody that's 20, 25 years old, heck, even 30 years old, especially married and have kids, they're not going to be able to do that. I get it. But they can work towards that.
Right. Well, so here's the thing. So I just went through this with my nephew. My nephew, a couple of years ago, so he had an ideal situation, and I told him he had an ideal situation. He was living in a mobile home on some property that's owned by this older lady. She charged him $500 a month. Every now and again, he'd have to mow the grass or do something, because her son couldn't come mow or whatever reason it was. But, he'd have to do a chore or two. But it wasn't anything like regular. It wasn't like he had to do it every couple of weeks or any of that nonsense. And we paid like $500 a month for this 1-bedroom mobile home. And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You see them all over the country. They're 12 feet wide. They're or not even that, maybe 8.5 feet, 10 feet wide. They're 40 feet long, and they're a box, right? There's nothing fancy. They got a kitchen, a little living room, and a bedroom. That's it, right? And but it's $500 a month, and it was on some property, so he could park his car, he could do whatever. And he got a wild hair up his ass to buy a house. And this was 2020 or 2020. And, back, the interest rate was low. The banks were loaning well. And he got this house, $220,000. And on 20 acres. It was a modular home, basically a double wide. And him and his girlfriend moved in there. Now, the only way this was a $1,500 a month mortgage. He tripled his payment. I said, that's dumb. Why would you do that? Did you triple your earnings? Because you're already poor. You're poor as fuck. Right? Like, why are you doing that? Did you triple your earnings? Because you're at $500 a month, you have just enough money to pay all your bills, go out and have some fun and be a 20-year-old kid. Why are you fucking this up? He said, well, I'm going to, my girlfriend and I are moving in together. We're in love. We're going to get married. And we've got a roommate moving in as well. And between the three of us, it'll all make, it's going to work out great. It's going to be great.
Ooh, red flags all over the place.
All the red flags. I don't have any red flags anymore because I threw them all then. And so I told him, like, I wouldn't do it. I'm like, I'm going to tell you right now, as the old dude, resident old guy, don't fucking do it. It's a trap. So you get about 6 months into this place, COVID hits. His roommate, now he was not affected, but his roommate, who was supposed to pay half of the rent, was affected. And basically didn't work for 2 months, shut down. And so they took a forbearance on the mortgage for, I think, like 4 or 5 months of COVID that this roommate couldn't work. And instead of saving his money and making his part of the mortgage every month, they just blew it. And they were getting their STEMI checks, right? And they were blowing that too instead of paying a mortgage because they were getting a forbearance. Why does it matter? Well, the problem is that the bank didn't approve the forbearance because he was working the whole time. His roommate's not on the mortgage. So he had to cough up like 15 grand, which he didn't have because he had spent it all. So I bought the house before it went into bankruptcy or foreclosure. I bought the house. I bought the house and the land. I paid $221 for it, and I own it today. I paid cash for it, and I let them live there. They paid me rent for a year, and then they had to move out, and I made them move out because I don't rent to relatives. And now him and his girlfriend have split up, which I knew that was coming because she didn't want to pay any of her fucking bills. She wanted him to pay her bills and his bills. So that was it. So they split up. All the things that he told me was when I sat there and told him, I said, man, you got life really good right now. All that shit went away. He ruined his fucking life for that time period. A lot of stress, a lot of bullshit. For what? So he could have his own home? To be able to say, yeah, I own a house? Why would you fucking do that? That was dumb. This is the dumbest thing I'd ever seen in my life. I mean, it was a top 3, I guess. Yeah, Arthur Dye is probably asleep.
No, I'm here. I think he's that meant what was the name? Something Veritas.
Oh,
checked
Veritas.
out.
Yeah.
That didn't want to hear the hard truths.
Yeah, could have been.
Yeah,
hey,
I
you know,
hadn't seen a
and
reply
that's
out there
fine.
yet.
That's
Veritas
fine. You know?
Iterna checked out, I think is what he's saying.
Yeah, let's see. We can find it.
Yeah, the Arturna whatever guy.
Yeah.
I spelt it wrong. AET.
Yeah.
You got this spot up here that says working minimum wage for 40 hours. You can't buy a 1 bedroom or something, or rent a 1 bedroom.
Yeah, why would you want to live at home?
So a minimum wage job is not meant to support a family of 4 buying an average home. This is a low skill job that's typically meant for teenagers or someone just entering the workforce. And your job is to figure out some career, go get a certification in something that you can make much more than minimum wage and start to build wealth. And you've got to live below your means during that time. Like there's a comment on here that was it minimum wage, you could purchase 6+ Big Macs and now you can barely get 1 with minimum wage. Well, don't buy a Big Mac. You can go buy a pound of ground beef for $5 and a whole bag of buns for like $1 at Walmart. You've got to adjust and learn to live below your means until you have that money that you can spend.
Yeah, I don't think people want to do that anymore.
So number one, right? And I've got real world examples. I know people that have done this that started working in high school at Sonic, at Whataburger, at you name the place, right? They actually own them now. They own franchises. They own their own stores. And they started as fry cooks. So you don't even have to go to school or go to college or whatever. If you are a burger flipper and you're motivated, driven, and intent on bettering your lot in life, you could do something like that very, very easily. And then as far as Sam on the minimum wage, I don't know. I'm not real sure what Sam was getting at with that. And I sure hope it's not that minimum wage needs to be raised, because that would mean you would get even less Big Macs nowadays for minimum wage.
Well, I think Sam is rightly pointing out the fact that inflation has far outpaced any rise
absolutely it has.
wages.
Yeah.
And he is accurate in that.
I just didn't know if it was that or the
I mean, overall food prices are up around 20-something% was the latest data I saw. Housing has gone up significantly in the last several years. He's not wrong in saying that, but it doesn't change math that you have to live below your means or you're going to run into trouble. And there's nothing that entitles you to having a massive little mini mansion or to driving a really nice car or to eating a Big Mac versus some ramen noodles at home. These are things you have to really work for. And someone like Grid One wasn't limiting his hours to 40 hours a week. He was busting it for well over 100 hours a week. And that's what made him successful.
Easy. Yeah.
I mean, since I was in my 20s, I have probably always worked in the 80 to 100 hour a week range.
Veritas is back. Internet was cutting out. I'm old, but I'm younger than 40. Well, I'm offended by that statement. If you're saying you're old, but yet you're younger than 40, like I'm severely offended at this point. But that doesn't necessarily tell me something. So I would just say this: if you're younger than 30, maybe even 35, well, you know what? Regardless, I mean, my advice, I guess, would be start trying to make better life decisions. And without getting personal, I don't know that I can go into much more than that, unfortunately.
We've got PKFRX up here confirming that he works around 10 to 14 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah. So I have an interesting take on this, and mainly because of, watching so many, mostly younger men, but some older men as well that would come. And so I would occasionally have a fellow that was in his mid-30s, maybe a little older, that would come and want to work for me, but but he had no skills, right? He had been a lot of times they've been some kind of criminal earlier in their life, right? And they basically couldn't get a job anywhere or they felt like they couldn't get a job where they could actually get ahead, right? I don't think that's true, because I know a lot of criminals, and they seem to all do pretty well in society once they rehabilitate or however you want to look at it. But I want to shorten this up pretty good. I had this one guy who, and this was a sad story actually. So this guy, his name was Rich, and he had been a heavy equipment mechanic for a long time. Had a house, wife, everything. I want to say his wife passed young-ish, and he had started doing internet dating, and he had met this woman from Italy online. He, for some stupid ass reason, decided to sell all his shit, which he had a house they more or less paid for, because he'd been, he was like I said, he was in his late 40s, I would guess, maybe mid 40s. He had, he had a house, he had a car, he had all this stuff, sells everything. Had a really nice home shop that he had, because he did some woodwork, sold everything, goes to Italy, spends a shit ton of money, finds out he hates this woman, because, she's an old, miserable Italian woman. And if anybody feels personally attacked, feel free. It's fine. And has to come back to the U.S. Now he has nowhere to live, no money, no nothing. He's got nothing. And so he comes to work for me, and I'm like, look, man, I don't have a heavy equipment shop. I have a regular service shop, and I can pay you regular service shop wages. I don't know if it's going to be enough, man. He's like, I'll work for anything. I don't care. And he did. He came in every single day, and he worked his ass off. And eventually he found another job in heavy equipment that he could do. The problem that going back into heavy equipment is his body was broken. He had done it for so long, he couldn't do it anymore. And he found a job in heavy equipment, basically being like a rep for somebody else. And he built himself back up. There's never a point in your life, no matter how bad it gets for you, no matter what you've lost, that you can't come back.
Yeah.
Ever. If I lost everything today, I'm sure that it would suck for a year or two, but I would be back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Well, but here's the thing. The odds, and just through the short time I know you, Grit, I know this to be true. The odds that you would lose everything are very fucking slim, because of the way that you have been smart and worked hard and realized you're working hard and set yourself up, right?
Well, I grew up dirt poor. And so I've always
what would happen if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? That's not what I said. I was throwing you a compliment that
I understand. Yeah. I want to build on that compliment, right?
Yeah.
Like I literally grew up dirt poor. Every day I had to watch people who had more than me,
But did you? Because sometimes I want to say that I grew up dirt poor, but then I think stop. Tangible, like fucking stuff. Okay, maybe. Like I can remember shopping for school clothes at the Goodwill, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would probably classify as dirt poor. But if I stop and I really think about it, if I think about the life lessons that I learned and the values that were instilled in me, including hard work ethic, and the love that was given and being taken care of, like I didn't really go without, even though I may not have had the fucking Air Jordans to wear to school, right? Did I really grow up poor?
Well,
and I'm not, and I don't know, you know that, but I'm just saying, oftentimes that's thrown around a lot. But if you really reflect on it, that's not the case.
I think it's really important to say to be accurate. And I mean, like I had, there were months my parents couldn't pay the light bill, right? And so the power would get shut off for a week until they could get a paycheck and scrape up enough money to have, turn the power back on, or maybe it'd be a day or two until they could borrow the money, whatever it was. So, you just didn't have power. No problem. No TV, no problem. I had friends. I had books I could read. I read a lot because what else can you do, and overall, yeah, I mean, I was the poor kid. Life lessons. No, I grew up with better life lessons, I think, than most of my peers. And so that might make me richer long term, and it did. But in that time period, I was, it was a tough time, and I don't hide that or embellish it because it was tough, man. It was tough. It was a tough time to be, and it was really a tough time to be that way, right? Like there was nothing chick about being poor or looking poor back when I was growing up, right? Like there was nothing cool about. Like now it's kind of like if you wear the same dirty ass clothes every day, people they think you're cool because you're rejecting worldly things or some bullshit.
Well, my mom and dad, and particularly my dad, made sure that even though we might have to wear different clothes every day that came from Goodwill or a garage sale, that at least I had different clothes to wear every day, right?
Right. Yeah. We got clothes from the church. And one of the reasons why I support churches so much is because a lot of my life came from that. Solid Snake, I appreciate the $2 American and saying God bless. God bless you, sir. You've been a solid guy, and I'm glad that you're part of the show.
I've been following Veritas out there a little bit.
Yeah, I haven't been able to read everything you said. So.
And I don't know. I don't know if it's a dude or a chick or whatever, but either way, man, got some problems. Got some problems is all I gotta say, because you say you don't care, but then yet you're making excuses and you're wanting something for nothing. You're feeling entitled, and I hate the world didn't work that way. So it sounds a lot like you sound like you sound like one of my kids, quite honestly, which has not quite grown up yet. All of my kids are grown and out of the house, but I don't consider my oldest one, I think turns 31, I think, next week, and she's the oldest. And she's the only one that's about halfway sane when it comes to the way the world works and what's going on. The rest are still trying to find their way and whatever, so to speak. And Veritas sounds like somebody that is not grown up either by the age or maybe even mentally. And it's time to buckle down, face hard truths, and grow the hell up. Pretty much that simple.
I kind of wonder if this is a little bit of a troll here. How's it trolling to know how the world works? Well, if you know how the world works, then you can make a lot of money. That's for sure.
Right? No shit.
It's a rigged game, and the only way to beat a rigged game is by not playing.
In what world?
There's honestly, I can't even get there from here. I don't believe that the game is rigged. And first of all, I don't look at it as a game, right? I do often say that, life is war. Everything is war. But that's my personal slant.
Based out there is is great. Such a terrible outlook on life. I don't know how you don't want something better for yourself, and you openly admit it.
He may
Amen.
be trolling, but his attitude is probably not far off what many
I-
people actually do think. And the problem with the approach you're taking of, well, it's a rigged game, I'm just not going to play, is that you're going to end up very unhappy because you're not going to be able to have enough to do the things you want in life. And you'd be much better off to find what is your passion, what is it you enjoy doing in life.
I got to
figure out how to earn money doing that.
I have to address this. In the 1950s, you could work a job and afford stuff. So I don't know, man, until that returns, I'm not working to death for money that buys less and less. All right. Well, just don't fucking work. Okay. Go out and be a bum. I don't care. I don't give a shit. It's your life, not mine.
Here's the thing. And this is crazy. I said this in the chat.
Actually wrong. This is a wrong statement.
Well, it is.
Sorry, I got something in my eyes.
So while you clean your eye out, something that goes along this lines that I said in the chat way early when you started, which was hours ago now. I forgot what the conversation was even about, but I said that oftentimes people focus on what they can do to make money rather than how to make money with what they already do. And that's called being an entrepreneur, right? Essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if working for the man is not for you, Veritas, then go out and create something or be creative or build something or that revolves around your life that you enjoy doing or whatever and figure out a way to make money with it. I did that. Did you not do that, Grid? You did that, right?
Yeah. I also don't believe leftist talking points. So this is a leftist talking point. That the 1950s you could work a job and afford stuff, right? No, that's a lie. The 1950s, people worked really fucking hard and lived in shacks. So yeah, sure, they had a home, but it was a fucking shack. I can take you to where my grandparents in the 1950s, when my mom was born in 1952, lived in a fucking shack that doesn't exist anymore because it fell apart, but lived in a fucking shack with an outhouse. Okay, I'll take you there. I own the property still to this day, and I will for a long time.
Yeah,
but it was a shack, dude, out of town, like at the time, what would be considered way out of town. Now, of course, it's in town, but at the time, it was. It may still be out of town.
Yeah,
we used to shoot guns out there. Can't anymore, but it's a tiny little place. It's barely. I want to say it was before they put wide in the road. It was barely 3/4 of an acre. Barely. It may not have even been that.
Yeah.
And then they widened the road. No, that's horseshit. And my grandfather worked a state job. My grandmother worked as well.
Yeah.
So this is a crap comparison. Nobody in the 50s working a minimum. Well, first of all, there wasn't a minimum wage, but I guarantee nobody
You've got no concept. Bertov said earlier that he, she, whatever, understood how the world works, right? Yeah. And just by this statement alone, this is not how the world works. It's called inflation. Like, hello? Like, do you not know basic economics? Like, it'll never return to the 50s. And it's especially not going to return. And then if you count all the amenities and the compy that we have nowadays, that kind of shit costs money.
Yeah.
So
I think he's a leftist. This line right here to me. Better to me is to work a job, or better to me is, I guess, working a job and afford the basics and not have to constantly look for another job I don't care about. Just pay people. I'm assuming it's just to pay people or to enjoy the consequences of reality. Honestly, I don't know. I think you're left, which is fine.
Well, you can not caring about a job guarantees that you will never get promoted in that job to be able to make more money. So
yeah,
enjoy your crappy life is all I can say.
I mean, I don't know anybody that hasn't worked fucking hard in life. And by like hard, I mean like really fucking hard.
Oh, well, I don't know anybody that has any semblance of success.
Yeah.
Or anybody that honestly, anybody that is even proud of where they're at, right? Regardless of where because I don't know, success is very subjective.
Yeah,
So
one night when it's
I'll
not
put it
too
on
hot.
somebody that's proud of their life. I don't know anybody that's proud of their life, regardless of how successful somebody might think they are. That doesn't have a killer work ethic and based out there is like, yeah, got to be a troll because this person's got the shittiest outlook on life. And it's like I've seen in plenty of other chats people that have that I see that all the time. I see it in real life. Like I said, my two younger children, they're getting there, but right now they've got that. This is a problem that I see throughout society, unfortunately. And I've got to think, because I've seen it repeatedly. I've been on this planet long enough that I've seen it repeatedly, that the majority of people thankfully seem to grow out of it. Thankfully, because if we ever get to the point to where the majority of people are like that, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. And I hope I'm dead and in the ground and don't have to worry about it, quite honestly, at that point. Because that's when we get into majority mob rule democracy, and grid will be taxed 99.9%. So Veritas can live in a
I'm
van.
already at 35%, bro.
Well, you get what you know what I'm saying, though. You get what I'm saying.
Here is the problem, though, is that we now have, I believe it's 47% of the population does not pay taxes and actually gets a tax return with typically like an earned income child tax credit of some sort on it, which is transferring wealth from the top half of the income producing people in society. But all those people are voting, and so they have the ability to vote themselves more and more benefits for not working.
You're welcome.
And I will add to that while you think when you say top half, people seem to think it's the millionaires and billionaires, and in contrast, it's the fucking middle class that's paying all
the actual middle
class.
class.
The very top of that remaining percentage don't pay in very much at all. Why? Because they got the money to hire the CPAs and the lawyers and everybody else.
They still, I mean, I'm in that bracket, man, and I still pay. And like, so just for example, right?
You do, but what I'm getting at is there's more middle class that sure are paying less, but there's more of them.
So there's a couple of dynamics that really are interesting, but whatever. This is public education system, at least here, is definitely rigged. Yeah, especially when it comes to financial literacy, 100%. It took me several years to unlearn the stuff, but you can unlearn it. That's true. I like that. Some night when it's not 2:00 in the morning, I'm going to have to talk about this in a little bit different light. And I do believe that Veritas Eternal was espousing to me a leftist bunch of sentiments. Grit Moon, their comments got deleted somehow. Whose comments? I haven't deleted anything. It is possible if the bot could have killed the comments, but he only does that for spam. He spams.
May have gotten.
I still see them on Streamlabs, his comments, but I don't know on YouTube.
I don't see them on the YouTube side, so.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, there's an interesting dynamic, I think. We keep touching on this, and I'm going to end up having to do a whole show on this because it is a really important thing to understand that if you're making minimum wage, you live at home. You don't live in an apartment. You don't, just because you get a paycheck. And I've actually heard this once recently.
I disagree.
I
disagree.
You disagree?
Like maybe you can't. Maybe you don't have the opportunity, or you can't live at home. I mean, it's not. There's a lot of situations.
Maybe get a roommate.
So that or get 2 fucking minimum wage jobs, right? I mean, I hate to say it, but right.
Well, it's
Yeah.
accurate. I mean, with minimum
That's
wage,
all
I don't know, 25,000 a year, work 2 jobs for 80 hours a week. Now you've got 50,000 a year. That's plenty to go find a small apartment and afford your groceries. I'm not
Yep.
saying,
And then
but you can
and
do it.
then care and give a shit about at least one of those jobs, and hopefully work your way up so you can drop the second one.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, I agree with that. But I've never had. So I've honestly, I haven't had a minimum wage job since I was right out of high school. Yeah. And that was and the only reason it was minimum wage is because they started everybody at minimum wage just to be a dick about it. And then if you lasted like 30 or 90 days, you would get a raise. So
yeah.
But
now they want to go in, flip burgers for $20 an hour, and on the very first day have benefits, and it's like it doesn't work like that. Sorry.
And this is why restaurants across the country are closing their doors, because they've raised minimum wage. Food costs are up. Nobody's
Right.
buying the expensive items in the stores anymore. So they're shutting down. Now you have no job. Congratulations.
So I watched an interesting thing the other day. I want to say it was Kevin O'Leary on Dr. Phil, or maybe it was Dr. Phil himself. I don't know. Somebody
bald, apparently.
Yeah, somebody bald. Not Clover Tech. Not that guy.
I did see clips of Kevin O'Leary talking about restaurants closing. It was probably.
Yeah, but he was talking about how what he was talking about was how the holding companies are buying these restaurant chains and then selling them off, which is not right. But anyway, so this was about how between the increases in food cost, which we've had the highest amount of increase in food cost in recent history, and by recent I mean back to like I think they said the 70s.
I would believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, we've had the highest amount of the highest percentage increase in food costs since in recent history, and I want to say that they termed recent history as from like 1979 and up, right? Like they didn't go back to the 50s. They were anyway.
Right.
So between the increase in food cost, basic clothing cost. Now we're not talking about fashion. We're talking about socks, underwear, t-shirts, just basic stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Walmart
clothes. Yeah. And gasoline. So basically the things you need to live, right? You need basic clothes, gasoline, food. The average family is spending $11,475 more a year.
Mm-hmm.
In those costs.
Yeah.
Not one American family that they could track got a raise equivalent to $11,475 a year as a cost of living increase.
Well, average income is below 50 grand. Mm-hmm. So that would be 20% of that. And I don't know anybody that gets 20% a year raise or even 2 years.
It would be a cost of living increase, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The people that my wife gets one every year. She works for the state, works at a prison. Mm-hmm. So they got their standard built in, whatever it is. And I think it's like 3% or 5%.
I think it is 3 or 5%. Yeah.
Kind of crap. It's a single digit. I do know that. It ain't no 20%.
Yeah.
Well, I know our organization, we've had 0 cost of living increase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But again, I don't care who you are. You're paying more for food and gas and your basic needs, regardless of your income bracket, because you're just paying more. You're paying more for food. You just are. I've noticed it. I've noticed that, like, and a matter of fact, I've chewed my son out because he drinks soda like it's water. Right? And I'm like, first of all, it's bad for you. Second, stop doing it, because it's like $2 a can now.
right? It's like $7 or $10 or something like that for a 12-pack. I'm like, why would you do that? That's dumb. That's a lot of money. When they're $4 a 12-pack, okay, yeah, it's fine. Who cares? But when it almost doubles in cost, that becomes a problem. Or that becomes a point where I'm like, hey, this is stupid. Don't do this anymore. Drink water. And yeah, so but anyway, I thought it was an interesting dichotomy that somebody took the time to figure it out, that the average American family, not that I'm one, but the average American family spends $11,475 more a year now than they did. I want to say it was last year or the year before last. I don't remember what year they picked the data from, but
yeah,
it's very interesting, right?
I would believe it.
I don't know very many people that got a $12,000 a year raise.
Well, I could tell you that we haven't had kids living at home since I think 2016, maybe. And when they first moved out, my wife and I could legit go eat at not just a fast food restaurant, but literally a sit down restaurant, a sit down, Chinese, Mexican joint or something, right? Just about for what it would cost to buy stuff and fix something here, right? That you didn't want to eat leftovers. Let me put it to you that way. Now we can't even go to McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. Like, you can eat way longer with spending the money, even with the increase in groceries. We could take, it's like $25 or more to eat at McDonald's, and we can actually go to the grocery store, spend $25, and eat several days, not just one meal.
Yeah, I've noticed that big time. Yeah, big time. Like, eating out right now is like a serious luxury. Like, I actually kind of support the idea that eating out should be a luxury again. Because I remember
horrible food. I mean, sit down restaurants aside, some of those can be okay, but fast food, horrible food on top of it. We've been meal prepping lately anyway. I've been trying to get my diet under control and whatnot. So we've been doing some batch cooking stuff and freezing it.
Sure.
And that helps too, quite honestly.
Yep, that's for sure.
Because you don't want to eat. You don't want to eat the same crap 3 days in a row, really. So
I can. I can do that.
Depending on what it is, yeah. But what I'm saying is, if you cook one big batch of stuff today, you eat it, you freeze the rest. Tomorrow you cook a big batch of stuff, you eat it, you freeze the rest. Then you do that 2 or 3 days in a row, and then you got like a week's worth of food you can alternate. That's all I'm getting at.
Yeah, I have a weird ability to basically just not care what I'm eating, and I can eat the same thing literally every day for a week, no problem. It drives my wife crazy, absolutely nuts, because I just don't, to me, it's just food, right? It's just, I need to eat, so I'm going to eat.
Yeah.
It drives my wife crazy. I can literally eat the same meal.
I always go in thinking that, but it doesn't always work now.
Yeah.
I smoked a brisket here not too long ago, and we ate off that brisket for, probably a week. But we also used that brisket in different ways. We had our sandwiches, right? And then we turned around and we did like a casserole thing, and then we did some quesadillas, and then we did various things with it every day. Yeah. And it sounded bad because I think it was like $40 for that brisket, which hurt. It was like, oh my God, are you serious? But then we ate on it for a week, and I was like, you know what? It looked bad when we were at the grocery store and we put a $40 brisket in the basket, But then reality though was that we probably saved money by buying that brisket.
Well, you'd spend that much for one restaurant meal, so.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
My issue right now is I walk into the store and I still cannot wrap my mind around the prices. And so I refuse to pay for some things that are up in price just on principle. Even if I could afford it, I just do not want to pay that.
Are you saying you get your wine in a box now? Is that what you're telling us?
I actually don't drink, but something along those lines, yes.
It's very interesting. We live in a time where we all have better things than we've ever possibly could have had before, and yet at the same time, there's such a gulf between what is, I guess, perceived as being high end or fancy or just even nice, and what is considered just normal, right?
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
But then
Very
too, it gets back to what I told you when you were talking about, being poor as a kid. You look at this and our groceries high, and average family spending, $11,000 more, and I get all that, but then you do the math and you boil it all down to the bottom line, and it's almost first world problems. You know what I mean? It's like there's so many people around the world that have it so much worse off than I do. That
Oh yeah. I'm certainly not
bitch and complain about it. Yeah, we're gonna bitch and complain about it, but you sit down and think about it. And it's like, should I really be bitching and complaining about it?
Yeah, I'm certainly not going to complain about how bad I have it, for sure. But at the same time,
it sucks.
When I'm looking around and I'm looking at,
I'm thinking how bad it is on other people. Is a lot of times.
Yeah.
What are those people that aren't in a position that I'm in? How if I feel it, then I know people that aren't in the same position as me really feel it.
Yeah.
Now, PKFRX here is a man after my own heart. He says, I also own everything I have. So there's that too. No lease, no loans, no debt. And that's the way to do it. He hasn't dug himself into a bunch of debt where he's got credit card payments, massive car payments, a ridiculous mortgage that's far above, what the percent of income it should be.
Yep. Yeah. Assets are a beautiful thing. I love assets.
Yeah. I have 3 mortgages right now, but I think we'll pay one of them off this year, I think.
Yeah, but they're making money for you, right?
They did. Well, the house I live in doesn't make me money, but
obviously, yeah.
But it's okay. That's fine. We increased the value. I added a sunroom. We've been increasing the value of the house, where even in today's market, it's so we're so far ahead of the game on it that if we sold it, we would make a ton of money. So that's fine.
That's an investment, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also going to guess that you keep your total mortgage debt or payments to a certain percent of your monthly household income,
right?
So that you're not living where 70% of your household income is flying out the window to simply a mortgage every month.
No. So I mean, basically, right now, my rental income this is how I think everybody should kind of structure their stuff. I think that for the most part, all my rental income pays all my mortgages.
Yeah.
So
that's what I was getting at earlier. Yeah.
We don't really touch much other income. So all of in theory, it's possible, I guess, that it could be that with the rental income could come down, right? I don't think it will. I think it's going to continue to go up. But I've very strategically bought things that are worth very much more than I paid for them. And so, and I own, and like the things that are worth the most, or that I stand to make the most profit on, I own those free and clear. So, but again, currently the mortgages pay off the property, or the rental income pays off the mortgages. Even if I made $0 and I didn't do anything at all, I wouldn't have to worry about that. My monthly spend is high, but most of that's kid stuff, right? Like not me personally. Like if we just take my personal expenses or my wife's personal expenses, and we're not actively buying, we're not actively trying to like, do something, our actual expenses are low. Now we can, and I like last year when I was building the sunroom, when I had, we were remodeling one of the rental properties. I did some other, I was buying airplane parts and things like that. Having, $10,000 or $20,000 a month credit card bills that wasn't unusual, right? That was just part of doing business. But my average monthly spend is lower than that, and it can be really lower.
Yeah.
Like we can cut a lot, but knowing what your average monthly spend is very, very important, because you can't plan for your future without knowing what you actually spend every single month, every single day. So, and I think that a lot of people get into the rental property game in the wrong way, and they think about it in the wrong way, and they're looking for cash flow, where I'm not looking for cash flow. I'm looking to build equity. I'm looking to pay those properties off as fast as I possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately what I want is ultimately what I want is for all of the properties to be paid off and free and clear in retirement, and then just having all of that rental income going when both my wife and I are retired, and all of that money just going to pay for everything. So,
go ahead and finish.
Oh yeah. So that, I think that most people don't think of retirement in that way. They think that we'll always have some job, we'll always have something. And I don't,
you should, if things work
Sure.
out, and odds are you will, right? I mean, that's a bet I'm sure you'd be willing to make.
So it's really hard for me to not make money.
Yeah.
Right. Like I just think in a way that, like, even with this, I wasn't obsessed with it, but I was driven to monetize as quickly as I could. And now I'm trying to efficiently monetize it in a way that makes sense to me.
Make money off what you're doing.
Yeah, not because I feel like that, it's not like, well, I need to make money to pay my bills. No, I need to make money because this is my time, and my time has value. So
yeah, it doesn't need to be a drain. Yeah.
There's got to be something there. So
right.
On the same side, I also don't want to be one of the what I consider YouTube beggars that are constantly begging, oh, I need this, I need to pay that, or whatever. No, I don't need that. The thing is this is my time, and my time is valuable, so I need to get paid for it in some way, other than just, self-glorification of standing or sitting in front of people and running my mouth all the time.
Right.
And I'm working on a way that, like, I'm working on the memberships. I'm working on, I don't do a whole lot with the, I don't pimp myself out with all of the super chats and all of that thing just yet, mainly because I only want people to donate that can spare that money. I don't want anyone to.
That should be a given by anybody out there. That's
you would think so, but
money.
I see people on other channels, man, and they're like, "Hey guys, if all you can send is $1, that's okay."
Well, and let me tell you this: people can get carried away and get. So I'll echo what you're saying. If you don't have it, don't send it.
If you don't have it, don't send it.
And be mindful of how much you're doing, because over the last month or two, whether it's here or with Glenn or Jake or Andrew or whatever, I've thrown out some pretty good money with donos and super chats.
Sure.
I mean, it's added up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it all adds up. Yeah,
and you don't realize it. It's not anything that's put me in the poorhouse, but it's enough that I'm like, whoa, I got to back off.
Noticed
maybe,
it, right? You
maybe
felt that.
maybe I need to back this off to like one super chat a week or something. Not like three a day here.
Right.
I can't do this. I can't keep up this pace. Right.
Right.
And
yeah.
So,
and
But I'm in a position too that, quite honestly, and I don't know if you do this, we can actually write off super chats and memberships and stuff. If you are a creator and you have a business and you're donating to other creators, that can be considered memberships. Not tax advice. I'm just telling you what I do.
Yeah. No, and there's something to
but
that's actually,
but you still spend that money. That money's still coming directly out of my account at the time I hit the button, so it's still a problem. But no, you said you were talking about daily, and this goes into what Arthur and I was talking about, food prices and stuff. So we're blessed because we live out in a very rural area. Closest grocery store is probably 30 minutes away. Bigger chain stuff is more like 45 to an hour. And we've got some little podunk gas station places, but you don't want to buy anything there unless you absolutely have to because the markup is insane. Um, but so because of that, we're blessed in a way. Like if I lived in town, it would, and a lot of people out there may be in this situation. And so, little tip, something you might look into. If you're in town and you go by every day and get the stuff for dinner, right? After you get off work and I got to swing by and grab this for dinner, that's dangerous. What we do is we get the sales papers come in the big chain grocery stores come in the mailbox, and we take that sale paper, right, and we plan out meals for like what all are we going to do for the week, basically. And then we go and we do our shopping for the week, not every day going and getting stuff. And I've seen people do that. I've got friends and whatnot that it just every day, I've got to run by the grocery store. I've got to run by the grocery store. Well, they're going and okay, every day they're going and they're getting what they need to fix supper for that night. But they're also picking up $20, $30, $40 worth of other crap that they don't necessarily need, right? And then they just do that over and over and over again. And so if you can work on the same as you were talking about budgeting, work on quote unquote budgeting your meals like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
You absolutely need a budget as well. Most people have death by 1,000 cuts when it comes to their finances. They don't realize they're spending $5 here at the gas station, $10 there, and then they look at their credit card and this stuff adds up. Then they look and they don't understand why their credit card bill, whoops, it's $500 more than they thought they were spending.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. I think it's cute. You think people look at their credit card bills. They just look at the minimum payment.
Yep. For the most part. I ain't had credit. We haven't not had credit cards since like 2000 or 2001. Fuck a credit card.
Yeah.
And I would love to, don't get me wrong, I would love to go down to Lowe's right now. I talked earlier about needing a lawnmower. I would love to go down to Lowe's right now and sign up for their card and be able to put a badass lawnmower on it and just make the payments. But I ain't doing it. I'm gonna go this weekend.
My view is if you can make the payments, you can also save up every month and then go pay cash and just be patient and wait a couple months to get what you want.
Right. Exactly. Well, I mean, I'm blessed enough to have savings accounts where I can just go buy it and, eventually I'll put that money back into the savings account over the next 6 months or something. So not a big deal.
I wanted to address one comment that Sam made a little bit earlier where he wrote, mortgage for rental properties, have the tenant pay, deduct interest, drain the equity from refinancing tax-free. So there's this common misconception about real estate that you can go buy some apartment and just have the tenant pay the mortgage. And there's a big element of risk you're missing that the tenant might not pay. You have to expect that you're going to have some period where there's no occupancy of your apartment, or a tenant that just decides not to pay, or it's COVID and he actually is protected by law from not paying for a while. So someone like Grid, I assume he's retired. I assume he's got enough in savings and investments and whatnot that he could easily take over paying 100% of what his tenants are supposed to be paying every month if he had to. Not preferable, but he could do it if he had to. So if you don't have an emergency fund or some sort of savings as a backup for that type of situation, you will find yourself losing your house very quickly, or your apartment, whatever you've got to rent.
That's an interesting subject. Yeah, go ahead.
For a little while through high school, I actually worked as my quote unquote maintenance, I guess, for my a great uncle of mine that had multiple rental properties. Simply because renters trashed his places, like, and that's another factor when you've got rental properties that I've seen firsthand that you have to deal with. It's insane. Like people that rent, like the vast majority of them don't care.
Yeah,
and they just tear all kinds of stuff up.
So this is an interesting thing, and this is where I have a real problem with the mentality behind a lot of people who rent or who believe they're investing in real estate. So here's how our process actually works. All of the mortgages are built into my monthly spend already. So all of the rent is technically profit. Now I take that rent and I put it back into the mortgages, right? So it evens out, but there's already money set aside in my budget that if nobody's paying a dime on the mortgages, they're getting paid anyway because it's calculated into my budget. And I think if you can't do that, you should not own rental properties ever, because you will go broke at some point. You will end up losing the property and you'll do a lot of damage to yourself and your finances because things happen. You may not be able to find a tenant. You may be able to find a tenant, but you might be having to come out of pocket $300 every month to make the mortgage, right? And that's stupid. Don't do that. Although people will say it's fine because you're still building equity in the house. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Right now, most houses are losing equity. Not all, but most, and especially houses in that rental market price range. And so I think that it's I go back and forth with this, I think I've mentioned this. If I haven't, whatever. I actually went to Robert Kiyosaki's presentation once, the Rich Dad Poor Dad thing in Denver. Now, he didn't give it. It was one of his flunkies that gave the presentation, and we bought his books, and I still have it around here somewhere. I'm sure I can go find it if I want to. And I think we bought a second book or whatever. And the more I studied it and the more I thought about it, the more bullshit it seemed to me. Not that it can't work, but you have to be willing to literally live with so much debt that you face financial ruin on a daily basis because your debt can be called, and you can go to court over it, and you could have an 800 credit score, and then 3 days later, because you were sued, you go to court. 2 days after your court date, or when you lose in court and you have all of that on your show up on your credit report, you go from a 800 credit score down to 500. You're literally ruined overnight. Can't do anything. So it's not worth it. It's not worth the risk. It's not worth the gamble to me. Now, maybe it is to somebody who doesn't have anything to lose. If you're coming from a 500 credit score and you're going up, then yeah, sure. Why not? Why not gamble? But yeah. So the mortgages are irrelevant because they're budgeted in, and that's how I do it. Everything's budgeted in. If everything went to crap tomorrow, they'd still be budgeted in. I'd be okay.
That's how Grid rolls. He rolls fat.
I don't know about that, but I can manage very thin. The interesting thing is, as much money as I spend today, I could literally spend nothing tomorrow and be just as happy, just as fine. Wouldn't matter. I have everything I need. Anything I buy from now on, anything I buy right now is all fluff. It's all like
I don't need it. I have literally everything I need.
Yeah.
I'm going to go
you
buy.
guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but the loans for a rental property are considered commercial real estate loans, and they're typically much shorter, I believe. No, is that wrong? I thought they were typically much shorter and much, you're going to get them called more easily than your actual home loan.
That's one of the things that Biden did that fucked us. So yes, you would have been correct in 2019. Because one of the first things that Trump did when he got into office to stop the real estate nonsense is, as part of an executive order, he made it very difficult. I believe it was an antitrust thing. I could be wrong. It's very late. I could be misremembering. But one of the first things Trump did was to say that you cannot, if you are buying a property as a rental property, you're not going to live in that property. You're buying it as a rental property. No matter how much you put down on it, it has to be a commercial loan. It cannot be a standard mortgage. And that prevented people from doing stupid shit. The first thing Biden did when he got into office was to kill that, and a lot of other executive orders that Trump did. The effect of that is that overnight, I literally had my wealth management people at my bank call me up and say, "Hey, you remember how you were gonna you were wanting to do some real estate loans and for some investment properties? We can do those now. Not only can we do those now, you don't even have to show us your earnings. We really don't even look at your bank account. All we're going to look at is your credit score and what the estimated or appraised rental value is, and what you can rent it for every month, and if it's higher than the mortgage payment, you'll get the mortgage."
Interesting.
No, it's psychotic. It's not interesting. So that's why our economy is fucked like it is.
Is that why? What is it? A third of our? Well, I guess those are homes, not rental properties that are the mortgage is underwater.
Yeah. So what
commercial real estate being underwater, but that is a problem. The freeness of with which they were giving out those loans.
Yeah. So if you're going to give out multiple loans to people and they don't really have to put any actual money down, and they can do the note based on anticipated rental income, then they will buy more houses. And when you buy more houses, or more houses are being bought quickly and they don't stay on the market very long because people can go get these loans, that drives the price of the house up. And that's what was driving the prices of the houses up in 2020 through 2021. Mid 2021, they in the Fed realized what was going on. So what the Fed did was what the Fed always does, and that is raise interest rates to slow that down. In a space of 3 months, this is all history, in a space of about 3, maybe 4 months, the interest rate went from if you had good prime, okay, I'm only talking prime here. I'm not talking, because I can't anticipate what your credit score is. But prime went from about a low of 1.75 to like 6% in about 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think it topped at like 7.5%. And then it's gone a little higher than that. And it's come down a little bit. It's gone high, but whatever. So in that time period, people freaked the fuck out, which naturally, and they were trying to lock in loans. They were trying to lock in everything as quickly as they could. They couldn't. Now they were trying to go to commercial loans. They couldn't do that. So the market slowed. It's literally put the brakes on the market. Even though there were still homes for sale and homes were still being sold, it became overnight, basically, very hard to buy or sell a house. That meant that where we had a market where people were coming to were coming into markets and offering $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 over asking. Literally in 3 months, it went to asking, and then it went to you're not getting asking, right? And over the past 2 years, I've watched that market accelerate the downhill to where houses will be listed, and we're not talking about small price decreases. We're talking about $10,000, $20,000 whacks, right? And there's a right now, well, it's probably auctioned by now. It may or may not have closed. I should probably look. But they had in Nashville, there's a house that this real estate agent owns, and she has had it on the market for over, I want to say, like over 380 days or something. It's well over a year, right? And she'll put it on the market for like $1.5 million, and then she pull it off. She put it up for like 1.7, decrease it down like $100,000 to 1.6, pull it off the market when it doesn't sell within a month or so. And she's doing that tactically so that it never, when you pull it up, it doesn't show that it's been on the market for 90 days or 100 days or whatever. But if you do your research, you can see when she first put it up. So I think the house is currently worth $1 million, and I would pay $900,000 for it. My buddy thinks it's worth the same, and I told him, I said, you should go pay $900,000 for it. She will not sell it at that. He's offered that to her. She will not sell it for that. She honestly believes that she's going to get 1.5 out of it. And the way she's going to do that is she held an auction with a I think it's 1.1 or 1.2 million floor. And since she's hosting the auction, all of the auction fees, which she shouldn't be able to charge, but she can, the fees, the buyer's premium, all of that, by the time it all shakes out, she's going to get she feels like she's going to get 1.5 out of it. Now, I don't know that happened. But there's nobody's going to give her 1.5 million for that house. Now, I don't care how long she keeps it. Nobody, I mean, the market will have to come back. It'll be 5 or 6 years before that house is, or could be 5 or 6 years before that house is 1.6 again. So you can't, in this market, just don't try and call it first. First thing is don't try and call the market. Just if you're going to sell, sell. If you're going to buy, and be happy. So,
hey, I'm going to jump.
Yeah, I'm out too, man. I gotta go. It's well after.
It's like 3 a.m., dude.
Man, Jesus.
Yeah, I gotta go. We did not get to Arthur Dye's boyfriend. We got to get to that shit on the next one, though.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I'll be streaming tomorrow night as well. My typical Friday night stream. This has been a weird week because I've had trap every day, and since I couldn't stream during the daytime, I can only stream at night. It's been relaxing to do that. I'm going to hit the end stream button, and you guys are all going to go over to Glenn's stream. Say hi to him. See you guys. Bye.
It all